Neil, hello. How's everybody's day been going? Are you excited for book time? Ba. Hi Dust, hi hi Potato, hi Nikki, how are you all doing? How has your day been going? How has your weekend started off? I hope it's been going well. I I am refusing to lose my voice on principle alone. I've got nothing to back me up on this, but I'm just refusing. I'm gonna I'm gonna maintain my voice by sheer force of will. That is the plan and intention of today. Camille copy I reviewed them last week? That's fair. I feel like winter kind of autumn to winter, especially around Christmas, is a really good time to read books you read when you were younger, if that makes sense. I think there's something about the kind of festive holiday season that always has me rereading books. Everyone is losing their voice. Anthony Kai. Yeah. To be fair, I had lost my voice and had been slowly recovering it for a few months. I just temporarily misplaced it. I think it's gonna be okay. I have got a mixture of beverages to try and retain voice existence. And I have my big notebook of notes on the books, which is frankly more exciting than being able to speak. Oh heck, wait. You got the 7 stream streak? I haven't. Do I need to set up a notification setting for them to play on stream? I'm realizing that I might not have done that. Oh, okay. I will look into that playing on stream. Apologies if curse noises are happening. I'm trying to get the thingamabob, the lozenges, out of the shopping bag from earlier today. Very organised else. But yeah, I'm sorry that one of the streams last week my internet cut out, and so most people lost their stream streak since I was only able to be live for like 20 minutes before the internet betrayed me. I think I'm gonna count it as a betrayal. That's my key takeaway. But yeah, we are waiting for Kai. Hologram time runs parallel, but not necessarily in sync with mouse time. So I should be there soon. But in the meantime, I'm gonna talk about what book club is and what the plan for today is, because I find it exciting. So this is essentially gonna be yapping for. The shortest one's been 4 hours, the longest one's been 8 hours. We'll see where we get to. About the books we've read this month, with a little interlude on picking our next month's books. These will be spoiler-free reviews until after the voting interlude. So if you haven't read either of the books discussed today and you want to make sure to avoid things, that's okay. The first half of the stream will be perfectly fine for that. The books in the title we're discussing are Raybearer by Jordan Ifueko and Tolkien on Fairy Tales by the titular Tolkien version, which I read, and I believe it is also the same edition that was recommended, and I know it's the one Kai picked up, was the version with additions by Verlin and Fielga and Douglas Anderson as contributors, who provide additional context to some of Tolkien's notes and language, because it is a piece of writing that is over 80 years old, and so at times not the most immediately digestible. And so explaining or expanding on or providing context for the different topics alluded to. Gonna be honest, I read the book 1.5 times because I read through it reading it as you would a traditional book, not reflecting on it as an essay. And so whenever a note or a segment was referred to, I wasn't moving to those notes. And so I was going through this, pausing and taking time away to go do my homework and read relating folklore or fairy tales, or just be like, oh, I gotta go figure out and do a study on the life and works of Andrew Lang. And then I found out that, oh no, the second half of the book is in fact all of the things that I spend my time doing, but to a higher standard because it was more thoroughly researched than me doing quick Googles. Um, so yeah, it was an adventure reading it, but very interesting. Um, it makes me reflect on how much fantasy has changed as a genre, but I fear I am veering into the start of the discussion, and so it is best to just maybe wait a few minutes. Okay, now I'm just gonna start a call and see if they pick up. This is maybe fine and appropriate. There's only so many time and way that I can plan things. Where is my audio setting? Oh, am I looping? Okay, fixed it. I am very good at technology. Hello. Maybe no hello. Maybe certainly no audio. I believe we should have a Fugi now at least, which is positive. Toes out of frame. Respectable library. Could you try speaking again? I don't know if you're pulling through on OBS. Uh, I'm okay. Are you under the? Oh no. What is it with you the last 2 months and catching various plagues right before book club? Um, yeah. Okay, I've
My
got
life is ruined.
I've got your audio working on Steam now. We can hear the harpic and hologram now. We've got you now.
My life is ruined.
The life
And
has
it
been
went to
ruined by
vitality.
esports team changes just before anyone laments too severely. I'm not happy about it either.
And it went
Wait,
to vitality of all places.
I,
Like, what the?
I feel like that's law that's not too commonly discussed. We know each other through being fans of Fnatic with bad sleep schedules who would hang out watching the matches together. That's how we became friends. That's kind
Yep.
of that's wild origin story. And now we're here talking
That is some
nonsense.
wild lore.
Yeah, I'm just like, oh yeah, I've known Kai for a while, and then I think about time and think when Valorant came out, and I'm like, oh, it's been almost 5 years.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, and we still haven't finished Sanderson book. You know the names of Sanderson
Brandy.
book. This is your job.
The Way of Kings.
The Way of Kings. That's the one. I was
But you also haven't finished Mistborn number 3.
okay. I
Or
have
2.
beef. No, I finished two. I just wasn't happy with it. Um, I
Yeah,
finished
but if
that
you read it,
book.
Matt, did you really read it?
I would like to say yes because otherwise I have to go back and reread Modern Man in Search for Soul. Um,
Okay,
okay,
that's valid. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
okay. Are you heartbroken by Fnatic team changing? Which I will be being emo about the fact that only Alpha and Boaster remain of the kind of original five, which I got emotionally attached to, and I'm sure you will be too. But Valorant emo hours aside, are you excited about books as a general concept, but
I
also
didn't
specifically
realize
those
that.
today? Oh no, I've made it worse. The emo hologram is coming back.
I didn't realize that. Yeah, it is just.
Okay, so
2015 CSGO fanatic. How about League of Legends fanatic? Also, yes, I am excited for books.
ooh, I know nothing about Fnatic and other esports. I tried to pay attention to their league team for a while because they got an old player back, which people were excited to see return, who used to be on the team. But that meant I had to pay attention to League of Legends, so that didn't last very long. That's my one claim to sanity as a person who, for a period of time, averaged 8 hours a day in Civ for just under a month. Do we need to do introductions?
You really hit that save.
I've escaped Civ. I've become addicted to Ball Pit. This is why I was excited for Ball Pit's release, because I knew that it would distract me and it would start itching my brain, and I wouldn't play it for more than 2 hours at a time. So it's all going well for me here. I'm touching grass more now. Why is the first thing what I heard when I opened the Steam League of Legends? Hi, Life. We're complaining about roster changes in esports and procrastinating. Wait, I just saw the notification before. Drem, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime whilst the starting soon screen was happening. I missed her. Oh my gosh, I hope you enjoy whatever book you get at the library this month. Thank you. Oh, hi,
Hell yeah, I
Ben.
want the jump game.
With a very tall hologram, you have used an illusion to project yourself to be taller than me. Oh, hi, Glassy. How are you doing? I see you meowing.
Illusion.
I'm assuming that's a declaration of enthusiasm about books. Homo, homo. But yes, the books for today. We're going to. I'm going to recap the structure for today's stream because I talked about League of Legends, and I feel the need to atone from and move swiftly on from that. But we are going to be reviewing 2 books from this month, which is Raybearer by Jordan Ifueko and Tolkien on Fairy Stories by the titular Tolkien, and then we'll be doing that with no spoilers, just discussing it as a kind of blind view going in. And then we will be picking out next month's books, and then after that is the spoiler zone. Ooh. Spooky.
Ooh.
If you would like to encounter these, less so for the non-fiction books with Tolkien on Fairy Stories, given it is a series of essays, but still, if you would like to go into these pieces of media without hearing others' full discussion, dissection of it, and spoilers for the um, fantasy book from this week, the YA fantasy book, feel free to peace out then. Make sure to take care of yourselves. We will be going over any content warnings of topics discussed in the book and in conversation before starting off, just to make sure we're, I don't know, helping you to have a good time. General
Yeah.
take care of yourself thumbs up. There isn't anything particularly dark in this week's discussions, but we will mention them at the start of each book section. Which, with that, should we jump into the first book?
Yeah, I'm down.
Okay.
Are we doing a Raybearer by
We are doing
Jordan
Raybearer,
Raffles?
by Jordan
How do you say
Ifueko
his name?
first. I think her name said Ifueko. At least
Fuego.
yeah, because I tried
Okay.
to do what's it called? I was trying to record a thingamabobs describing the books we were picking out this month, and so I found an interview of her introducing herself, and I believe that's how she says it. So yeah.
Fuego. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I
Uh,
didn't know how she said her own name.
mhm.
I
Uh,
was just gonna. I just have been saying Jordan the whole month. Raybearer
UE
by Jordan.
are very flexible vowels in what direction they go in and how they're said out loud. It can be
Yeah, they are.
very confusing depending on which language it's pulling from. Um,
Also, some languages just don't pronounce the E after the U. So it could
yeah,
just be a Fuko,
that's how I
which
was pronouncing it until I heard her say it. So yeah, that was my assumption. But
so
English
Jordan
language
and Fuego.
confusing, spelling not particularly real. Um, so let me introduce the book. We're gonna briefly go over content warnings just before jumping into the general discussion. Um, so this is a YA book, and so the extent to which the topics are discussed are relative to the genre. So there's nothing too Um, it's not a very extreme form of these things, but the topics and themes discussed are emotional abuse, child abuse, death of a parent, fire and fire-related injury, abandonment, misogyny, and confinement. There's also specifically, how would I describe it? Is confinement the right description? There's a discussion of someone spending
Yeah.
time in prison as part of the story. And in, I think those are the main ones. They're the ones I had noted down and checked against the user put up tags that were on Storygraph. I don't know if there's any others
Yeah.
that you to mention.
Think of anything that's like a warning, really. Those
Mhm.
seem like the main ones.
Yeah, so this is a book which, in branding and presentation, received quite a lot of attention, I think, over the last year or two. And it is really
Yeah.
touted as a book which is a fully fleshed out fantasy world that is not based off one of the predominant forms of European, especially kind of Norse or English or Germanic folklore and mythology. And so it steps away from that or Greek mythology. And so it got a lot of attention because it's based off a lot of, or it pulls inspiration from a lot of different, I believe, primarily Nigerian folklore and African folklore as a whole. And so
Yeah.
um, as someone who hasn't read much media that is based off of or encountered the sort of origin myths and folklore of Nigeria, very interesting. It brought back a amount of the sort of childlike joy when you hear about the the kind of like um different folklore and mythology, and you see interpretations for the first time, because as we sometimes harp on, not so much the books we end up reading for book club, but some of the larger books, especially in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, there are a lot of tropes and patterns that reappear as
Mm.
magic building or character archetypes that are very standardized in a lot of Western literature. And so it was really interesting to see a world that was completely separated from that. Um, and very, very cool and fleshed out world building, especially for a YA novel. This is undoubtedly YA, it is the genre it sits within tonally in its writing, but it does some things that I think are ambitious and would fit in a novel um, aimed at a more mature audience if the author chose to redirect the sort of tone of address of the book that certain areas suited. Um, in terms of description, I believe this is Ifueko's debut novel, so
Yes.
very impressive on that front. I don't know how much of this is sort of like media play or sincere depiction, but I saw in an interview it mentioned that she had started writing this novel when she was 13, and then picked it
Mm.
up after her short stories got attention from a publisher, and then chose to expand on it to send over as her first draft, which then got picked up. Which very impressive story. um, it
Yeah.
getting a publisher as a debut novelist um, is very difficult, and so yeah, very very interesting origin. Um, the Should I do a brief description of the book as it would be on if books still had functional blurbs instead of 5-word descriptives on the back cover? And then we can hop
Yeah.
into our
Go for it.
spoiler-free discussion. So this book follows Sai, who is a young girl growing up over from kind of early childhood to young adulthood, and it follows her as she enters um, the palace, the great hall of the nation she lives within, to study and enter into competitions with like a little asterisk to become a member of the council of the next king. And when we join Sai in this journey, she is very oblivious to the surroundings. She has been raised in isolation and training for this without knowing what she's training for, and she is doing this all at the will. of the woman, her mother, who has planned out this venture and has motives. Whoa! And that's sort of the information you have going off a traditional book jacket into the story, I believe. I don't know if
Hmm.
there's anything you'd like to add, Kai.
Oh, nothing that I can think of right now.
Mhm.
You hit on just going to the Artisar Empire, the lady, the mansion. I can't think of much else.
Okay. So we have a
That's like not spoiler stuff because like there's some other stuff, but like
yeah. So, we have a rough format that we tend to go through to try and keep us on topic. It doesn't always work, but you'll sometimes see me say out things which
it rarely works.
sounds like title subheadings, and that is a kind of attempt to make sure that in our meandering discussion, well, that's the joy of discussing books. It's got to meander a little bit. It's not plotted out. If it were, it would be an essay, but to try and make sure we hit all of the key points. Um, I'm going to go a smidgen out of order in the one thing which I'm going to briefly mention, which it's not really discussed in the content warnings I've seen broadly for the book or discussions online, but there is one quite noticeable age gap relationship, and it's kind of addressed in
Yeah.
text. But I hadn't seen any discussion of that online, and so if that's something that you're particularly uncomfortable with, might want to bear in mind going into this book. If it's not something that bothers you, you might not notice or pick up on it. But I kind of saw it and I was like, oh, don't know why that's in here. But yeah, the I think that's my last introductory note before we jump into the book. Oh, ahoy, turquoise! How you doing?
Bubble.
Ahoy, ahoy!
Hi, turquoise.
Oh, hi, Pesky as well. Oh my gosh, everyone's surviving in 12s together. How's your weekend been going? Um, so expectations going into the book. I hadn't read anything else by the author. I believe she has written a second book in the series. I believe it is finished in a duology, and she has several short stories and has worked as the writer for a comic series. Um,
Hmm.
I believe these are her main fantasy work. She's released several other novels subsequently. Um, I think she's released three kind of traditional long form stories, and the rest are short stories or um, comic books series.
Yeah.
But I hadn't read anything else by the author. Um, I didn't end up reading the sequel to this. Sometimes, if we pick a duology for book club, even though I will only talk about the first book on on the review, I do sometimes go away and read the subsequent ones. Brackets. Oh, I forgot their names. Casbreaker and me experiencing emotional damage.
Six of
That's
Crows.
the one. Sometimes I go away and read the second book because I am distressed where the book ended. But yeah, I just read Raybearer for this one. Hope book reviewing was going well. It is. We haven't got distracted. Never mind, we have got distracted. We talked about League of Legends. We haven't got distracted much yet. Um, had you read anything else by the
Hey, hey,
author?
hey. That was the distractions was at the start. That's before we started. I accept that.
Yeah.
I I have
Sure.
read I have read some of the author stuff. I read the comic series. She did Moon Girl and
Really?
Devil Dinosaur.
Mhm.
She did 2022 to 2023. She did like a run for that by oh I forgot the artist's name. I think it's Alba Glez or something. I don't remember.
Double
Um,
check. I've got
but I think that's the illustrator, Alba Glez or something. But I haven't read any of her other long form traditional works. I didn't read the second book in this, and I've not read any of her short stories, honestly. This is
Yeah.
the first like book that I've read of her.
Uh-huh.
Um,
That's fair. I think this
and
is.
I didn't realize that she did. So I know I've read the run, the like Moon Girl run that she wrote. I
Mhm.
didn't connect that it was her till after I've read Raybearer. So it didn't influence me in like any preconceptions coming into the book because I just straight up did not realize it's the same person.
Mhm. So, um, so this book was originally published in English, just talking about book copies and edition. I believe there's only one edition of it out. I ended up reading this book digitally, and so um, I don't know if there is for a physical copy, but if there was, I was deprived of having a cool map to look at, which I always enjoy having a cool map at the start of a fantasy book. So yeah, but I read this digitally. What about yourself?
I also read this digitally. I will say I would love to own this book. The like cover and all of it is really cool.
Yeah, there's two covers, I think. There's the one that's got a lot of sun imagery with the rays of light. Very
Hmm.
raybearer, you may be able to tell. It ties into the story. That's for the spoiler section. But there's also the beautiful one which shows a sort of depiction of Sarasai's face out of different plants growing together. Um, I
Hmm.
really want to try and find a copy of that one. My plan is to at some point get around to reading the sequel, and then if I enjoy both, I'll pick up copies of them. Um,
Yeah, the one with her face made out of like the plants with the two lions on it
mhm,
is
mhm.
so pretty.
Yeah,
It's really pretty cover.
very cool use of negative space. I feel like a lot of covers, especially ones for YA or younger audiences, are so busy a lot of the time that it makes it
Mm.
really stand out. Um, we both are digitally, so I don't think we have a huge amount to yap about in terms of the nature of the book as a printing. Do you have any other
No.
notes on the kind of setup or description of the book before we go into um, themes?
No, not really. Honestly, it's just was just pretty chill. It was a classic like YA book to a large degree. Everything of like honestly, I will say one thing I will say is I didn't see a lot on this book. It's
Okay.
like on like reviews and stuff. I didn't see a lot of it, and it kind of sucks because the book is actually really good.
Yeah.
Um, it's easily one of the like what's the word like it's a YA book that I feel like so many more people would like if they give it a try. But like one of the only big reviewers that I saw talk about it was Murphy Napier. Um,
Okay.
and she did a duo thing with Tropic of Serpents on it, and that's the only like big review I saw of it. Um, well, I can't find much on like people reading this book, and I kind of get it. It is like YA, so like you kind of
Still,
have
there's
like people.
plenty popular YA books out there, especially. I suppose
Yeah,
it's more
so
so that TikTok and subsequently YouTube as BookTube somewhat becomes a response to BookTok doesn't read YA much, would be my guess. But
yeah, it, you kind of people on YouTube that read fantasy like this, you one usually age out of it. Even if they read it in their own free time on YouTube, they age out of it. So like you'll never find it even like popular YA like Percy Jackson. You
it'll
will very rarely find like
it'll be discussed as
the
a
big
nostalgia, not
boys.
as a current event kind of book for YA.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. You will rarely find like Daniel Green or like some of the big boys in the industry talk about it that much on YouTube, which kind of sucks. But even with that, um, I expected so many other people that I've seen around like YA talk about it, but just never actually get to that. You know what I mean? Never actually read or reviewed or talked about Raybearer, which kind of surprised me.
Um, no, that's fair. I'd first saw it from, I think, wait, I might be, I'm trying to remember if this is true or not. I think I first encountered it through, oh, my brain's, the bowl full of soup. Never mind. No memory of
Yeah.
how I first encountered this piece of media. I'm. Oh, that doesn't bode well for me being able to express my thoughts in full sentences. Okay. Um, I think I encountered this through one of Newly Nova's TBR like lists.
Mm,
Um, and so I have seen it talked about online a little bit, but it is certainly true that YA doesn't get as much attention. I think. Um,
mm,
which I will say, and this is kind of a ending description, but one that I think is pretty core to how I view this book, and so I'm gonna jump in with it at the start, which is I think if you are someone who read fantasy when you were younger and sees books like a sort of Jade City, where you've heard that it's this cool fantasy system, but there's a lot of diplomacy and planning, and you're a little bit nervous to jump into fantasy and as a non YA genre, as well as moving over to the more sort of political, um, reflective, not sword and the power of cool fantasy. I think this is a perfect
mm.
bridge. I think this is one of the best examples of kind of diplomatic, political fantasy. The because it feels Jade City feels like a weird parallel, but it's quite a popular book and it's one that I've read this year. And other than Priory to some extent, that I would say fits within the position it holds. Because although there is action and discussion in this story, a lot of the action kind of happens off screen. It's sort of like, oh yeah, and then
Yeah.
action happened, and then oh yeah, and then this class happened, and maybe there's a few dialogues of it, but a lot of it is about Salazar specifically is perspective and reflections, and then her positioning and growing up and understanding the positioning of the court and the councils around her. And so it still certainly
Yeah.
sits within the YA genre, but I think it's one of the things that allows for how rich the world building is within this book because it follows a more sort of diplomatic fantasy approach than a lot of YA does. I feel like I don't have a word to micro genre the type of fantasy I'm talking about, but I'm hoping that by just going Jade City, hand waving, something is communicated.
Yeah.
Uh, I don't know if you had that perspective as well, because I was a little bit bamboozled when I was reading it at first. That I think, as is often the case, the description does a slight disservice as to what's happening in the story. Because I
Yeah.
expected this to kind of be a battle college story, and I love a
Kind
campus
of.
novel. I love a I love a training arc, but I went into this thinking that oh, Saisai is gonna go to the capital to go to the palace and try to get to be on the council. And it says there's tests. I guess she's gonna punch people or do riddles, and that wasn't really the case. There was certainly progression to achieve and move the book forwards, and the pacing was pretty even throughout, so it's not a point on that. But it wasn't in the traditional sense, at least within the YA genre. And I don't know how to explain that more
Yeah.
without giving spoilers, but I think that if you're expecting kind of. I'm trying to think of examples of books, and all the ones I'm thinking of are on YA, but if you're expecting a kind of like Red Rising style trial to be in the elite few. That's not what you're getting here. um,
No.
like age genre shift aside, but
Yeah, I agree with that. I was kind of surprised by that too. Um, with like this I like what you said on like what this book is positioned as this is a very easy way to get into more complicated and more politically sided books
Would
like Jade City and
diplomatic
stuff like
fantasy
that.
almost be a description for
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, it's a very easy into something like that.
Mhm.
Which I did not expect. I agree with you. I expected like Red Rising. That's a great example of like where it's like an academy book. I was expecting something closer to that. Um, honestly, that we talk about like the failures of like a Goodreads like blurb about a book. Yeah, this is a book where it's clearly shown where it is almost set out to be like a like what's the word like campus.
Yeah. It's
I need to. My
set to be a
bullies are
battle
there, but
college.
I'm
Yeah.
special. I am special, and I will beat them up. Type vibe, and it's really not that. Um,
Yeah.
which I really liked. I really like intriguing, like political, like intrigue fantasy.
Mhm.
I like a lot of them. So this was straight up my alley. In that regard, specifically. Um, I will say, as this is the YA entry into the genre, if you do like the genre already, don't expect something like Jade City. That is
Yeah.
extremely. This is a very good intro to that. Um,
It is a pared down version, but it is more than I have seen in a YA novel before.
yeah,
I'm gonna put an asterisk on that because I don't think that's definitively true, but there was.
yeah. There'll always be like one or two YAs, but this is. I can't think of an example from YA right now off of the top of my head that one does it as well for an intro to like I say genre subgenre of fantasy.
Mhm.
It does a very good job at an intro to like that subgenre, and it is actually well done. It's actually pretty cool. Um, I really like that part of it a lot.
I did like
Honestly,
it.
if you I would suggest the book. Spoiler slightly for like when we get to the end of like our review, we usually say if we review
Oh
recommend
yeah.
it. Just for if you actually do, even in our non-spoiler, if you don't want to hear any more, even just off of that, I suggest reading this book. If you want to get into stuff like that, if you've ever heard us talk about like Jade City or like other things like that, and you're like, I don't know if I would like that, read Raybearer. Um,
I
it'll tell you if you would enjoy something like Jade City a lot.
Yeah. I do think I was a little bit surprised about the fact going into the book, and I think for the first sort of third of
Same.
it, I was a smidgen perturbed because I was kind of expecting a fast-paced Sword and the Power of Cool YA novel,
Mm,
and this book has really rich world building. It has nuanced
yeah,
characters and lived-in relationships that grow over time. The book is set over a decade, and so you see the characters live
yeah.
and grow through it. But that wasn't necessarily what I expected going in, and so I think that the first part of the book, it took me a bit of time to adapt my expectations, and because of that, I maybe didn't appreciate it enough because I was kind of like, oh. And when's the first trial when they have to like befriend a snake gonna be or something? Um, sort of because I was expecting it to fall within the tropes of the genre, and it didn't. And that is its accolade, really. But my false
Yeah,
expectations did kind of skew the first part of my reading until I realized that it was sticking with this attitude. Um,
I could see that. I will say it is if so if I came if I wanted hmm, what's the way to say it? It's not if I wanted, but if I didn't connect with how the story was told, I could see people being disappointed in the book on like as like an action like YA like action book. I could see people being disappointed and kind of not getting it to a degree, if you understand what I mean. But I think I kind of connected pretty early on with like the vibe of the book. Not that I I connected with how the story was being told very early on. Um, and I think that did help with like how much I connected with this book and liked this book. Because yeah, but that's inclined from like Jade City is one of my favorite books of all time. I am a very big fan of
I
the
think this is
style
kind of
and the
up your
like.
alley. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like if it's very much like if you give me a Brandon Sanderson book, I will connect with the way the story is told because I'm a very big fan of exactly how those stories are told by an author or in that genre or in that style. It was straight up my alley for me to connect with this book and how it was told. I could see people not liking it, but I highly suggest this. Highly recommend this. Suggest it. I highly recommend this. Um, I will say, don't read the blurb on Goodreads and expect anything except this because yeah, Goodreads, yeah,
Um, should we? I think we sort of talked about the attitude and the positioning of the book,
mm,
but in terms of overarching themes, um, there's a few that are kind of discussed clearly throughout the book. Um,
yeah,
one of them is parental expectation. Oh,
yep,
um, I don't know how much we can discuss it without spoilers. Um,
um,
but I think it is well illustrated, although
mm,
I have a point to make which I don't know if I can make without it being a spoiler, so I'm going to save for the second half. But I think the phrasing, once again, in describing the book going into it, didn't entirely represent the conflict that Sarzai experiences throughout the book, the internal conflict, correctly. Um,
mm,
because a lot of the disjacket descriptions are like a which side will she choose? And that
yeah,
wasn't really the case.
no,
But given the true nature of that decision isn't something that's revealed in the book's description information, I'm not going to go into any more depth. And so that aspect of it wasn't part of the theme, which I fear that a small segment of every book club is me going to be like, this is a really cool book. I hate how books are introduced to people. These aren't good summaries.
yeah,
And it's difficult.
yeah,
If you can write a wholly descriptive 3-word summary of a book, then it's kind of strange. It's never going to be the case, but I do think that sometimes there's an emphasis to hit on certain archetypes and points in descriptions and promotional material for books that slightly
yeah,
betray the true subject matter of the books they're discussing. Um,
yeah. And honestly, with this book, it feels almost worse, in my opinion, because this book. Okay, so for this book, and it's slightly going back to like tropes and stuff. This book is very good at avoiding a lot of like common tropes. Um, and kind of like playing with expectations that we have of a book like this to a large degree. The problem with that is I feel like stuff like this is written for people to connect to stuff like that and like grab it. So stuff like Goodreads reviews or stuff like Goodreads like blurbs and stuff like that often are played for like a oh yes, it's a magical girl story where they do this, this, and this. And it's so reductive to what the book is, and it really does. Like I don't know, it misinforms you of what you should expect
yeah,
from this.
that's the one which kind of irked me a little bit because I think what's discussed and how it works in the book works well. But if you go in expecting pineapple, you can love potato. I love potato, but I was expecting pineapple. That's a very different thing to get, and it's not to that extent, but I do think it can negatively shape um parts of the experience. Part of it's just me being grumpy with blurb descriptions. One thing
Mm,
which I think was handled and discussed really well as a theme within the book is um, the kind of themes and experience of sexism and misogyny for the characters, which,
yeah.
again, spoilers, so won't go into the exact points, but it's very well done in that you see a broad series of perspectives whilst maintaining the single character point of view because you grow up with the character, and so you see them reflecting on experiences as a child without processing the depth of them and going, huh, something's weird there, or asking an innocent question, not realizing that it is challenging a structure that does not accept questions. And then you see kind of active movement against and then plot related dismissal of previous assumptions regarding gender positions,
Mm,
etc. And then there's also the reflections towards the end of the book on Salasai and the people in her lives and her friends' lives as women and their perspectives and experiences in society because of the stigmas and experiences she has faced and the kind of nuanced understanding of reflecting on others' experiences of it. This was handled incredibly well from a YA book, and I think it's the strength of the fact that it covers a long period of time, in the scale of, I, I would guess it's around 10, 15 years. I don't know the exact ages. There isn't really a solid timeline established throughout the book. It just
no.
skips between points, and you have to assume an amount of growth contextually. Um, but yeah, that was handled very well in my opinion, and it
Yeah,
was interesting. Um,
I agree. Hmm, I agree. I lost my brain lost like what I wanted to like
were
say
you
with
too
that,
busy thinking about
but
Chronicle?
no, I was like my brain just lost what I wanted to say with that. But I do agree with that. It is really. I wanted to say something. I don't remember what I wanted to say. But I'll remember in a while. I'm a bit. My brain is gone right now.
Very fair. But yeah, I think it's a really great example of a YA book showing a character growing into their understanding of a concept. Because it's often the
Mm,
case when we see a character challenging something like misogyny or sexism, they have a fully contextualized opinion, or they have no context to its discussion and its nuance, and then the moment we see is them changing their mind and suddenly realizing the issues, and then like the moment of them flipping, we very rarely see the development of their, oh, this is part of the world and this is what the adults have told me who told me all the other two things, so it is how it is, to the development
yeah.
into it and the challenging of it. So I just thought that was really, really great. It's not a it's not a heavy-handed theme by any means, although it is key at certain points in the book, but very well done, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. Honestly, that was something I liked the most about it. Is like I don't want to say that there's strength in like how it was handled, but like the intelligence with how it was handled. Because like a lot of the time, and honestly, I get it. I think we need both perspectives, but a lot of the time, if something like that comes up, the like instant response is just it's bad because it's bad, if you know what I mean. It's like from the real world we know it's bad, so it's bad, so I don't need to actually like think about it or talk about it or like my character doesn't need to make like a
It does a good job of contextualizing the harm within the book without
yeah,
it being almost like cartoonish, because sometimes it can, especially in
yeah,
YA, it can be,
yeah.
yeah.
It can get very reductive and like just like cartoony.
Mhm.
This makes it very good on like I don't want to say learning, but like learning why it is and what it does and how it affects people, which is really cool. I really like this part of it for a lot of things on that because like again, this is a very good book as like an introduction book for a lot of things. Um, I hmm, I'm still trying to think about what I wanted to say earlier. My brain still is trying to think of it. But no, I really like the way that was handled. Honestly, I like the way that it was handled. How a lot of it is handled because like I never felt like this book was like preachy. But some of the things that it talks about could come across as preachy if done differently or worse, I feel
Yeah.
like.
There's one segment which I thought I don't know how to discuss this without being a spoiler of the specific segment, but there's an area in the book where um, a moment is taken aside within the story, but in the way that it pauses at different key points, be it lessons or conversations or just internal
Hmm.
reflections for Sarasai as she grows up in the small council palace. I've forgotten its formal name. I read this book at the start of book club month, so 3 weeks ago now. But I'm going to do my best to remember names. But
Hmm.
essentially, there is a discussion about uh, bias and metric performances of different groups and demographics and why some are doing better than others and conflict as a result of this. And this occurs quite naturally within the story, and it's interesting in how it frames and establishes Sarasai as well as the young prince and their approaches to
Hmm.
solving the problems and their willingness to participate in the conversation. But I think if the rest of the book hadn't been written so cohesively, that moment, and not many others, but maybe just that one, could feel. I think preachy would be too harsh, but it didn't necessarily entirely fit within the pacing, although it was very well
Hmm.
executed. I think that little segment was maybe more aligned with a slightly slower book, which I think this had the bones to be. This book could have been another 200 pages longer, and I feel like it would have been fully fleshed out. The world here is good. This would be
The world building is crazy.
yeah.
It's a
I'm
very
doing my best to stay on the themes topic instead of jumping into the world
yeah.
building, but the world building is good. Um,
This has some fantastic world building.
I am I'm gonna pick up another theme, which is one I found
Hmm.
interesting, which is the importance of culture and identity,
Yeah.
which is handled in the latter half of the book. Won't go into any more detail on the framing for obvious spoiler reasons, but I think it's very. You don't ever. It's very well handled. It's a clear theme throughout the book without ever sitting down and a character monologuing about it. If that makes sense,
Yeah.
it's very well integrated and honestly kind of heartbreaking in places. Um, yeah, I'll yap about the heartbreaking aspects in the spoiler section, but I thought that was very well executed and also executed in a way that is digestible to the target audience while still being impactful.
Yeah. Yeah. I especially as like because yeah, nobody actually sits down and like monologues or has a conversation about it to another character explicitly stating it as like a thing to talk about. But honestly I liked that in this regard because it's again this book does a lot of work. The thing this book does the best in my opinion is how hmm, it doesn't like it's very well written in the fact that it doesn't need to the way I would say it is posture on a lot of things. that's a good example of one where lesser writers or weaker written books will have it talked about as like a no, but it's important to us type vibe. You know what I mean? Um, and have it as an explicit conversation between characters and like really dive into it as like a thing that they need to say. This respects, and it's interesting that it's from a YA book that it does this better than some like adult fantasy books that we've read or talked about and that I know that is around. Um, on not becoming like on treating it as like if you see what is going on, you kind of get it. It respects your intelligence in a situation as well. Um, Even if it needs to challenge some people on things or show it in a way, it respects you enough to be able to come to the same place. Because yes, it is an important thing. Culture is a very important thing. The like what's the word? The not protection is not the word I'm looking for, but like you know what I
Preservation?
mean? Like the preservation, but also like the like knowing your own culture and living your own culture and having that as like a part of your identity is such an important thing for all of us.
Especially, I
Um,
think having your own identity on your own terms and having that be a decision
yeah,
that is left to you on the extent to which you engage and participate in it. Yeah,
yeah.
so just wanted to, yeah.
No, I absolutely agree. And that's a great point on it because like, and this book never gets like preachy on that to a large degree, or even explicitly like stated to that regard, but you see it and you feel it. And honestly, the respect it gives by not doing what a lot of other books do in that regard is so nice. I love it. I
It
I
def
really like.
it
Sorry, go
definitely
for it.
respects its audience was what I was just gonna say, because
Yeah,
especially within the YA genre, I can sort of see sometimes if I see a book in YA and someone saying, even if they're executed well, "Oh, it handles these themes," I'm like, "Oh no, a wise old wizard
yeah,
is going to appear from the forest and say, I will defeat the orc through the power of respecting women." And that's not what happens here.
yeah,
It's really well handled.
yeah, yeah.
But
That's
yeah,
what I didn't know how to say it, but yeah, that's exactly what. Yeah, because yeah, um, this isn't a milady vibe of a book that a lot of these topics can go to, and this never does, and I love that for because I love the book because of that.
yeah,
Because it is really well at handling a lot of those themes. Um, which again surprised me from YA because I know a lot of like adult fantasy, like actual
that
fantasy
doesn't
fantasy
treat its
that does
audience
not
with
do
this
that.
much respect. Yep.
That does not do that.
Yep, for sure. Um, there are a lot of themes in this book. I think some of them might be
There
best
is
left for talking in more
spoilers, yeah,
depth in the spoiler section. Some
yeah.
ones I'm gonna mention really quickly is the nature of leadership and imperfect decisions. Um,
Hmm.
the there is not as a general theme, but there's a oh, I can't talk about them all without spoilers. Change and fear of change is a theme
Hmm.
for a section of the book, and
Yeah.
I think those are the main ones, tentatively.
Yeah. Mm, There's like there's some talk
There's
about
found
like
family, but it's YA, so there's
there
found
is some.
family. Oh, hi,
Yeah,
Kyoki.
there's
Hi,
like Yoki.
doing good, doing good. How you doing? What
There
were you
is a
saying?
little bit
Sorry.
of a theme of like trauma and like how that like
There is
affects people
there
to a
is an
degree.
amount on
I think.
generational trauma, especially
Yeah,
um living within an environment or a system that has contributed to existing generational trauma and healing from
yeah.
it. Very well handled. Oh, thank you for the pats and stretch. Kai, you have to stretch and pat yourself on the head because I don't have the toggle set up for you. Um, doing fine. I'm
I
glad.
have to
I'm
pat
gonna have a
myself.
hydrate. Mhm.
I'm glad you're fine, Kyo. Good to hear.
But yeah, the themes are very subtly integrated. There are times
Yeah.
where how do I phrase this? As someone who is pausing to think about the book as they read it, you sort of realize that this segment has been aligned to emphasize a certain point, but it doesn't feel like the story is stopping for someone to lecture you. It feels like a part of the story relates to a theme that you can, with the power of reflection and brain cells, connect to real world issues and experiences. Um,
Yeah.
but it is subtly integrated. It feels warranted, and it also feels natural for the characters. There aren't absolute villains of evil
No.
demons. Well, I suppose there is
Well,
the devil. There is the demon world, but of the main
there is
cast
the
and relating,
underworld.
there is the underworld of violent demons. But of the main cast and parallel figures, although you don't agree with certain characters, they sit naturally within their themes and you see them in text defend themselves, and the context of being an educational address does a really good job framing that naturally. Oh, Pesky has hydrated you as well, Kai. Be hydrate.
Okay, I'll take a drink.
Thank you for the hydrates. um, but yeah, I don't think I have any pet peeves on the themes. With the vague, it's not a theme, but the smidgen on, that's not even a theme. I just want to complain about the really random age gap relationship there was. But
Yeah.
the characters aren't given names, aren't given names, aren't given outright ages, and because there isn't a solid timeline, you don't know how weird it is. But if it felt weird, I don't know. That's not necessarily a theme. It just felt slightly out of place given how well handled relating topics which you would assume someone wouldn't want to depict that kind of relationship in a positive light would have within the book. And so I was a bit confused by that. Maybe the sort of fluid timeline has misled me to
Yeah.
the ages of those characters, um but yeah. Should we get on?
Yeah, I don't know, because like this book like hmm, the I don't know how to say it, but the character your feelings feel correct.
Yeah, there's specific context which I can't talk about without it being
Yeah.
spoilers that make it worse, even if there were to be a like relatively short distance in age. Um,
Yeah.
which we'll get
I
onto.
can't say why, but yeah. Your feelings feel correct.
Yeah, it's something which because this is a YA book and it isn't one that's been hugely discussed online, it's not seen much reflection, and so I don't know if it's a universal takeaway, but I have seen it mentioned by other people who read the book, um, and so I don't
Yeah.
know. Oh, I've just knocked my pen on the floor. I have my notes in front of me, and I'm making notes on my notes to make sure I cover things. Um, but yeah, should we hop over to the world building?
Yes.
Okay. We'll be discussing the themes in more detail in the spoiler section, but naturally, you gotta make sure people can go and read the book without being spoiled. um,
Agreed.
the world building here is very cool, and I'm gonna discuss something which isn't told to you at the start of the book, but isn't in any detail, which is this book addresses in-world faith and a sort of
Yeah.
origin story, not from a scientific Brando Sando, this is how the molecules of metal work way, but in a this is the community's faith and perspective of how these things fit together. And then there is the various
Mm.
fantasy integrations of how true it is and its integration, which is cool and good. But I just love when worlds have mythology. To have a fantasy world of this level and depth, and particularly looking at the power and the infrastructure of it, without the existence of any religion would feel so shallow. And so to have
Yeah.
that was incredible, and I liked how it was naturally integrated, especially being told to a character who was previously so sheltered as Tarsai is at the start of the book. That was just
Yep.
very cool. I really like that. I wish more fantasy books would do it, and upon seeing it in this one, I was like,
Same.
wait, that's been missing from so many books.
Yeah.
It made the world
I
feel.
like the mythology.
Yeah.
Because that's the right word for it. It is mythology. The same way that we have mythology in the real world. This book had a lot of like really good mythology. It felt,
I'm gonna make a
for
quick
lack of a better word, lived in.
I'm gonna make a on fairy tales reference, but you know the subworld is good when the subworld has its own believable subworld. And with that
Yeah.
nonsense of a sentence, I fear that we're going to be referring to Tolkien on fairy tales for the foreseeable future when discussing fantasy books, and
Probably.
you're just going to have to get used to us
Probably.
saying slightly bizarre turns of phrase.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah, I love that book.
the world building here, very good and cool. Um, very original to
Mm.
me. I realize I don't have much of the context of the mythology that inspired the book, and so it
Yeah.
maybe there. I don't know how closely it treads to any of them, and that wasn't something I actually looked into. But it's just really cool. I think it also does a really good job of. I love when history warps something and when that's addressed in text,
Mm.
because it's very easy when building a world for it to feel lived in the present, and that's why it's very easy to have an abandoned civilization where everything's
Yeah.
destroyed, or a new settlement, or a sterilized environment when they've been thrown into the like the arena for the Hunger Games or something, where you are picked up from a fully evolved setting and put in a contained part. But this
Yeah.
book's world building does a really great job of showing how living within a culture and its mythology and its origin and perceived origin changes over time. And it was so well done. It had believable social concept decay. It very positive.
Yeah.
um
No, it was really well done. Honestly, a lot of in my thing, one thing that happened, right? I
mhm,
think you'll kind of get what I mean. Is like at one point somebody tells a story about the culture and a lot of the stuff around it, but that's not something you see often in fantasy. Is you see, hmm, what's the way to put it? You see stories that influence culture, right? Or that are culture or are supposed to be like a shorthand for culture,
mhm,
right? So, like for example, in like a book that I like, um, you'll often see a story. So, in The Way of Kings, there's a story told in like the first third. I think it's in chapter 3 or 4. That the whole point of the story is to tell you what the culture is, right? And to have like kind of as a shorthand.
mhm.
In this, it's a it's like if we tell a story in the real world about like something that may or may not be true, but that is around something that is a constant belief. So,
Yeah, you
like
often.
Krampus, it's like telling a story of Krampus, which is like it's that one step further where it's like it touches on like their story, not like I'm trying to tell.
It's a really good framing tool for establishing the world, and it is used
Yeah,
not as exposition but as cultural context, I think.
yeah, that's a good way to put it. it's not expository on their culture. It is like hmm, it
It's a direct depiction of
it
it rather than a description of it.
yes, that's a good way to put it.
Oh, more
It's like
bizarre terms. Wait, we could.
hmm,
Sorry, are we ready for pulling out the eucastrophe of it all?
oh
I
okay.
looked up 3 guides on how to pronounce it, and I still couldn't find one. Sorry. Um, we'll be getting into Tolkien on fairy tales. He makes up like
Yes, we
30
will.
words. I know he works for the dictionary people, but damn. Sorry.
The dictionary people. He does work for the dictionary.
He
Well,
did work for
he
them.
did.
Yeah.
He did work for the dictionary
I
people.
think they still have his
Honestly,
definition for walrus. Oh, hi,
yes.
Pakrita. How you doing?
I I didn't know his like job title. He was a lithographer,
Oh,
which
cool.
I didn't. That's such a cool word.
Yeah. It's.
Which is somebody that studies language.
Uh-huh. I think it's lithography is specifically relating to printmaking, and it was a big
Yeah,
thing following the development of the printing press. Um,
kind of sick. But yeah, we could talk a lot about Tolkien, and
we
we're
will
going
be
to.
talking about Tolkien.
Not just today. I'm sorry, but also not just today. This is the future of us talking about fantasy books now.
Yeah, it's made us better at talking about books, I bet. Not necessarily more focused, but better.
Yeah,
There's lots of ways to
more
improve.
informed in our distractions. What else is there about the world building? Oh, I just liked so this is the base idea of the like where the world building starts from. I really like that it's Western and it's Western and Eastern African cultures. Specifically, it is attached to um the what's the word for it? Nigerian um ideas, but it is from the I know what it is. I just forgot the name of the religion. I
Oh,
talked to a Nigerian friend about it, but um,
I didn't actually look into this. I want you to remember now. All of the pressure. Um, this might not be the direct point that Kaya's making, but it's really cool that although you have within the description of the book, you have all of the children who are going to the kind of palace for this trial to be selected to be on the council, and one will be picked out from each of the regions of the nation which the king and eventually prince will rule. And each of those nations are inspired by, not by like strict lines specific nations in um, Western Africa, I believe, but by different groups within them and
hmm,
by different predominant like folklore and cultures, especially with emphasis on the different nomadic groups, is my understanding. I haven't looked at the kind of direct inspiration, so I'm afraid I don't have too much info on them. But it was really cool to see how you had this kind of cohesive central world, but there were still expressions of each of the different people who ultimately formed the council, um, and their own background and its nuances and differences. Yeah, it was very nice. It was cool. It's just really nice to see inspiration from a part of the pot of story that I haven't seen much from before. Oh, hi,
hmm,
Red. Oh, I thank you for the 30 bits from me eating cheese, but big. I do like eating big cheese. I, I,
big
I'm
cheese.
slowly finishing my dinner, which has cheese
Wait,
in
but
it.
you're a cheese hater.
I'm not a cheese hater. I thought I
You're a cheese
escaped
hater.
this. There used to be
You
so
hate
much
cheese.
anti-cheese slander. I don't know where it started. I think I just blame Suffle. One time I said that I don't think I wanted cheese on my bubble tea, and it devolved into madness.
No, 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 no. It wasn't from that. No,
What
no,
was
no,
it
no, no.
from?
That's revisionist history. We talked about like cheese on something. I don't even remember what it was
That
on.
sounds like my description.
No, it was a food item, and you said no, I don't want cheese on that.
Is this because you told
Um,
Val to eat cheese on ice cream, and she was going to do it?
that was where it ended up. It was then I told Val she should eat cheese and ice cream, and you said no, I don't want that, and I said okay, you're anti-cheese then.
Yeah, I stand by everything I've said. Um,
That's where it ended up. Also, it's so a lot of the stuff, Orisha is a very big influence in this book, which are like divine spirits from the Yoruba religion. That's the word I was searching for. Is the Yoruba religion of West Africa. Um, it has now been derived to like Haiti, Cuba, Brazil, um, and various things there. But yeah, it's the Orisha from the Yoruba religion, which is um really cool. It's really really cool that it's influenced from a religion that we don't talk about a lot or see a lot in fantasy.
yeah, definitely. Especially because I, I did this is in verbatim from the author, so I don't know how much of this is a summary of a summary, but I saw mention of how the author's parents were both immigrants from Nigeria, and so some amount
Yeah,
of the reading and the establishment for the world of the story was connecting with her parents' culture that she wasn't growing up around anymore and didn't have as much contact with, and that kind of shaped
mm,
finding out about the world, and
it's
so
kind of cool.
that made me very sentimental. Um, I will say the
Yeah,
world
that's kind of cool.
building, yeah, the world building is very well integrated to the story.
Yeah,
You find out segments and little bits, and occasionally you have like a bit where you go like, oh, this chapter's going to be about the world, and you just kind of sit down and listen. But that's natural. If you're going to have a book of this kind of tone that isn't all the power of awesome sword and dragon shenanigans, then that's going to be the case to some extent. But it all feels
yeah,
natural, and it is tonally well established within the characters' ages as they grow throughout the story. The different ways and different levels of nuances, the different parts of the world are told and introduced to the character. Although the tone at which it is addressed to you, the audience, changes, the conversations feel consistent with the character's age and presentation. Um, and I just wanted to big up that because oftentimes in YA, you have a prophecy that you encounter in like chapter 3 to 5 that tells you everything about the world. And there's a lot
yeah.
of books that I loved that do that, but this handles it better than many, in my
Percy
opinion.
Jackson.
I wasn't specifically roasting Percy Jackson. I haven't finished that series, so I feel like it'd be unfair to. But that's one of your
That's not
favorite YA
crazy to me.
series. Um, I'm gonna at some
That's
point.
not
There's
crazy
like
to me.
40 books. What do you mean that's crazy?
There's not 40 books, there's like 6.
That's
And then
none.
there's a side story, and then there's
There's the
like
sequel.
a sequel series.
So there's about
The
17 of them.
sequels, no, the sequel series only has like 3 right now.
Sure.
Mm, There's
Okay,
not that
vodka.
much Percy
Hi.
Jackson.
I'll read it at some point. I haven't picked up the physical books, and I don't know. Audiobooks are pretty good for reading YA books if I've not read them before, but with there being so many of them, it's kind of a kerfuffle to find each of
There's
them.
not so many of them.
You have had your
There's like,
mind warped by Brandon Sanderson. I am holding him personally responsible for this. What do you mean?
there's
Nine
not that
books isn't
many.
that many?
Okay, there's more than 9, but there's not that many. Also, there's technically only 6 in the main story. You can
Okay.
get by with 6.
Um, Getting back
But
to
also now
world
my mind is
building.
worth by Brandon Sanderson, where there's 6. There's 6 in.
The six
There's.
books, each of which have 3 parts, and probably should have been a book each.
Yeah, there's 6 Mistborn right now. Which, yeah.
Mistborn
And that's
aren't
not even the
actually that
plan.
long. Maybe
No,
Brandon
but
Sanderson's
that's
altered my
also
mind
not
as
what
well.
planned.
Oh, damn.
But that's also not all that's planned. There's 4 more coming.
4? I thought it was 4 in total for the second part. Oh my gosh. I need to catch up. I'm still so grumpy at book
Oh
2.
no. Okay, so there's
Oh,
4.
thank you for the
So
hydrate turquoise.
there's 3.
I drink
There's
water.
3, 4, 4. So there's another like era coming. We're getting 3 eras
Okay.
of Mistborn.
Does really like his
Yeah.
threes, which, I mean, I like the number 3 too. It works well. Drink water.
Yeah, there's another Mistborn era. And you're on book 2 of
I'm on
what
book
is
2,
going to
and
be
I'm
11.
grumpy with book 2, and I've explained to you why I'm grumpy, and you said that's fair, but it gets fixed in book 3, but that doesn't mean I'm not grumpy at book 2. I need to read
Fair.
the rest of the first arc at least. I need to read the third book just so we can not have this argument every month of me being grumpy at Brandon
Right.
Sanderson brackets Mistborn book 2.
You should read Era 1. You should finish Era 1 at least.
I might do it next month. It depends how long the books turn out to be that we pick.
You should also probably finish Era 2 if we're going to be reading more Stormlight. Because Stormlight's on a break right now, where we're not getting Stormlight for like a few years. So it's the best time to
There's a
catch up
few
with
years worth
Stormlight.
of books already in Starlight.
Yeah, but it's the best time to catch up now before he publishes the next, like,
You sound like a One
5.
Piece fan.
Okay, so there's 5, and then we're taking like a 5-year break. I think it's 5 years. Might be more. And then he's publishing 5 more.
Me talking about One Piece. This is what I'm having flashbacks to. Best times now. There's only gonna be more. Okay.
Okay, with One Piece. One Piece is ending soon, probably. Probably.
Do you have any pet peeves about the world building? I don't
No.
think I do.
No,
Soon.
I really like.
It's a very hand wavy soon there. I don't think I do.
No, I don't
I think
either.
it's really good.
Honestly, world building. The world building in this is some of my favorite.
I think this might be,
It's some of my favorite world building in a YA book I've read in a while. Um,
yeah. I think there were books
I
which
will
have.
say it's
Oh,
not.
sorry.
It's not like a Brandon Sanderson, but it's also not as long as like Stormlight Archive or like.
It's 2/3 of the length of Way
Yeah,
of Kings. So
yeah. So like, I get it. I don't expect more of it than it is. It's also a YA book. That's
I do
main
think it
focus.
has tentatively my favorite YA world building. I'm trying to think of a YA book that
I would need to
has.
think about it.
Honestly, I know it's not a fantasy book per se. I'm going to put an asterisk there because we're going to talk about fantasy and fairy story and future time difference being a form of fantasy. But the only one that is sitting in being as cohesive a book in this similar kind of genre would be The Hunger Games, which doesn't have fantasy in it, it's just dystopia. And so I don't really know what that would fall under in the genre category, just like YO dystopia.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay. So okay. I will say no. No. But like, okay. If I have to say what's my favorites are, they're like YA, right? Um, because you have stuff like Earthsea, which is
Oh, yeah.
um,
Comparing people to
and
Ursula
also
K. Le Guin
technically
isn't
Six of
fair.
Crows.
I wouldn't put Six of Crows in YA.
It's technically a YA book. I wouldn't say it.
The
It's
fact that
like high YA, but it is.
I I feel like a story partially set in a drug den is in YA, but maybe I don't know. There's levels to YA. I wouldn't.
Yeah, like
Six of
that's
Crows is
why
for
I
an
don't.
older audience than Raybearer. This is one of the
Yeah,
biggest
yeah,
complaints I had of its framing when I was reviewing it. But those characters do not act like they're 16 to 17.
no,
Um, they act like they are 25 and have back pain um, at the youngest. So
but yeah, you have stuff like Earthsea. Honestly, his Dark Materials as well. Um, Abhorsen by Garth Nix.
I still haven't read
Um,
that series. I've just read his other series. One day I'll read Sabriel.
yeah.
One day.
Honestly, Abhorsen by Garth Nix. There's a few. I will say
I think
the fact that it's compared to like Earthsea, Abhorsen, and this is a
debut
single book.
novel.
It's a debut novel and it's one book where Earthsea, His Dark Materials, Abhorsen are all series. They're full like series
Mhm.
and stuff.
I think
It is insane.
of
It's
books I
really
have
good.
read that were published after like the millennium. I don't
Hmm.
know a YA fantasy book that this is within the top few to me. I think that's my,
Yeah,
my conclusion. The
it's very
adverts are
high.
actually happening at the moment, so I'm gonna run to get uh go to the bathroom. Um, just I had been looking at the timer and trying to not scuff things up. Are you free to yap whilst I sprint to the bathroom?
Yeah,
Okay, and then we can change over, and then hopefully people won't miss out with the advertisements. Okay, we're back.
yeah. Let's yap about One Piece because Danya hates One Piece. Isn't One Piece like in its final arc now, though? Oh, it feels like it. From what I've been reading, it feels like we're in the end. Watch it be end, but it's like 5 years still. I could see it, honestly. I watched 10 episodes, so in my view, it never ends. Wait, did you just watch like the first 10 episodes and then went like, nah? Because that's kind of funny, I'm gonna be real. Interesting. Turquoise, we've got a heretic here.
What's
Smite them,
happening?
please.
Who's getting smited?
Dust.
Dust, why are you getting smited? I imagine it's a very reasonable action, unless have you suddenly gone
They watched
rogue?
10 episodes of One Piece and then gave up.
I mean, yeah.
No, it's not about it. You have to at least watch one arc.
If I say I've watched maybe half an episode of One Piece and it was one of the like 60th ones because I was at the 2 a.m. in an anime marathon.
You should at least watch an arc.
This is how
It
delusion
gets good
sounds.
after 150. Yes, it does.
This is how I sounded talking about Yu-Gi-Oh, and I have learned from my sins. Hi, Click.
That is Yu-Gi-Oh. That is
What
you
is
talking
you?
about Yu-Gi-Oh.
I don't talk about Yu-Gi-Oh much anymore. I'm so grumpy with what they've done to the card game. But um, oh wait, advertisements are still happening. Woo.
Oh, well, advertisements happen. Then yeah.
Yeah?
May I be irresponsible and get you addicted to a game?
What? What's the game, and then I'll decide.
Chaos Zero Nightmare.
Actually, wait. Last time you did this, it was Arknights.
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay.
Apt comparison. It's a gotcha. It's
No!
gotcha Slay the Spire.
I'm about to spend so much money on the Arknights law book because they finally printed an English version to the art and storybook
Yeah.
one, and I'm gonna buy the Kalsa Maid skin. I'm waiting till I get paid and then
Oh.
I'm buying it.
So,
If I'm teaching
it's called
myself a new programming language, I'm buying the angry Catwoman in a maid outfit. Um,
Angry Catwoman in a maid outfit. I
angry,
do like
smart,
that skin.
philosophical Catwoman in a maid outfit.
Skin is really good. But, okay, so it's gotcha Slay the Spire.
But I could just play Slay the Spire. Slay the Spire 2 coming
No, it's actually really good.
2026. I'll
It's
have
actually
a look.
really good. I'm gonna be so for real. I was a doubter and I just spent like 10 hours today playing it. Um, it's really good. Sadly, because
Gotcha.
yeah. Uh,
I tried to pick out the card game from the show, it really did not help. I swear they made the show and then were just like, oh heck, we gotta fit a card game around this and made completely separate rules. The rules are not consistent in the first 3 series. I have so much beef with early Yu Gi
for
Oh!
Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I saw
basically what
Bakugan.
happened. I've never seen Bakugan.
Oh, oh, it's a banger.
I've heard good things about it. I watched 2 people try and do the little fight with the little spinny lads, and it didn't really work. But like the little flip orb, orb,
Mm,
big orb
yeah, the
enthusiasm.
Bakugan.
Yeah, I'd always planned the card game,
I
but
had
didn't have
so
the
many.
rules made for the show. I always wanted one, but I love the show. Maybe
How
we.
made is so good.
Cal Maid is very good. We love maid outfits. Everyone get a maid outfit or a butler outfit. Culture variety.
But yeah, Bakugan was great. It was a good show. They had somebody that was very gender,
Oh, now I want to watch.
but that's a spoiler.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not telling you who it is because it's a spoiler, but just know you'll watch the show and then you'll get to a reveal and you'll be like, oh yeah, that's gender. It's very,
okay.
yeah.
That's fair enough. I enjoyed dramatic gender. Should we hop back into the world building? I think we were just talking about how good it is. Um, but yeah,
Hmm,
this is the best world building I have seen in a recently published YA novel. Admittedly, I don't read as much YA as I used to, so maybe I'm like missing out on the strong contenders because it's not something that I see and encounter as much anymore. But it's just
same.
very well done. Um, yeah, nodding, thumbs up, general positivity. Um,
I'm trying to think of what's a recently published YA book that's gone. I don't read a lot of YA anymore.
a lot of the YA I read is kind of formative YA that I just happened to miss out on because it wasn't in the
Hmm,
library and I just never got to read it. I don't know.
yeah.
Things like me one day reading Sabriel. I have the first book now. I found it in a charity shop for
Oh,
£2.50. Um,
ooh, awesome. Mm.
so
You should
yeah,
read Sabriel.
I should read Sabriel. I won the jump catch game because I'm tall. Should we talk about characters for a little bit then?
Yeah, I'm done.
So,
Oh, wait. You know what's technically YA?
oh,
Technically,
is this going to be
Poppy War.
technically? I feel like there are YA is broad, and YA can cover from things that like an 11-year-old should read to like late teens.
Yeah.
Raybearer is in a different branch of YA to Poppy War and Six of Crows.
Yeah,
I do think,
yeah, it is.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, it really is.
I think one of the reasons why I love Raybearer's world building so much in that it is a book for kids and young teenagers, kind of unapologetically
Mm,
with its tone, and it is a full, fleshed out, logically consistent, lived in world that progresses over time and stays consistent whilst being aimed at that audience. And I just
yeah.
really appreciate that.
No, I agree.
Because there are
No, sorry,
examples
I
of,
was thinking of YA books, and
no, that's
I
the.
remember somebody telling me like, "Oh, yes, my favorite YA book, Poppy War," and I took psychic damage from that conversation, so I
Yeah,
had to mention it.
I still can't process that someone thought Six of Crows was a YA novel. Brackets the
Yeah, it's a YA
publishers.
book.
Sometimes publishers are
It's like
incorrect.
it was marketed as a YA book.
Someone's grandma got jump scared when she started reading that book to like Timmy. Oh,
Oh,
dear.
oh, yeah, that's bad. Yeah, that's bad.
You're
Oh well.
gonna read Kaz's backstory to a 12-year-old? You're gonna read. There's
Yeah,
literally. There's so much prostitution in that story.
there is. There is. Oh,
People will really put
oh,
labels
yeah.
on books to sell them. Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Um. Anyway, talking about a good book, characters in this book. So you have one perspective throughout the story, Sarazai, and I think the one gripe I have with her character development is the timeline was ambiguous, and so you kind of had to guess what age she was at through the tone of her narration and the way the characters treated her. And
Yeah.
that's not necessarily a character issue, but I would have just liked stricter context because at times I felt a little bit lost based off trying to fill in the details and where we were in the story chronologically. It's a linear storytelling. They don't do like a little fade to black in a land far, far away, 10,000 years in the future. There's none of that. There's just next chapter.
Yeah.
um, but yeah, I think it did a good job of having characters who are flawed, and that is not a flaw that is hidden and they reflect on and no one else acknowledges. It is.
Mm,
It just showed very real perceptions and depths of characters interacting with each other, and that was cool. And it was well executed in YA. One thing which I will mention, just because it's within the kind of character description, I saw a lot of tags of this as a LGBTQ book,
yeah.
and there is one character who is so, um,
Yep.
but that is really kind of confined to one conversation. And although it is
Yep.
very well handled, and I don't think I can talk about it without it being spoilers, and so I'm gonna stay vague, but it's very well handled. From how it was included in the marketing of the book, I expected it to be a more significant aspect. Um, and so I'm just gonna like
Agreed.
mention that quickly, but it was very well handled. Um, with a character coming to terms with their own sexuality. Um, Character relationships felt lived in. I liked them. I did the little giggling, kicking my feet thing at a few points in the book because it felt so appropriately young. The way the characters are kind of like blushing around each other and those sorts of interactions. It was compelling. The dialogue. I'm going to talk about this more in the writing, but it maintains the near musical style of the book. Um,
Yeah.
I do think there are Oh, I should really look up the character names. This is where I don't know if I'm just doing a bad job of googling. Brackets Google is useless now, but I haven't been able to find a like fandom wiki or a
No, I couldn't find one
source
either.
to look up the character names because I that would be helpful since I read this a while ago. Um,
Same. I don't remember character names anymore, but that's out of my mind. That's been gone for a while. I
yeah.
read this book in the first week that we chose it.
I read it in like 4
Uh,
days. I'm doomed. Oh, hi,
I think I
Oslo.
read it in like 3, 4 days as well.
Oh,
I
yeah,
like
bum.
sped read this book, and I've been desperately clinging on to as much of this book as I can this last month.
Yep. Uh, I
Especially after reading Tolkien with like the
Tolkien on
on
fairy
fairy
stories took up
stories.
all my brain cells, and
But there's also
I felt so stupid reading
I
that
don't
book at times, but I loved it. Um,
I don't know if I told you this, by the way. So the funniest thing happened with this is like, and we'll maybe talk a bit about it when we actually get to on fairy stories, because it's kind of like related. Yeah, it's like related-ish. Daniel Green, the like booktuber guy, put a book out on the history of fantasy.
oh
A video out on
really?
the history of fantasy and like the different eras of fantasy and stuff like that. Um, which felt very apt
Yeah.
for talking about Tolkien and like ideas Tolkien had on like stuff like fairy tales and where all of fantasy comes from.
I will say with having what I talk about when I talk about running, and now on fairy stories being book club books, I have approximately doubled the times where an author references a book in an interview as being something they're reflecting on or is inspiring them at the moment to go, I read that, I'm cool, I read books. So big up book club. but but yeah. There's because a lot of them are introduced over time and it is kind of spoilers to say who the key characters are. Um, I'm not going to talk more about specific ones. The romantic relationships and the conversations around it were believable. Um, there was also a fun handling of like, oh yeah, this is the like social policy, but it kind of happens. Um, the
Yeah,
because of the way this book is told to you over time, talking about any characters other than Sarisai and the lady does really feel like spoilers. Um,
yeah,
I love the lady's character. She was potentially one of my favorite characters in this book as a
yeah.
cohesive depiction of
I
a
agree.
person. Very
Yeah,
cool. Um, yeah, very
with a lot
cool.
of spoiler stuff, a lot deeper and cooler than you would think on the surface.
Yeah, there's yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be emo. Very, very well executed um, antagonist who you don't believe the character you are following doesn't hate, if that makes sense as a description.
Yeah,
Very,
yeah,
very nuanced, very cool, and uses fantasy to discuss through kind of extremities the experience of perceiving and understanding parents' decisions and your how your perspective on their own experiences grows as you age and how that affects your experience and own context of intergenerational trauma. Very well executed. Um, yeah,
yeah. Honestly, a lot of the characters in this was really good.
yeah.
I don't
I
remember their names, but they were good.
I was kind of grumpy with Ruin, who you meet early on, because he was one of my favorite characters until a point
Hmm.
that we'll talk about later. But he had a really interesting character arc.
What's the
That's
what's the like
the
friend's name?
Kira or Sanjit
No.
or Dio?
Sanjit. I like Sanjit. Daya is the like
Dio's the
prince. I like
prince.
Sanjit.
Mhm.
I really like Sanjit.
His
I
backstory
also like Dio.
made me emo. I like Dio
Mm,
as well. The book didn't spend as much time on Dio as I expected,
no.
but he still felt fleshed out, and it felt appropriate the time that wasn't spent on him, especially with later in the story points that I can't talk about because this is the spoiler-free side. But yeah, it was the character
True.
development was good and cohesive. I also
Yeah.
enjoyed the sort of vicarious development you got of the lady with watching a character grow up and come to terms with their own experience and reflect on it as a kind of development of awareness and by proxy character development of her. Um, oh,
Mm.
I accidentally clicked next page on the slides, but we're back now. Um, yeah, I don't know if there's something else I can say about characters without spoilers. Oh heck, Jake, welcome in, leaders. How are you doing? Were you doing some
Okay.
practice for the tournament tomorrow? Wait, what be the time zone? Okay, it's not birthday yet, but welcome in, Jake. I hope you had a great stream. Happy almost birthday. I hope you are taking care of yourself. If you need to grab a drink, take a break. Make sure to take care of yourself. We're just doing book club. We're currently talking about Raybearer, which is a YA fantasy book, and we're I think about to talk about the general writing style. We've been yapping about the world building and the characters for a little bit. Oh,
Poland.
Poland.
I like Poland.
Good. What were you up to? Were you doing some practice for the tournament tomorrow?
Were you
Throwing hatchets?
were you looking at Poland on Google Maps?
GeoGuessr? I'd be so bad at GeoGuessr, but I would still be better than most Americans.
Yeah, you would.
Were you about to agree that I would be bad or better than Americans? Think carefully.
I was trying to think about it. I was gonna say you would annihilate Val,
Oh
but
yeah.
like I think most people would annihilate Val in
Yeah.
GeoGuessr.
Did it before stream you played Terraria. I hope that was fun. You gotta throw the things at the people. I'm still
Terraria.
scared of the worms. The worms to the left of the map. I've got no better description. The third boss, I think. Scary. I
Worm.
like the big slime.
Worm.
Feel positively about big
Worm.
slime.
King Slime.
Yeah.
Worm.
Dragon Quest, my
Worm.
beloved. Eater of
Worm.
Worlds, third boss, they're the ones. They
Worm.
stress me out.
Worm.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate turquoise
Worm.
hydrogen quarter.
I'm out of water. I need to go get some more.
Okay, I'm gonna start yapping about the writing style. Unless you have any other points on character.
Worm. No, I don't. While you do that, I'm gonna go grab a drink.
Okay, Bill.
I'll still
Um,
be here. I'm just gonna mute.
okay. So, I alluded to it earlier when I was talking about dialogue, but this book has a very lyrical tone almost. It has a distinct rhythm to the writing, and it's very digestible prose. It's not flowery or convoluted. It suits the YA genre, but there is I don't know how to specify it outside of rhythm to the way it is written, and that gives the book natural tempo because it encourages you to continue reading. This is the type of book which I feel would do really well when read aloud, which isn't always the case, um, especially for fantasy books because it can be difficult to maintain that sort of tempo and cadence when there are obstructive fantasy word number 20 in a paragraph. But this book just maintained a consistent musicality and cadence. The the prose and the style of writing stand out to me. I really liked it. It was a very easy read, I think. Admittedly more information and reflection dense than most YA. If you are more familiar with the kind of we go on a quest, we have a sword, we fight a dragon YA style, I could see how it may not necessarily be the easiest to read because it is more dense in its reflections and investigation of ideas than those parallels, but that isn't something that's contributed to by the writing, it's more so by the contents. And I think that's to the book's benefit. I think it's very smooth read. Um, the type of hero's journey tends to be repetitive. Yeah, it's like we were yapping about it a little earlier, but the style of almost political fantasy with a lot of action, so to speak, happening off screen or in brief segments, being not the main focus of the story while still being in a fantasy setting with conflict, feels new to me in a YA setting, and that's very interesting.
Worm. Yeah, no, it is.
Really like worms. Okay. What are your points on the writing? Worm?
It was good.
Okay.
No, it was good. I liked it. It was. I agree with the like song vibe of it to a degree. Um, I also agree. I would be curious at like an audiobook of this because I do think it would be very hmm, not fun, but like pretty, like read out loud.
Mhm.
It's got a very fun cadence to it and like vibe. Um, I really like a lot of that attached to it. It's a weird way to say that sentence, but I do like a lot of that. I like the writing, honestly. I will say the writing to me kind of takes a backseat to what this book does really, really well. It's not badly written, but it's not like
I think that's
um
fair. I
the
will say,
King Killer Chronicles, which is the King Killer Chronicles is always carried by its writing, if anything. Um,
I will say, for the spoiler section, but there are some banger quotes from this book.
there is a lot of really good quotes.
Um, and the fact that they feel integrated within the text, I think, is indicative of the strength of writing. But also
Yeah.
in credit to the theme integration, because at least the quotes that people share heavily often relate to the book's themes. Um,
Mm. No, I agree. And I like the dialogue in this as well. Um,
I can't remember a
and
huge
how the
amount about the dialogue from when I read it, to be honest.
hmm.
Which I think just means it
I
was
just remember
good and
finding it
fine.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
I liked a lot of. It was like usually dialogue is either like hmm, dialogue is the interesting thing. Why I say I like it is because it's not obtrusive. Like if I ever thought of the dialogue often, it's either because it's really good dialogue writing or it's really bad and annoying dialogue writing. So I just like it because it's not obtrusive to what this book is doing.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Um, I think this book did a good job. I'm struggling to say things without talking about spoilers and
Or not
quotes.
spoilers.
Apologies if
Yeah.
I'm being a bit brief with it, but I think the writing was good. was tonally appropriate for the age group it's aimed at, and did a good job of handling dense theory and world building in a way that was digestible and didn't feel stop start when intermingling it with
Yeah.
characters' reflections, and like quite long periods in the book where essentially nothing happens, but you feel things are developing because of the strength of the writing. Um,
Yeah. Because yeah, nothing does happen sometimes. Even then, I would say this book is very, what's the word? Plot driven?
I would agree with that for the second half.
The second half is extremely plot driven, yeah.
Oh, hi, Silver Lining. Welcome in, welcome in. Sounds like casual reading, which is not bad. Just something to read on a trip. I think that's the way a lot of adults read YA now, which is,
Yeah.
yeah, so that's definitely true. Finally made it to 60. Oh, Elsa. Wait, big number. Let's go. Benny book.
Big number. Wait, what am I on now?
You don't pick up the daily book. You're on like 12 or
I
something.
don't. I lurk.
15.
15, okay. I've rem I've remembered 15 times to do it. After like hundreds of streams I've been here.
To be fair, we reset to debut, so I think the most you can be
Yeah,
on is like 130.
yeah.
You should read more books,
I
Kai. Yeah, you
I
need to
just
read more
forget to
fantasy.
pick
You
up.
haven't read enough.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Mwahahaha. Um,
Yeah, sure. Too much.
I think you need to read more Brandon Sanderson books. That's what I think.
There
Um,
is no more Brandon Sanderson to read.
have you read all of them?
I am caught up with every Brandon Sanderson book.
Oh my gosh. I think last time you still had some of the surprise projects to read, so I suppose that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah,
Diabolical.
I
It's
finished the
okay. He'll
surprise
churn
projects
out
now.
another 2 or 3 in the next year.
Yeah, that's the good thing about Brandon Sanderson. I don't have to wait very long.
um, do you have any pet peeves about the writing? I don't think I do.
No, not at all. I just had a great time with it.
Yeah, I think it was good. Um, yeah, I think it was good. I think it suited its age category, and within that genre, it did a really good job on executing with the slight emphasis on its lyrical nature and its tone and rhythm.
Yeah. No, I liked it a lot. It was a very easy read because it was really well written and not obtrusive writing. That's the right word, not obtrusive writing.
So, should we move on to our wrap up for the spoiler free review? For
Yeah, I'm
um,
done.
my is it what I expected going in? No.
Tell them.
Book jackets don't do a good job. um,
Screw Goodreads.
it didn't. Yeah, not a big fan of Goodreads. All the homies love Storygraph. Um, it isn't what I expected going in, but it's still a very good book. Um, I think, as I said, if you go in expecting action, you might be a bit disappointed, but there is
Yeah.
more than enough content to make up for where the traditional action might be in a YA novel. Um, I liked the book. I think potentially a little unfair. I have not been just as a reader, because the mood you're in when you read a book does skew your perception of it. I haven't been as kind of hype on fantasy as a whole, but specifically YA fantasy recently, as I have been historically.
Mm.
And so when I first read the book, I probably wouldn't have given it a super high rating if I had to give it a numerical score. But when I paused to reflect on it and make notes on it for getting ready for book club, I realized that with the exception of that one relationship, I only have positives about this book. Um,
Yeah.
and so I would definitely recommend it either to read yourself, or if you have a kind of someone who is in the YA demographic, even on the younger side of it, who there's like a Christmas or a holiday or a birthday, this is a great book for them. Yeah,
Christmas is coming.
it is. Listen, holidays, many chances to give
Christmas,
people
Christmas
books.
time.
I expect books. I don't know how I expect to receive them, but I always expect books. The but yeah, I like the book and I would recommend it. One thing which I will note on, which
Yeah,
I haven't mentioned it so far because I don't think it's a spoiler, but this is part of a duology, and it does end
yeah,
with a lot of things not tied up. Um,
yeah,
and it does end priming you for the second book. And
yes.
I have been on a campaign complaining the books feel like part one and not a book, and that's not always fair. Series have always been a thing, but I do feel to some
We are
extent,
losing the arts of standalones.
yeah, I do to some extent feel like with how much content this book had and the fact that so much of the story was tied up so cohesively, and some of the later points that are clearly going to be the driving force in book two only clearly being established and fleshed out in the latter part of the book, it makes me wonder if that is something that was added into the book at a later date rather than the intention throughout its inception and writing. Um,
Mm.
and so that always makes me a smidgen grumpy, but that is just because I
And you like standalones.
yeah, it's not that I it's not that I think a book needs to be a standalone to be good. It's that I think books often default into being series when they should default into being standalones. Because it's difficult to carry a story over multiple books, and it requires execution that is difficult and above that of creating a cohesive standalone book. Um,
Yeah.
and it feels like nowadays a lot of books are written as series as defaults, rather than writing a functional standalone book and then realizing the world has content to expand on, or has plots you want to continue to develop, or has arcs you can't fulfill within the word count appropriately for the demographic you're writing for. Not everyone can be Brandon Sanderson and do part one, two, and three in his books. Um, and so I understand why series exist. A lot of my favorite books and series are longer ones, but yeah, I complain about this a little bit. I feel
But
like
you
books should
don't
be
like the
written.
One Piece. You don't like One Piece.
Have you seen the One Piece one book for the first like 1,000 volumes that you can't open? And it's just
Yeah,
one book.
yeah. I kind of want it. It's kind
Oh
of
my
cool.
gosh.
It's kind of cool over real.
It is kind of cool as a performance art piece, but as a book, I question its
I
functionality.
kind of I would want the whole of One Piece though as a book, as like one book when it's done.
That that is the One Piece they're looking for. Um,
That's I would love that. But it might be that you know that meme of like the big like book with the engineer guy looking at it?
the one with like the hand on the hip at a jaunty angle.
No. No 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 no. Big book meme.
I like big books.
This one. I'm gonna send it to you in DMs.
Just
I fear it might be this though if you actually ever do get.
yes.
I fear it might be that.
But yeah, I like this book. Realizing with like 5 chapters left there was going to be a sequel, I was a smidgen. I didn't set
Yeah, it was
aside.
a
I
bit
didn't pick
annoying.
up the sequel. I haven't read it since. I might read it at some point. I've only seen one review of the sequel, and it wasn't as positive a review of the first book, which makes me nervous. But
Oh. Oh, I didn't know that.
I've only seen one review of it though, so that might have just been one person's opinion. But yeah, I think the first book was really good. I would have been very happy if it wrapped up, even with ending within like imperfect, not necessarily resolved world, but with
Yeah.
be tied together plot points rather than intentionally open ones. Oh, Aki,
Yeah.
thank you for the follow. Welcome to the library. I hope you're having a good day. Um, but but
Welcome.
but yeah, I think I would have probably personally preferred them more. I will say I don't hate series. I know it can sound like that, but there are times when books are finished and I've been like, yeah, that was a good single book, and I would be very happy to read the series. Cough, cough, cough. Gideon the Ninth. But sorry, I should take more opportunities to talk about Gideon the Ninth. And I will do, frankly. You can't stop me.
Yeah, you have like
I have been
more.
so normal about that book, and I have the capacity to change that.
More. I don't actually know. Did you read?
I haven't read
You were
all
gonna
of them.
start.
I've read how I feel like the titles of the books are spoilers if you haven't read the first one.
Well, I don't think so.
I've read How It Harked the Ninth, but I
Uh,
haven't read the third.
okay.
I'm trying to pick up a copy of it. I can't find one secondhand, and I'm grumbling about it. People who buy the book keep
Yeah.
the book because it's perfect. Um,
Yeah. No, that was my question. Is if you have like two more to read or three or two more or one more to read? Well, technically you have two more to read, but fourth
I
book isn't
I
out
was
yet.
gonna say I didn't think it was finished. Yeah, yeah. That's why I've
You know,
not been
I
like
was
desperately
talking about like
clawing at picking up the books because I'm accepting I'm gonna have to wait for the final one. Um,
yeah. I was specifically referencing if you've read Harrow the Ninth.
I have.
Okay, cool. Because
We'll
I know
talk
you
later.
talked about you were gonna start reading it, and then yeah.
Yeah, I needed a day to just like lie on the floor and experience emotions and reread the last three chapters. But I
Yeah.
did eventually accept things that happened and read How I Hacked the Ninth. Um, but back onto Raybearer. Uh, yeah, I will read a sequel. I would read another book by the author. If the author has any standalone fantasy books, I would love reading them. If they have a series too, I have so many books on my TBR. I am slightly reticent to add series unless they come heavily
Yeah.
recommended, and so that is just I'm gonna check my Storygraph TBR, and we're gonna all go shame. Um, it is
My TBR is probably just as big.
224 books. Um,
Oh, mine's bigger.
yeah, that's because you have every Brandon Sanderson book on there as a reread.
Okay, that's also true.
But yeah, so I would definitely read any other standalone books the author produces. Also, as a note, if she branches into other genres, so general fantasy, not necessarily YA fantasy, or I feel like she'd do a really good job of writing dystopian novels, anything in those
Oh
spaces, I'd
yeah.
be very interested to see her work. Um, feel really positively about this book.
Yeah.
Um, I
Dystopian. She would be very good at dystopian.
Yeah, you see what I mean? It feels like a rogue pick unless you've read the book, but some of how the themes are handled in the world building and fantasy, I'm just like, oh, you would do very well in this space. I have positive feelings, but I recommend this book to someone who wants to get into the slower aspects of kind of adult contemporary contem- contemporary fantasy, a kind of Jade
Whoa!
City-esque book, but feels intimidated by the narration and reflection heavy structure of the book and wants something in that style, but that is less dense, more approachable. I think this is a perfect
Yeah.
book for that, and I think it's a good book in its own right. I would recommend it if you need to pick up a book for a younger reader. I think this is a really good
Yeah.
one. I think,
I
yeah,
agree with them.
I think it's a really good one. I think it sets a lot of good examples without hitting you over the head with the stick of this is how to be perfect. And that's always nice and good. And it also respects its audience whilst being appropriate for a young reader. I don't have, I have anything else to say. I feel very positively about this book.
Same. I kind of want to reread it in a while. Maybe this time I'll remember more of the character names.
Yeah.
Are
Oh,
we getting old?
probably. The sleep
Is my
deprivation
memory
isn't helping
starting to
either
go?
of us.
No, probably not.
um, but yeah. And what are your wrap up thoughts on Raybearer?
Yes, I resent that statement. How dare you say I'm getting old, Restmore?
I mean, we're both a few
I can't
100 years
believe
old,
this.
why?
I can't believe this. Is it what I expected going in? No, but we talked about that. Did I like the book? A lot. Yeah, a lot. I would say I enjoyed it. It's one of my more favorite like YA recently, like recent YA. That's not just an old series doing a sequel. Would I read a sequel? I don't know. Would I read another book by the author? Yes. Would I read a sequel? I don't know.
I feel I've made you
I'm
scared
scared
of the
now.
sequel by me saying one person didn't give a glowing review. But it was.
Well, I also just kind of, I, you did remind me of how like it was literally in the last 5 pages, where like it wasn't literally in the last 5 pages, but
It
basically in
was
the
in the
last five
last three
pages.
chapters that it set up
Yeah,
the need for a sequel, which always makes me
yeah,
nervous. But
yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of that.
I understand why it
Yeah.
happens. But
Would
I
I recommend it to people? Yes.
yeah, I was gonna complain about the ending of Six of Crows again. Sorry, I'm still hurt by that. It took 7 days for the book to arrive for the sequel, and I was unhappy throughout all of them. I was sorry. You caused this.
Yes, yes, I did. It
um.
happened to me too. You can live through it.
Okay.
Think of it as a bonding experience. We both cried because of Six of Crows.
Yeah, I'd already cried. I didn't need to cry at the ending as well. Um. Okay. I think if we're both finished up, shall we start? And I don't assume we will ever stop, but shall we go through the majority of our spoiler-free thoughts on Tolkien on fairy stories? So I have,
Okay, so
before we jump
the
into
thing with
this,
this book,
is I'm going to make a quick suggestion on how we handle it on the spoiler-free and spoiler side. And we haven't discussed this beforehand, so you can tell me whether or not you think this is a good idea. But I think it makes sense to talk about the themes and how they're addressed without discussing Tolkien's conclusions. Because I think if you
yeah,
give the conclusions to all the points, it takes away from the reading of it. And it's going to be a bit difficult at times, but I think that's a good way to handle this. We'll probably be
yeah,
less strict than we normally are with spoilers, given that this is a series of essays and letters. Um, as a second note, I have something to fess up to. So there were different
yeah.
versions of fairy stories. The version which I think we both
I
read,
don't know
or
where
the one
I
that I
get them.
recommended, was Tolkien on fairy stories. I got the expanded edition, the expanded anniversary edition, by Verlin
Yeah,
Flieger and Douglas A. Anderson. Um, this one
that's
includes
the one I had.
all of the previous versions of the essays and their manuscripts. So there's actually three versions of Tolkien's on fairy stories in this book,
Yeah,
and I read two of them. I didn't read the third version. Um,
I read all three.
so in a sense, I did not finish, but considering it was the final version of an essay and then two draft versions of it, I feel like it
Yeah,
counts.
no, it does.
I think that's
Having
technically the
read,
first time I haven't finished reading a book for book club, but I didn't want to do the
can
book a disservice. Yeah, you can't say
you
this. You didn't
didn't
finish
finish a
Priory.
book?
I read.
I didn't finish Brewery.
You didn't finish Priory. You haven't finished
Okay, but
Priory. You've had half a
I
year
still
to
haven't
read
finished
about the
Brewery.
dragon lesbians and you haven't. What are your
I still haven't
priorities?
finished Brewery. I still haven't finished Brewery. Uh, to be fair to me, this book is 300 pages. Priory is 700.
Yeah, and it's Bible pages 700.
it's it's Bible pages like small text font.
Yeah.
700.
I will say, we're kind of going off order, but reading this book made me feel stupid at points. I had to pause and
Same.
reread sentences so many times, and I don't read a huge amount of um most of the kind of classics that I read that are over 100 years old, I read around a decade ago. Um, when I was first kind of
Yeah, I haven't
it,
read one in a while.
I am not used to reading older English that hasn't been modernized, and also
Hmm.
this is dense with some capital
Yeah,
letters. Um, I had to look words up quite often. And I don't mean that in the
same.
sense of every other word, but this man worked for the dictionary writing definitions of words, and it shows. Um, Admittedly,
His vocabulary is crazy good.
it is crazy. I one thing which I'm gonna go on a little tangent, but at the time, I had a period where I briefly bamboozled myself into thinking this book was somehow written 50 years earlier than it actually was, because
Yeah.
Tolkien writes in an older style than his
Hmm.
setting suits. So this book was drafted between 1935 and originally published in its first form in 1947, I believe, with the essays and notes later being combined and republished as a cohesive document discussing Tolkien's development in establishing these theories in the posthumously, so several decades later. Um, this is written like it's written in like the 1890s.
Yep.
This is not modernized text, and it's not egregious, but I coincidentally went back and was reading. I've been on a mystery kick. That's what I've been reading mostly this month. And I was reading some mystery books from the 1930s and 40s. And I paused and I went back to On Fairy Stories and I was like, wait, this was written after. Why does it feel and read like it was written 100 years before? And so Tolkien is very eloquent, but it doesn't make it the most digestible text. Um,
No.
the Blueberry was
And it is
right.
also academic text.
Yeah, this was written as the script for a series of lectures. Um,
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very highly academic text from arguably, well, no, not arguably, at his time, probably the best in his field in his
Asterisks.
time.
Not at the time this was released. Later on in life.
No.
But
Yeah.
I'm going to do a bit of social context for this book because you read this book because you are a fan of fantasy and you respect Tolkien's position within it. This was written when he had finished The Hobbit, but before he had written The Lord of the Rings, and he
Yeah.
was respected, but the context of this being written was it was intended as a series of lectures, and he'd already made notes on it over the years, but it was brought to a finished point for lectures on the life and work of Andrew Lang, which, kind of
Yep.
funny note, Tolkien like disses Andrew Lang's work quite a bit in his perspectives for someone who he was giving a lecture in
Does.
honor of. Um, but he was requested to be one of the speakers at a series of lectures on in memorial of this other great cultural archivist and someone who spent their life and work studying and collating fairy stories. Specifically, um, when asked to be the speaker, Tolkien was actually the third option. They tried
Yep.
to ask two other influential writers and historians, and they'd not been available. So Tolkien is an incredible writer, and within his lifetime would be recognised for his word on the Lord of the Rings, although more so after his passing, just as it has maintained its point as a cultural touchstone. But that was not where he was at when he wrote this book. And at several
No.
points, you see him address himself and say, I am not an expert in this, or I am not well studied, or well written in this regard. And it's just like, sure thing, buddy. Uh,
Yeah.
but yeah, I just wanted to give that little bit of context to going and reading this book. Um,
Yeah,
this
very important context.
this is really cool. I'm really glad this exists. Um,
Same. I'm really glad I read this.
yeah, I think I am going to reread it more slowly, but I'm going to reread it repeatedly, and I think I'm going to get more and more out of it over time.
Yeah.
I do think.
Honestly,
Oh,
you know what helped me with I coincidentally something fun happened with this book and reading it. So, like you said, it's technically how it is. It's technically three versions of the same essay.
mhm.
It's like three revisions of the same essay, at least the version we read. Because Denya randomly a few days ago, like a day or two ago, was like, I found out there's a 20-page version of this book, and I'm like,
There's an 80-page
why did I
version of
read
this book.
300?
There's a
Why did
version
I
of
read
this
like
book
over
which is just
300?
the version published in 1947 without any of the context or
Yeah, so
rewrites.
there's technically like that version of this book, but this is technically three versions. In between reading one and two and three. I don't remember which ones. But in between reading some of them, I watched the series of Brandon Sanderson doing his lectures on like fantasy writing that he did. I don't know if you've seen them,
I haven't actually.
dude. It's so cool.
Can you send
It's
me a
so
link
cool
to
to
the
have like
source for them?
yes. It's so cool to see a new modern perspective on like how fantasy writing, but also just like seeing how correct Tolkien was in his time on a lot of things, and like how influential he was on a lot of things.
Yeah. I think it's also quite interesting because I'm going to sound insane for this. I actually reread The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings for this.
Ooh, I didn't do that one.
So, because I was reading people discussing this book, and this is going to sound like a strange thing to admit. I've read The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings twice. This was my third time reading them. I hadn't read them in about a
Mm,
decade. They were some of the first fantasy books I encountered, I think, quite naturally, some
mm.
of the first non YA fantasy I read. And it was really interesting to go back and read them with more context and realize there's such a difference in style and tone between The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. And this book really shows the evolution of his intent and writing between the two. And I don't know how to explain the specifics of that. We're talking about spoilers about some of his conclusions. And so I'm just going to say it's cool. It's good.
Yeah.
um,
Which
as
version of it do you want, by the way?
do you mean?
Okay, so he does. So caveat, and for anybody that doesn't know what I'm talking about, Brandon Sanderson, who you might know, I speak about him sometimes. Um, often goes to a university. Um, I think it's not always the same one. And then he gives a set of lectures at the university. Um, and he does this every few years. So there's a bunch of iterations of them. The earliest ones I know of were from 2012, in which he did it at Brigham Young University. I'm pretty sure.
I've watched the first one
Then
of that, I
there's
think, actually. Sorry, I told
then
a fib.
there's a set of lectures he did in the next sets that I know about. So there's a lot in that one, right? There's 13 lectures in that one, I think, which he did for the Brigham Young one. He did he did a set in 2021, which is the most popular ones he did. Um, which is also 13 lectures, which he did in I don't remember BYU. Yeah, he did it at BYU again. In 2021, 2020, 2021, he did a set, and then he recently just redid it in 2025, like a few months ago.
Interesting. I'd be interested
So
to
there's
watch the
technically
first
three
ones
versions.
and then the latest ones to see the progression and the kind of.
That's his 2012 ones, and then this is his 2025 ones.
Okay.
I linked you to the playlists that like has all of them in them.
Uh-huh.
The first one is not on his channel though, because I think he wasn't a YouTuber actively in that time, so it's on a like alt. But the new ones is on his personal YouTube.
Okay. That's fair. Um,
I haven't watched the 2025 ones though. I kind of wanna.
we could watch them together at some point. Maybe a little activity.
Okay, I will say they're long.
That's fine. We don't have sleep schedules. Um, we won't be watching Fanatic. Sorry.
Don't
Uh,
you? You
sorry.
can't say that.
I'm
I'll still
dealing
watch.
emotional damage. We are gonna talk about on fairy stories. So we should go through the traditional structure. I got distracted a little bit before, but have you read anything else by this author?
No.
No.
No, yeah, of course I've read it.
Have you read The
I've
Civilian?
read-
I don't actually know.
yes.
Yeah, I read it a long time ago, but
I haven't read it in a while either, but no, yeah, I've read Hobbit, Silmarillion, and Lord of the Rings multiple times each.
mhm.
Did I read the Silmarillion more than once?
I read it
I
once.
think I read it twice. I think I read it twice, but I read it like once and then I reread it like almost instantly again. And then I just never read it again. I never revisited it. But I did revisit The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
But not in a while, honestly. I should reread some Tolkien.
I mean, um we'll be watching The Hobbit, yeah, tomorrow for film night. Um
Yeah, I know, I'm hosting.
um so if you wanna the recap of The Hobbit, perfect time. Good film adaptations.
Great film adaptations.
Very, very good. Um so the author expectations going into this book. I kind of didn't expect the writing to feel so out of time as it does, um,
Yeah.
which maybe was an oversight given Tolkien's style in his fantasy books, but part of me
Mm.
assumed that that was intention to add to the mysticism of the setting, um, rather than just
Hmm.
him writing like that. um,
Yeah.
but yeah, I I think this kind of matched my expectations going into it. I will say I didn't appreciate how the beauty of Tolkien's prose, although I think it's sometimes a little bit winding in this
Mm.
book. I think there are some sentences which maybe it's obscured by time and change in language, but there are some long sentences in this book that are not very easy to digest. And I
Yeah.
don't necessarily think that is at the fault of myself, the reader. I think that is because this was written for a lecture and appeared to be like ongoing, continuing drafts, and so makes very good points, but does sometimes take pausing and rereading. I would say.
Yeah. It is heavily obscured in like what's the word? Uh academic speak. It's a little
Yeah,
bit of a regard.
yeah. I think sometimes this is gonna sound strange. Sometimes Tolkien obfuscates his point by focusing on his opinion.
Yeah.
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 Still,
I can see that, yeah.
it's a long lecture. He does get to the point.
Yes.
But
Yeah, he does.
it can be a bit confusing at times. I several dozen times I had to pause and reread a sentence or go back and reread a paragraph because I had lost my place, felt like I didn't understand, and some amount of that is the age of the writing and it hasn't been updated, but it, it-
Yeah.
it's it's not like an easy read, but it is a worthwhile read. Um,
Yeah, it was not an easy read by any stretch of the imagination. It was really good, but no, it was not easy to read.
as a
Honestly,
quick,
this might be, in my opinion, the hardest book we've read.
yeah, I think that's true. I'm pausing to
I had
think.
to I had to reread some sections like twice, sometimes three times, just to like fully get what I think he meant out of
Yeah,
it.
there was one or two segments where I just had to look up what people were saying about it online because I was confused. Um, and some of that is use of language that isn't common anymore or may not have been common at the
Hmm.
time. I don't really have the context for, but in terms of just briefly talking about how we read the book, I read this one physically. I don't know.
Hmm.
I feel like this would be
I
a
read it digitally.
so something which I was going to talk about for the physical copy is there are photos of the manuscripts in the version that I have, as
Hmm.
well as
That's
there
cool.
is within the print crossing out of and hashing out of whole paragraphs in the manuscript A and B, as they're called within the text, to indicate when they were
Hmm.
crossed out and approximated,
That's kind of cool.
with little fun notes to say this word was largely observed, but we confidently assumed this, or asterisks and blank spaces when the word couldn't be clearly deciphered. And so I think that's really cool, and I don't know if that's communicated in digital editions. Um,
Not so I read it in digital in two different ways. I read a photo, the photocopied ones. That's just like basically the book, but just like in digital.
mhm.
But I only read a few chapters in that, a few like sections in that. And then I went to like a fully rewritten digital version. Um,
I'm
like I did on
curious.
my phone
Did that have
because
footnotes in it?
no,
Oh,
I had to look at
wild.
footnotes.
Okay.
I had to look at footnotes. I will say it helps reading it in the rewritten version in like an editable like there's like editable ones where you can like highlight sections, quote make
Yeah.
stuff on it. It helped a lot with
I
understanding
wrote 4 pages
sections.
of no, I wrote B5, if people know that as a page size. I wrote 5 pages of B5 notes in my commonplace journal trying to understand this book. I tend not to write on
Yeah,
books, but I was tempted to write on this one because I was
yeah,
trying to keep my place. But I lend my books to people, and so I want them to be relatively blank slates
yeah.
for them to read it. Writing on books is cool. Stories shall
Mm,
have stories. I'm not going to get distracted. Uh, One thing which I was gonna, it's kind of interesting to read it as a purely digital version because sometimes the sort of footnotes on things, specifically within Tolkien's first essay, um,
mm,
things like referring which of his notes to look at different points, or
yeah,
sometimes he would add in whole other paragraphs that were expansions that weren't necessarily included in the primary text. Sometimes, like a third
yeah,
of the page is a fun note. And so I'm kind of
yeah,
curious to see how that was digitized. Also, quick note there's a 30-page biography and index on this book, which I just think is fun.
yep.
And it's
That's kind of cool.
Bible text 30-page. Um,
Yep. Yeah, yeah. No,
yeah.
honestly, the digital helped me kind of honestly, the digital helped me make it more like academic to a degree, where I could
Ah.
like study what was going on and like highlight stuff, quote on stuff, like grab a bunch of stuff that I took a lot of quotes down in the digital version to help me
Oh,
understand sections and
I,
places and other things.
I have a question. In the
Hmm.
primary essay, were the points slash paragraphs in your primary essay numbered?
Yes.
Thank goodness, because I've got number references on my notes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I sorry, I had to think about like between the two versions, but I think yes to both.
Okay. On my version, the annotations were numbered, but the manuscript A and B were numbered.
Oh, I think my manuscript A and B is numbered between on the like full digital one, but I
Mhm.
don't think it was on the like other like the scanned one.
Interesting.
There were definitely differences between the two. More than I can probably actually now remember because I kind of read them together to a large degree to like
Yeah.
reference each other because yeah, the one does not have footnotes, so I had to like search footnotes and find footnotes and find stuff to like um especially when I got confused, which
Yeah.
was often.
Yeah. I remember I messaged you probably through the process just being like, I'm
Yeah.
confused reading slowly. It's not just me being dumb at the moment, is it?
Yeah, I just said nope.
Nope.
I'm also confused.
We're struggling together,
I'm
but we're
also very
enjoying it.
confused.
Um, so, um, we kind of mentioned it, but there's several versions of this book. You can find the original, I think, like 65p lecture as a book, which is just on fairy stories. We're both reading the Tolkien on fairy stories. They're seemingly different editions or
Yeah,
digitizations of it, which is roughly the same. I think we're primarily only going to be talking about the primary essay. Um, I don't
probably.
have notes on manuscript A, and I didn't read manuscript B, so I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know how much I can say on it. Um, do you have any other notes or pet peeves on the format and structure of the book? Um,
No, not really.
I have one.
I can't think of anything.
I have two actually. Um,
Okay.
the first is I didn't love the introduction by the contributing editors.
Uh, yeah.
Um, because they spend a solid 2 pages just going, yeah, Tolkien's points are very clear. And I'm just like, I know when editing or supporting a piece of work, it's not your job to misinform the reader and be joyous and revel in it, but just kind of sitting there going,
Yeah.
yeah, some of this really doesn't make much sense and is difficult to understand. Not what I want to hear going into a 300-page essay. Um, and so that felt a little out of place in the introduction, which it's in the first few
Yeah.
pages, so I'm just going to mention as a quick note. The second one is I think I started talking about this whilst you were getting ready at the start of the stream. I hadn't realized when I finished the essay that the editor's commentary was in fact almost as a kind of dictionary of language and references specific to the book. So I was going out and researching the topics myself, not realizing I could reference the editor's notes. This book doesn't benefit
Oh.
from reading linearly. If I was going away and going, oh, I'm not familiar with the work of Michael Drayton. Let me go and read about him. No, there's a footnote on page 89 which explains the work of Michael Drayton and how it related to Tolkien. I didn't realize that, and
Oh.
so I gave myself a lot of homework by not digesting the book, and I think it could have communicated that was
Yeah.
its structure more clearly and would make it easier
Yeah.
for readers. Um, yeah. Thank you for the hydrate turquoise. Hi, drink water.
Drink.
At some point, we're going to do the reveal that I've been drinking Monster every time I say Kai drink water. And it's going to be very funny.
How about drinking coffee?
Ah, that's not water! That's bean juice.
Ah, there's water in it.
There's water in Monster. I've got hiccups now to atone for my sins. Thank you for the hydrate turquoise. But yeah, those are my only two real complaints about the structure of the book. Just that it wasn't clear to me going in that that won't be what the editor's notes were. I thought the editor's notes
Hmm.
were reflection on the themes of the lecture and how it
Yeah.
changed through time. That's kind of what I expected. It's there in places, but it's not the main meat of that
Yeah.
part of the book. And so because of that, I didn't read it in the easiest way. And I think other people might have fallen into that. So
Yeah,
that's
it's definitely not clear about that.
yeah. um, because I'm someone who tries to avoid spoilers and read things as intended, I never considered flicking through to the later pages to see the format and realize that there is an easier way. And so I spent the first kind of 2.5 weeks of reading the book, getting through the first 84 pages, and then opened editor's
Ooh.
commentary, fairy, and was like, oh dear God, there's definitions. I installed a dictionary app on my phone.
Alright. Maybe that was a good thing. Tolkien made you install the dictionary after working with the dictionary people.
It was a different dictionary. It was non-brand affiliated
Yeah, well,
dictionary.
yeah,
But
yeah, it's not the same thing.
we've
But it was
mentioned.
definitely not clear about that. I think I benefited from like, I guess I'm gonna be clear, right?
Mhm.
I I read about something that I didn't understand, and then I control F'd and searched the thing to see if it was somewhere. Found the like in editor's index in thing.
I am
I just went
cursed
like,
by
ah,
having physical
Pog.
books. uh,
I found that and then I went like, Pog, and I just started referencing. That's partly where I started referencing things is because of that. And then I just decided to like just actually study more of this book and like fully reference, quote down, highlight sections and areas and like actually go through and do that. But no, the book is not clear about that.
yeah. Um,
I only got through it because I control F and went like, the fuck do you mean,
I
buddy? And then
suffered.
found where they said it.
Yeah, I suffered. Uh, I feel like I'm making this sound like a chore to read, but it's good whilst not being easy.
Okay, so here's the thing. I will say it's it is a bit of a chore to read. You actually do have to commit to reading it because it is it's
It's
not
not light reading. I feel
yeah, it's
like
not light reading and it's not easy reading because a lot of it is obfuscated behind language. Um and it
obfuscated by the
is
fantasy of time. Whoa! Sorry,
yeah,
that'll
so
be a
like
reference.
it is a hard read. It is a very rewarding read and it's a very good read, but it is hard. It's definitely a hard read. Some of it might feel a little bit like homework because, like, some of it is you're going to maybe need to do some homework to understand some of what he is talking about. Um,
Yeah, I,
Especially if you're not that read into it already.
I,
Um,
I do think to some extent this doesn't suit being read as a book club book. I think it suits being
no,
discussed, but I think trying to read this in a month was
yeah,
kind of difficult. And I think we both read a lot
yeah,
by most standards. Obviously, there's people who read more, um, but I found it difficult to finish this book in time for book club, and
yeah,
I ended up not reading the last essay intentionally because I didn't want to do the writing a disservice by reading it too quickly because I knew the
yeah,
with how dense the text is, I wouldn't have a faithful
yeah,
reading of it in that format. And so I think
yeah,
this is the type of thing where you keep it on your desk or your bedside table and you pick up and you read maybe um one of the like 3 to 4 page sections of the original essay at a
yeah.
time, and then you go through and you read the related notes, and that's how you slowly digest it. I think that suits the book a lot better. Um,
I think I think this is a book club book, but not the type of book club that we do. This would be really nice for like a twice a year book club where you have like 6 months to read through this. And then at
oh,
the end of it, like a book club that meets like twice a year, but you read like 7 books or 6 books, and you can read this throughout that half of a year as you're reading other fantasy and stuff as well to see where it applies and a lot of the ideas that he comes from,
mhm,
especially if you're reading classics with this as well.
yeah,
Um, this does not function for the book club we do. That is once a month, and you've got 30 days to read something this dense. Usually for stuff like this, every time we've done a non-fiction book, right? And we do something that I'm really interested in, I reread it. I read it twice, often for book
No
club.
chance on this.
I barely finished this before book club. I finished it 2 days ago.
I read the Central
Um,
Lectures twice. I probably read them like 5 times, including all the times I had to reread paragraphs. Um,
yeah,
but yeah,
I finished it 2 days ago, and that was a active reading for the rest of the month. As much as I can each time. It's very dense.
it is very dense. Yeah.
Which is crazy, by the way. The like original essay is like 20,000 words.
Diabolical.
It's like so dense.
Um, it was very funny to me when this won't be something that you had in the digital version. Um, when
Oh no.
the first like final on fairy stories lecture series essay finished, the print size
Yeah.
got smaller.
What the?
For the rest of the book, all of the notes and the commentary up until the manuscript A and B, were the notes segments and the
Yeah.
editor's comments were in a smaller text size, which it sent me into shock when I saw it. That's when I sent you the message about I don't know if I'm finishing this.
What the? That's huh?
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
It was kind of cool because it visually differentiated the different segments of the book of Tolkien's main text
Yeah,
writing. Um, so I'm a big fan of
that's
a
kind of
lot of the
sick.
print nuances in this book. Um, I'm gonna quickly talk about content warning and themes for the book. Um,
Hmm,
I don't think there's any particular content warnings. There are
no.
references to some topics that people uh, that are sensitive for some readers. So there's a discussion of religion towards the end of the essay,
Yeah.
specifically Christian religion. There is, uh, I'm struggling to think of anything. There's a repeated metaphor about imprisonment, but I think they're the only
Yeah.
things, and they're very lightly touched on. Um,
I would say the most like out there one is the religion one,
yeah,
which is like that's the most. But also, it's handled in an academic sense to a large degree. It's not like to a degree. It's not like I don't know how to describe it.
it's
It
not.
doesn't feel like yeah
I mean, it is evangelizing to a degree, but
yeah yeah
it
yeah
it's made more neutral by its context,
yeah.
although it still
In
clearly has it.
context, it's like
Yeah.
yeah
Um, themes of this book. The fantasy genre
mm,
now exists.
yeah.
Um,
No
would
fantasy genre. Fantasy genre.
that's the theme.
There's your theme.
I think a few of the key themes are who takes value from stories and the
Yeah
misconception of maturity and flexibility of the mind with like an asterisk. Um, the introduction of the metaphor of the pot of stories is a big
yeah
one, um, which we'll talk about in more detail. I'm just kind of running through them quickly. There's also a reflection on clarification and criteria of what makes a fairy story, which at some points,
hmm,
just reflecting on the theme a smidgen, I thought that was one of the less interestingly executed parts of the book. I understand why it was
yeah
important to include at the time and why it would have felt necessary within its context, but kind of sitting there and going, oh, this doesn't count because of the medium, or this does count because of this, and then giving specific examples, maybe because those examples have aged and contextually we view them differently now. It wasn't as impactful as the other parts, and it was a reoccurring point, so it's one I noted. The whole pot of stories metaphor, very well executed.
Yeah.
This is going to sound strange, but the use of elves it is kind of something that gets brought
Yeah.
up in the way that elves
Yeah.
are sort of evangelized within fantasy, not in the strict
Yeah.
Christian sense, but in the elevation above mankind and how that's used. I found that very fun as a narrative tool, but that's touched on quite a few times. We mentioned it in the previous section, but there's one segment that's kind of self-contained but talks about religion, as
Yeah.
in context of
But
fairy stories, which I
that's yeah. That that's
yeah
the key.
um there's the I don't know if the other themes can be communicated well here because
No.
they're not
Um.
concise.
I'll say, overarching theme for it is like
The merit
the
of
importance
fantasy.
of the
Yeah.
merits and like the importance of fantasy and fairy stories or fairy tales or whatever you want to call them. Um, the merit of them and the importance of them and like
Something which I looked up.
what they mean
Oh,
to us as humans.
yeah. Something which I looked up when reading this book, and I don't know if it was intentional, but the phrasing fairy tale was widely adopted at the time of this book's release, because I'd originally saw
Yeah,
fairy stories and just assumed that, oh, that's what they were called historically. No, culturally they were being widely referred to as fairy tales from what I can see online.
yeah,
I think, and I don't have like a reference to validate this, but I think Tolkien specifically refers to them as fairy stories to validate and elevate them from the kind of trivial
yeah,
association of a tale. And so I will stick to calling it fairy stories, even though it's not as smooth a sentence, because it
yeah,
summarizes his key sentiment, I think, from the book, although there were many nuance points. I think that's his like key one. And so I'm gonna stick to that naming. But wow. I just thought that was cool. Um
yeah. No, I agree. But yeah, whenever he calls them fairy stories, and I like the idea of the word fairy stories for it.
mhm.
But yeah, that's an overarching theme for it as well. Is like the importance of them.
And the validity of
Um,
escapism is a
yeah. Which, by the way, is an insane like nod that he had, because at that time they were being belittled and like kind of looked down upon, and fantasy still is to a large degree, and it's
yeah.
kind of crazy.
It's wild to see how relevant a lot of the points are. Because although the
It
genre
is.
is vastly expanded, culturally a lot of the points are still poignant.
Yeah. What? Almost 100 years later at this point. In 20 years, it would be 100 years later.
If he started writing this in 1935, it's in 10 years.
Oh, true. Oh,
It didn't
true.
get published till 1947, but I think the lecture was in
Yeah.
1939. Um,
Yeah, I think it was 1940s-ish was the lecture. Like 1939, 1940, I don't remember the exact date. But I didn't I forgot about that he wrote it at like 35 already. Which means, yes, in 10 years, this will be 100 years later. And it's
yeah,
still so culturally significant, like,
I think one of the
correct and
manuscripts.
significant. It's good.
Yeah, it's wild. I do think there's a few points that data. I'm struggling to
Yeah,
talk about them without getting quotes because I have many quotes I want to talk about, and I'm going to save that for the spoiler section just to give some separation. Um, but I think
yeah, because yeah,
in
there's a
some
lot we could talk
aspects,
about.
the book does date itself with
Yeah,
contextual reference to fantasy, almost as a prelude to fantasy versus sci-fi, because there's a bit of discussion of kind of industrialization, but specifically the adoption of industrialized factory line production into the home and into the life of everyday people rather than as a structured development, with examples of this being with cars and lampposts, etc. And so
Yeah.
it's quite fun to see. I said I wasn't going to talk about his conclusions, and so I'm gonna pause and think how I was going to finish that sentence. But it's quite interesting to see Tolkien reflecting on that and the discussion of that as a point of inspiration versus the natural world. One thing which gets
Yeah.
talked about a little bit at the start is the notion of the origin of fantasy, and I kind of wish I was
Yeah.
talked about more. I understand why I wasn't, but I think that's something which I
Yeah.
would have valued in an editor's note. Maybe if they did
Yeah.
just brought, because something Tolkien does in text is reference. I'm not an expert in the kind of anthropological context of this. Other people have better studied the origins of fairy stories and debated their formation. Brief discussion of that, but says there's other text, not my area of expertise. Makes sense within the writing of this, given how dense
Yeah.
a compilation of this and how full a resource it is, especially with the different manuscripts. I kind of wish one of those references that had a deeper exploration of at least what Tolkien was referencing at the time were included. Um, that
Yeah.
probably wouldn't have finished that either. But
No,
this book is an
the scope
absolute
that would
reference.
add.
Well, I don't think you would necessarily need to add another book's worth of it, but maybe just another lecture, or another like 2 or 3. You know the like essay segments the within Tolkien's main manuscript. If you were to
Yeah.
add one of them from the perspective of one of the contemporaries that Tolkien was referencing, based off the lectures which
Oh
he
no no no.
alludes to happening at the time, I think that would fit in with the book without causing bloat
Yeah.
particularly.
No, I don't mean like the amount it would add to his lecture. The amount it would add to me reading the book would be crazy.
Oh, okay, yeah, because it is a
It would
very
make
broad topic.
so much more dense. It's such a broad topic.
you could write hundreds of pages on it, and I do kind of want to read them. One thing which is quite interesting is Tolkien. I'm going on to his perspective a little bit, but it's quite a narrow one, so I'm going to briefly mention it here. But how he stresses the importance of stories not in the perspective of their origin and their original writing, but in how they're contextualized now, and how we
Yeah.
can only approximate their past understanding, but we can attempt to precisely catalogue their work now, and because of the broad strokes we must use for history given the lack of resources, um, the finer depiction of the current state is a more difficult and more pressing task. And I thought that was really interesting because that's not really a perspective I'd considered before. Um,
Yeah.
he made a compelling argument. Both were important, naturally, but I think with the absence of how abundant records are now, and obviously the internet isn't forever in the sense that things just don't stick around. We're seeing that more and more with lost media, but the ease of recording information and perspective is far easier now, and having it stand the test of time over the last 60 years compared to any 60 years in history, really. And so I do understand that perspective, especially from when he was writing. Um,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, that was pretty cool. Especially if you see it. So obviously he was talking about it in relation to fairy stories and like a bunch of that stuff. But if you now attach that to like honestly his writing that is like so many years out and the context for so much of it has been kind of lost to a degree. I don't want to say lost, but like
It's
obfuscated.
not immediate. Yeah, obfuscated's perfect. Um,
Um, it becomes such an interesting point because he didn't set out to do it, but he kind of proves his own point by like it being correct now when you read his own media and what he wrote and his own writing and everything around it. And it's such an interesting idea.
yeah. I do think that I don't think you'll read this book and agree with every point Tolkien made, and I don't think you should
No.
read this book specifically with the intent to evangelize an author and agree with every point they make, because there's a temptation
Yeah.
to do that when you have a figure as large and respected as Tolkien. But I think just
Yeah.
taking the points which he's raising questions and continuing from there, very valuable. Um,
Yeah.
Even if you don't agree with any of his conclusions, which I think would be surprising if you're a fan of fantasy. I think there's some you'll agree with, but certainly not
Yeah.
all.
Yeah. I agree with that. I don't think this isn't an evangelizing of Tolkien. At least I don't think it should be used as that. But damn, the man makes some interesting points that's fun to think about and talk about. Um, Even if it just spurs your mind to think about some of this stuff, it's very interesting because that last point we just talked about, I didn't think about it to the degree until I read it here, and then I realized, oh, right, that's true. That is extremely true. Um, and there's a bunch of times in the book where he brings up stuff where I'm like, okay, and then you sit with the idea, and then you hear his conclusion or his point on it, and then you're like, okay, does that work for me? Does that not work for me? Do I agree? Where between do I fall? Um, there's a lot of value in that for this, especially if you're a fantasy fan.
Yeah.
If you're a fan of the genre,
One
but
of
honestly, if you're just a fan of writing, you would still probably really like this.
one of the themes which I'm going to mention quickly, which I think there's a concise way to express it,
Mm,
is I think the theme of why things were chosen to be fantasy and how them being depicted as fantasy gives information on its cultural separation and noteworthiness and how it sat within the pot of stories at the time of creation is interesting
yeah,
and not one that I'd seen expressed in the depth
yeah,
that Tolkien discusses it. Um,
yeah.
I think that's a really
Same.
interesting sub theme question mark. Or it's
Yeah,
in his penultimate um, chapter of essays. I think it's the main point.
yeah.
Very cool,
It is,
very
yeah.
interesting.
I think it's the main point, and like, yeah. It is very interesting to see. Also, yeah, I haven't really seen that discussed. You are correct, which is interesting.
It's very strange when being introduced with the notion. Let me try and find the quote. I don't have the page open, so I'm going to have to flip for a little bit. He really liked talking about the frog that was a king that I hadn't actually read the relating
Yeah,
story for. Let me
same.
find it.
Honestly, that's the first time I've heard of that story.
Yeah. I will just say again, it's so funny that these were written with context of being lectures to honor Andrew Lang when you have sentences that I don't want to. I'm not going to spoil by reading the whole thing, but considering you quite often have sentences start to saying things like, I will not accuse Andrew Lang, and then that just goes into a paragraph, it's
Yeah,
quite funny. Um,
it
but
is really good.
I think I've moved past the page I was looking for. Ba, 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 ba.
It is funny as hell how honestly not like critical, but critical he is of Andrew Lang.
Yeah.
He like random. It's really funny when you read a sentence and you just get reminded of it as well. Like you're
Especially,
reading about something else, and then it goes like, "Oh yes, Andrew Lang," and you're like, "Oh wait, true, it was about this guy.
he'll be talking about
It was
something and he'll
supposed to."
just be like, Andrew Lang made this opposite point, which, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he'll regularly do something along the lines of, and Andrew Lang made this point, which I don't think is uncharitable, but it's not solidly justified, and we'll just continue.
Yeah.
And it's just so
Andrew,
funny to me to think this is like a lecture fan club series, and I know that's a
So funny.
Simplification, but I find it very entertaining. I'm trying to find
I will
the
say
king
it
frog.
does
It
need
was
credence to
everywhere.
why
Oh, sorry.
it does need credence to why he was the third choice.
Just because he had beef.
They're like, nah, he's gonna just talk shit about Andrew Lang for a few hours. Not that he does. It's kind of
No,
an over exaggeration.
but
But he does like
it is
just
noted
randomly go like, yeah, he does randomly just go like, oh yes, Andrew Lang had this wrong opinion that I disagree with.
that does not stand up to inspection. Um, da, 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 da. One thing to note for these is there is reference to broader context, but it is Eurocentric in its folklore, which is something we should yap about briefly at some point, and is
Hmm,
understandable given the time, but just worth noting. There is
yeah,
reference to having looked at folklore from other cultures, but I think because he's primarily referring to English language fantasy as a study, it's just not relevant to him. And so I
yeah,
could understand finding that irksome
yeah,
if you're reading it as an authority on fantasy, and it certainly
yeah.
is
Which I don't
Eurocentric.
think it is. It's really not.
Yeah, I could see it being one on fantasy in the English language, which I think it's a
Probably, yeah.
fair description of. But um,
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the frog. He got mentioned all the time, and now I can't find him. Oh, I'm gonna spoil one more of Tolkien's opinions. Tolkien agrees with me on
Hmm.
Shakespeare. Take that.
Every person can't be perfect. Even the best of them talking can be wrong sometimes.
I do think his opinions on drama were kind of
His
surprising.
opinions on theater as a whole is kind of crazy.
Yeah. I feel
For
like
those that don't know, Tolkien did not have a great opinion of theater. He did not enjoy theater at all. Like spoken, acted theater, live theater, he didn't enjoy it. And he really did not enjoy any like musical theater type idea either.
one of the key
Which is crazy.
ideas, yeah, considering the his film adaptations, which are kind of the inheritance of drama, are one of the highest regarded film adaptations and like significantly
Oh,
grossing
yeah,
version. Yeah,
yeah.
but no, he
Uh,
had beef with drama. Um,
yep, he
his
had heavy beef.
it came as a result of his discussion of the validity of a subworld and suspension of disbelief, but I didn't think his
Yeah,
point in that regard was consistently executed. Um,
no.
because his whole idea was that for a fairy story to be good and true and not a dreamlike state, it must be consistent within its own rules. The notion of a cohesive subworld that we referenced earlier, that's a common use of language within this essay, and it's a common theme of what makes a fairy story, as opposed to a mirage or a nonsense, which I think he refers to them as once, which is quite a nice phrase. But the idea was that to engage in drama or theatre, you must engage in the first suspension of disbelief that the person in front of you is the character they are depicting and the setting they are in, and then on top of that, you must engage in a secondary level of disbelief that these effects are magic and etc. etc. And
Mm.
to me, that's not a separate layer of disbelief, and I didn't quite understand his framing of that, but it, he just didn't like drama. He just didn't like
Yeah,
drama.
he just really did not like
Yeah, he had
drama.
some quite harsh words about it. Um, I think,
It's I'm gonna be real, it's actually kind of funny.
yeah, it was surprising to me. Uh,
Yeah, I didn't know it. I didn't know that he had such a beef with drama.
yeah,
I thought I knew quite a bit about Tolkien because I read some fantasy sometimes, maybe if. Um, but yeah, I I did not know he had such a big beef with drama as a like.
Medium.
I did not know that.
He also had some
Yeah,
kind of like negative things about art. There was, I don't have
yeah,
it
he
written down
did.
as a quote, but there was something about the written word or the thought of the mind often accelerate past the pace at which the brushstroke can keep up. And I was like,
Yeah,
that just sounds like you prefer written media to art.
yeah. I guess. I mean, that's honestly at the point that seems to be the like Edward Buell. He just thinks written word is better than anything else.
Yeah,
Drama, not you. There's flashy people. Art, not words.
yeah. Which, like, fair enough. Everyone has their favorite mediums, but I think,
I wonder if he liked the music.
oh, interesting. Yeah, it's not really addressed. One thing which was touched on a little bit but between sections, and I kind of wish had its own section, was the effect on how storytelling changes in their evolution when they go from being passed down spoken to being written down and recorded, which was interesting.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. The honestly, that was very interesting with like his view on like obviously it's too from one side to like writing. It's from like oral or like performed to writing. But it was very interesting to see his view on like adaptation.
yeah, I think if we yap about that in the spoiler section, I had some opinions on that because I found it interesting, but I don't know. It's one of the areas which I don't think his argument is the strongest, although I understood some of
Hmm.
the points. Um, there's so many points in this. Oh, that's one theme which we haven't talked about too much and is a significant part of the last part of the essay, which is the notion of a eucastrophe, which
Yeah.
the I'm going to read the definition from in the book, so pardon the quoting, but is um, the eucastrophe tale is the true form of fairy tale in its highest function. And I'm abridging, filling sentences here. The joy of a happy ending, or more correctly, the good catastrophe, the sudden joyous turn. For there is no to end to a fairy tale, and then there's a note because this is how the book works. And then that sentence
Hmm.
continues for another 5 lines of text. But
Yeah.
if I ever go to a writing class and get criticized for my long sentences, I am blaming Tolkien. Um,
I
this
mean,
man does not like
yeah,
full stops.
he does not.
But
He
yeah,
loves the comma. The
the
comma is his favorite punctuation mark, I'm gonna be real.
oh, he loves the colon as well.
Oh yeah, he loves the colon. That sounds so wrong.
Also an M dash, big M dash user. Um,
Dude, this might be one of the first times I've seen M dashed after like the whole like it's used for AI, and then he just uses so many of them, and I'm like, oh, I forgot it's an actual English thing.
I mean, there's quite a few authors that use M dashes a lot, but it's definitely an older piece of writing.
Yeah, yeah, it's like an older
It's
style.
I mostly knew it from Emily Dickinson, but I know the
Yeah,
Nabokov and Stephen King are both associated with to some
yeah.
extent, but I haven't read them as much as I have Dickinson. So, um,
M dash. Get M dashed on, baby. Right.
um, we're going a little bit insane, and we're not halfway yet because we're going to talk more in the spoiler section. Oh dear. Should we try and keep to a structure?
Yes.
There is an there is world building in this book in that Tolkien introduces book specific language in the way that a fantasy book might, which I found interesting throughout this lecture, with things
Yes.
like the eucastrophe, the reference to the pot of story, the
I'm just
creation of
making up words.
subworlds. Yeah, he does do that sometimes. Um, One or two
Which is
times
funny as hell.
he just brings in a really obscure word and goes, I think this is fun, so I'm going to use it every other sentence for the next 2 pages.
Yeah, it does.
Which is it's kind of neat, but it also does make it a little bit confusing, especially since he doesn't often define the word. He just goes, "Oh, I've remembered this cool word," and then uses it a
Yeah,
bunch. um,
it's like he learned that word today, and then he's just like, I'm gonna use it every time I can. And then
yeah,
it's just like for the next 2 pages, you just see that word every time he can put it in.
I think Morethic was the one which was most notable to me,
Yeah,
especially because you
yeah, it
pause the
was.
paragraph to go, Morethic is a fantastic word, but it could be seen to be written up in every town in the land.
Yeah.
Just, I like this
Mhm.
word.
Yeah,
um,
he just thinks it's neat.
Honestly, so relatable.
I love it.
Yeah, I think there's a kind of pleasantness with how the essays aren't extremely polished, which it certainly doesn't help it be an easier read, but it almost makes it more compelling. Um, because
Yeah,
I feel like there's space for these to be sanitized and to be a more precise point, but I feel like that would be less valuable from hearing about the author's perspective. And I think Tolkien's is a perspective we care about, not just points that we care about well executed, if that makes sense. Um,
yeah, that does make sense. Honestly, that is. Hmm, I thought,
what's the thought?
and then thought went away.
No, you've got to look up the definition of scanning the page to find an awkward word. Uh, hmm. This page is relatively normal.
Huh, that's rare.
The yeah. Oh, abortive? Oh no, never mind. That's me being dyslexic. Uh, abortive as a word I've never seen before and got confused about, but that's got a clear root and so it's not as confusing as some of the others.
Yeah.
No, this is a page of
Also,
relatively
especially when he
normal
starts
words.
make. My favorite is when he makes up his own word because he does have something to describe what he means. And he's just
Yeah.
like, new word.
New
That's the
word.
word now. I'm like, huh?
Yep.
How'd we get here?
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean talking? What do you mean you just made a word up? What do you mean?
Yeah. It does happen quite a bit. Um,
He also doesn't explain when he makes up a word, and it's really funny.
Sometimes it's just like this word, semicolon, love a good semicolon, brief expansion, uses the word repeatedly. The word is unreal. He just made it up then. That was the definition. um,
Yep,
I feel like
he just gave it to you right there.
I feel like we're sounding critical, but I love this book. I feel like this is
Oh, I adore it.
untold value to me as a reader and someone who tries
I'm
to
rereading this thing.
engage. Yeah, I will.
I'm rereading it. I
Um,
love it.
yeah. I Okay, so I'm gonna wrap up a smidgen and talk about the writing. Um, the clarity of writing inconsistent. There are some beautiful quotes in this book, and there are some
Yeah,
points of startling clarity, but there's also paragraphs that you can
yeah,
hear the exhaustion in my voice. I don't
yeah.
read a lot of historic literature, so maybe I am more
Same.
biased to struggle, but ooh, I struggled. Um, and so, if you are someone who is deterred by that and who is willing to engage with this almost as a textbook, um, I would probably. It feels sad to not recommend this to someone who cares about fantasy and cares about writing.
Mm.
but I feel like a lot of people could find it discouraging to read, and I almost did at some points. Like I was just like, have I not slept enough? Have I forgot my vitamins? Why is my brain not working? I don't understand. Like it's confusing, but I think ultimately it does have value. Um, in its it does have a lot of value, even if you feel like you're struggling through reading it. I wouldn't recommend trying to read it in a month.
No,
Um,
uh, that's my one like caveat with recommending this book. Um, don't read it as a book club book. I'm glad we did to a degree because
yeah,
I think
I think
it
this.
made us read the book to a large degree. I think I would have read it either way, but like I would have gotten to it in like 6 months. Where I think a lot of what is talked about and a lot of the like definitions and ideas and things help with like book club. So I'm glad we read it as book club.
Yeah.
I would not reread this in a month. Um, and I don't think anybody should read this in a month. This is a book you really should sit on.
I will read a book and then pick up my copy, thumb to a segment of the essay, and reread that segment in reference to something I've read. And
Yeah,
I will read this book again. I don't know if I'll read it front to back again. Um,
I think I might, but I might take
okay.
a long time on it.
Yeah.
Um, I like I said with like the idea that I might do it. I think it would be a fun if you had a book club that meets like twice a year, and you're reading like other classics with
You
it,
know what I would
rereading
love to
some
see
books
this
with it.
as? Kind of as a round table of authors discussing a book.
That would be great.
I think that would
Yeah,
be
that would
like
be really, really good.
that would be my dream context to see it happen in, but just as a kind of like round table of book enthusiasts talking about it, people who have read, not necessarily of the
Yeah.
time frame, but that's the way to engage with this book. If you try and do it on a time limit, you're gonna get a headache and have to look
Yeah.
up words, and some of them he's just invented. Some of them he
Yeah,
just
some of
made
them
up.
not even some of them he just went like, I feel like I'm making a new word. Yeah, there
Yeah.
we go.
Um, I would recommend this to anyone who wants
Uh,
to write. I,
yeah,
I think if you
I
want,
would recommend this to anybody that wants to read fantasy, honestly.
I I didn't. I think anyone who highly values world building and dense fantasy or dense development and wants to better understand why they enjoy a book would benefit
Yeah,
from this. I think there is a large portion of fantasy readers who have an overlap with the books that we read and enjoy, who read fantasy for the power of cool and
true.
wouldn't take much value away from this book.
Yeah, yeah, I could see that. That's a fair point.
Um, I will say I have ordered another one of Tolkien's essays. I've ordered Tree and Leaf, so I will be slowly reading his other ones.
Ooh,
Um,
I want to read that.
yeah, I know it's not the most famous of his other essays, but I saw they referenced online, and I was like, oh, I'm interested in that, and so I'll read that. I won't make the mistake of trying to read it in a month. I'll probably pick it
Yeah,
up when I have brain power, but don't have a book that I am itching to read. I think that's going to be the perfect point for these styles of essays for me. Um,
yeah,
I like the book a lot. I don't think it's strange because there are places where I wish it was clearer and where I wish
yeah,
it's improved, but I wouldn't want someone to go back and edit this. I want it to appear as the
yeah.
original text. Um, and so, although I don't think it is a perfect essay by any means, I don't agree with all the points. I don't think it is structured in necessarily the clearest way. I am very glad it exists in the form that it does, and I really valued reading
Same.
it. And I think for that, to me, it's kind of like a 5-star book. I realized we didn't do a star rating for Raybearer. Um, I'm gonna put that as like a solid 4.5 stars, I think. Um,
Yeah,
which,
I think I am on like 4.
yeah, 4 to 4.5. If it wasn't with the word then now there's a sequel bit, which I realised that I have qualms with more than most readers, but if there wasn't the lack of setup for the sequel until the ending segments, then I would have put it as 4.5, but for 4.5. To me, this could be kind of a 5-star book.
Yeah.
And that's not necessarily because I think it's perfect, but just because I think it's valuable.
Mm.
In the way that I
I agree
think
with that.
the Barbarians on the Gate isn't necessarily a significant act of literary innovation. It is an incredible act of journalism, and that is part of writing. And I think because of the diligence and accuracy of it, that's like a 5-star book to me, even though it is a rewriting of existing conversations as happened. It is a history book. It, and so I think it's one of those cases where I don't think this is necessarily all 5-star clear, well executed writing, but I just think it has so much value. I don't want it to be executed in any other way, which to me is indicative of the highest rating you can give something.
Yeah.
My thoughts on this aren't finished, but I feel very
No.
positively about it.
But yeah.
I wish I'd messaged you earlier saying, "Hi, I feel stupid reading this book," so we could commiserate together, and so I didn't just worry I was going mad because I was in a reading slump this month, and I don't think this book helped. I've read so much
Honestly,
noir,
this
like
book killed me.
mystery, this month because I couldn't read any fantasy.
Yeah, this book hurt me inside. In the best way, but this book hurt me inside. It was so hard to read.
Yeah.
That's why when you eventually did send the like, is it just me or is this book hard to read or am I struggling on my own or something? I was just like, no, I'm struggling too. I'm in pain. It
Yeah.
was such a good read, but yeah, it's such a hard read.
Uh, um,
It would be fun. It would have been fun if we talked more and earlier about it.
commiserated.
Yeah.
um,
Ooh.
so yeah, I recommend this to anyone who wants to write a book, even if it's outside of fantasy.
Yeah.
I think the
Yeah. If you do
discussion
want to
on
write specifically.
this is going to sound silly. I don't know if it is inspired from, but there was a talk which it's not a recent interview, but I watched a discussion with RF Kong on what she likes in a book, and she had a description on the cohesiveness and the commitment to a theme in a book.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I know what it was from. I'm rereading a collection of short stories which she helped curate, and in the introduction, she
Ah,
discusses
okay.
the value in committing to a story, and even if it is ridiculous, even if it has extreme starting assumptions, once you make those assumptions, you commit to them and you live with them. That was a
Hmm.
kind of brief and concise version of some of the ideas explored in here. And
Yeah.
I was really glad I got to think about them in more detail, prompted by this writing. Um, but yeah, I would recommend this to anyone who wants to write, even outside fantasy. Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's a
I
good recommendation, specifically people that want to write. I do
yeah.
think this book has a lot of value to like almost anybody that really likes fantasy and like I say fantasy over like okay.
I would say nonfiction.
Your previous point was valid. It's like it has to be people that like care about. I say likes fantasy, like likes the genre and cares about the genre, and
Hmm.
cares about like why we read nonfiction.
Yeah.
Um, it's not for somebody. It's not for like somebody that just wants to read some like power fantasy stuff, or like somebody that just wants some like fun story outside of that. I don't think you're gonna get that much out of it. But if you actually do like fantasy and you have an idea of like why fiction is important, why stories are important to us, this book is fantastic
I
for that
thought of a
and
way to
for
describe the reader who wouldn't take anything away from the book, but I'm roasting a very roasted series already. Um,
yeah.
Not for people whose favorite series is Solo Leveling. Um,
Hey, I like solo leveling.
Sorry, Sorry. I stopped after 80 chapters.
No,
The
I read the light novel. I read the light novel for the sequel.
Whoa. No, I do think this has a lot of value. I do think that it is a book you have to want to read.
Yeah.
This isn't
Otherwise,
like
you just wouldn't finish it.
yeah.
You would not finish
I
it.
would if you are the type of person who can only read one book at a time. I don't know if this book is for you. Potato.
Don't read this book. This will put you in the biggest reading slump you've ever been in. I'll be real. If you just read this book, it's dense.
I
It's
went
hard
back
to
and
get
read
through.
like a quarter of Agatha Christie's catalogue because I wanted to read a book that I
Ooh.
liked, and I couldn't read fantasy whilst reading this book.
I want some. I like some Agatha Christie.
Agatha Christie is one of the people who I just reread whenever I'm in a reading slump. Normally, I read like YA fantasy series that I read when I was the like target market, because I'm sentimental and I like watching
Yeah.
Skullduggery Pleasant Be Sassy. As long as it's not after book 9. Books 10 through 17 don't exist. Don't talk to me. Oh heck! Thank you for the Scots pesky. Kai, can I delegate?
What?
Can I delegate Scots to you?
Yeah, I'll do
Woo!
squats.
In my defense, I've done reformer Pilates 2 days in a row, and I ran 10k this morning. So,
Why do I need to do 10? I'm down.
yeah, 10 Scots. Look at me, I'm delegating.
Okay. Ugh.
What do you mean, OMG? I'm allowed to outsource labor. I'm the streamer. I'm in charge. I should misuse my power more often. I don't do it at all, really. I just
It's
make people
actually
listen to
kind
me
of
talk
funny
about
that
books.
It's funny that this is the only time any of you can actually redeem any of this that I would do it is if Denia delegates it because I don't get redeems, bro.
Poor Kai! So I was gonna have to do the squats and that would be normal, but it's poor Kai.
Okay. Move my chair out of the way. Let's go. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6,
I would like to
7,
read the message just as you're
8,
concluding. Poor Kai,
9.
make him do these 2, Lamal. 10 sit-ups. Come on, Kai, it's the hologram time. You gotta prove the range of motion. The impressive technological development of holograms. I'm gonna get a holographic book thrown at me.
Holograms don't do sit up, bro. I don't need to stay fit.
Let's do
That's
it.
the whole point of being a hologram. I don't have a physical form.
I'm a mouse. I'm round as intended. I should get rounder. I should be like a bowling ball. I think that would be
When the next
thematically
person
cohesive.
redeems 50 mods, do it. That's why you're here, Dust. You're not our
I was gonna
mod
say,
that does the
Dust,
sit-ups.
you're gonna.
That's on you now. You're the youngest.
No, don't bully the new mods. Be nice to your
Yes.
grandchildren.
No. My grandchildren didn't say hello to me when I said hello to all of them.
They eventually replied. They were scared. Your ghost does look like a cat. Yeah, it's a
3,
bat though. I'm not a cat. I'm never a
4,
cat. The
5,
bowling ball looks like a mouse just missing the ears.
6,
Yeah, it wouldn't make it a very good bowling ball, but I see the vision.
9, 10.
Okay, I think with that we might be finished off spoiler-free section.
After we can choose some books.
Yeah. Okay, and now we're gonna do diplomacy. Don't we all love diplomacy? Diplomacy is not the right word. Democracy. We're gonna be doing democracy. We also love democracy.
Diplomacy.
I am tired. So we are going to be picking 2 books as always. Slot 1 is fantasy and sci-fi. Slot 2 is literary fiction and non-fiction. Naturally, there's some overlap with fantasy, sci-fi, and literary fiction, but it tends to be the rule of thumb of
Yeah.
if it is fantasy or sci-fi and literary fiction and over 100 years old, I stick it in category 2. If it's more recent,
Yeah.
I stick it in category 1. If someone submitted it, then I listen to the category they said, unless I think it's significantly skewed to the other. That's kind of how we roll. Have you seen the 4th one down that someone submitted?
I saw I saw 3 of them there that I really like. Wait,
are,
I recommended one of the ones that I like.
are we
I just
excited for the time of?
I have to remember what I recommended.
It will be in roughly half an hour the time of the book club where I evangelize the work of Ursula K. Le Guin. I'm actually reading one of her short stories books at the moment, or short
I love
essays.
Ursula K. Le Guin.
I'm currently reading Dancing on the Edge of the World, which I haven't read
Ooh,
before, so I'm enjoying that one.
that's a good one. That's a good book.
Uh,
Good book.
Very good book. Oh, I accidentally clicked over to the next page. Should we start with the first book then?
Yes.
We have The Haunting of Hill House by Shirley Jackson. Would you like to do a little description?
No, no, I'm joking.
First, you delegate the sit-ups to the baby mods.
Yeah, that's gonna be an asshole today. Okay. The Haunting of Hill House by Shirley Jackson. First thing first, trigger warnings. Suicide, death, mental illness, car accidents, death of a parent, blood, suicide attempt, schizophrenia, and quite a few others. So, for those that know about The Haunting of Hill House, the Netflix series, this is kind of loosely what it is based on. Um, and that series, that show, is phenomenal. In a lot of ways for like fantasy, for horror, specifically for horror fantasy. Um, and I never actually read the book by Shirley Jackson. And it's spooky month, kinda still. Even though we would be reading this, and then it would be closer to Christmas, but ignore that part.
Yeah.
Ignore that part.
We didn't
Ignore that part.
coordinate when we were gonna nominate spooky books, so I nominated all of mine last month.
And I nominated one of them this month.
um,
But so the book follows 4 people who go to Hill House. Dr. Matog, who is a occult scholar looking for like proof that there is really a haunting at Hill House. Theodora, who is his assistant. Eleanor, who is a friendless, fragile young woman, well acquainted with poltergeists. And Luke, the future heir of Hill House. At first, their stay seems destined to be merely a spooky encounter with inexplicable phenomena, but Hill House is gathering its power, and soon it will choose to make one of them its own. It's a bit spooky. It's a horror book, but like, eh. If you like the series on Netflix, I've heard the series is more spooky than the book.
I haven't seen the series. I am very uninformed as to what is on Netflix, so I knew it as a book. I didn't know it had become a series.
Also, if it wins, I'll stream Haunting of Hill House for us. Oh wait, it's a series.
We can do it as a long book club film night as a one off. Oh yeah, we should talk about that. We've started doing film nights weekly on Sundays in the Discord server as a fun way to
Yes.
hang out. And we're normally voting on them, but every month we're choosing book club specific ones, either via democracy or just me picking because I didn't set it up in enough time this month. And so, for example, for this month we're going to be watching The Hobbit tomorrow. But if there is a
Yes.
book you would like that has either a supporting text or a good adaptation, yeah. I will say I thought it would be best to do it in the book club that is closest to the film night, so the day after. But if people think it would be better to do the week before, so if there is a direct adaptation of the piece of media, you can watch that going into book club. I'm happy to swap
Yeah.
to that way. I didn't really know which one was best, so I am very receptive to feedback on which one people would prefer. Let me know. Um,
We might just do this anyway. Okay, but I will say, it's a full 10-episode series, so it's 10 hours. So you might split The Haunting of Hill House
yeah, maybe.
into two viewings of The Haunting of Hill House because 10 hours is a lot. It's really good though. Fantastic series. If you want to watch the Netflix show, I highly suggest that. But yeah, I was curious about the book by Shirley Jackson.
So far. Um, I don't know if I have a huge amount to add to this. I'm not a very well read horror person, horror mouse.
Hmm.
I am a scaredy mouse, as it could be observed, allegedly. Um, yeah, but I'm always down to read books. Please don't be too
Book.
scary. Book. Um, I don't know if I have any nits on this. I think
Do you do you do you have a thing against like jump scare horror?
yes.
Oh. Um. Yeah, it's not that scary.
Uh-huh.
You might like the second series more.
Yeah. I've there's other works by Shirley Jackson that I've wanted to read. I'm aware of her as a general
Oh
writer.
no. So the series, the Haunting series, it doesn't adapt. Okay, so it's a loose adaptation of the book, right?
Yeah.
And then each series is like an anthology that adapts another author's book. So the second series
Oh.
is Bly Manor, The Haunting of Bly Manor, and it's an adaptation of The Turn of the Screw.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's a
that's actually
interesting
my
format.
favorite of the two series. Of mine, that's my favorite one. And then the last in the anthology is kinda The Fall of the House of Usher,
Oh.
which is an adaptation of Poe.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's an adaptation of
There's a whole world of books which I
Edgar
am
Allan Poe.
too scared to read. And we shall all accept this. I've read quite a bit of Edgar Allan Poe, but
Yeah, it's around the same level of like scary, I would say. It's not that scary.
but I found Poe more kind of upsetting feels like the wrong word, but it was intentional.
Unsettling.
Unsettling than scary. I didn't really get jump scared. I was just kind of emo. Um,
Yeah, you would like Bly Manor a lot more then.
okay. Hmm. Bear that in mind. Um.
Bly Manor is more so each of the two series is like around like the idea of what happens after death
Mhm.
and like the idea of like what stays with us and stuff like that. But they each approach it in two different ways.
Yeah.
Blind Manor approaches it in a different way than Hill House. Um, Bly Manor is a lot more like spooky and unsettling, and I'm like, ooh, yeah, I don't like that type vibe. Where Hill House is a little bit more jump scary
Okay.
and like a little bit more like horror-y, for lack of a better word.
Is there any other
But
notes?
Hill,
I'm afraid I don't have much to say about this one, but I'm just not very
no,
informed on horror, so I think I would do it a bit of a disservice.
no, you're not. Not really. It's just an interesting thing. Honestly, even if we don't choose this, we might not do Hill House if we don't choose this for book club. We might do Bly Manor. Um,
Oh, for film night?
yeah,
Mhm.
I might actually talk to people and do Bly Manor. I think it would be good. It would be
It,
a very fun film night. That series is really good.
we could always plan on doing a big horror marathon one next year for Halloween,
Ooh, that could be fun. Yeah.
and I would not watch any. I'm
No,
smiling.
you would. You would
Of
be there.
course. And I would be playing Civ. Tapped out, not scared. I would still be scared. Okay, should we have a look at the next book then? Which is.
I'll
Oh,
I'll memorize all the jump scares and call you back and be like, "Ooh, Denya, look at this," and then boom, jump scare.
grumpy. Okay, moving on. I'm not getting scared. I'm brave and tall and cool and very good at
Yeah, yeah,
transitions. Up
yeah,
next is
totally.
The Raven Scholar by Antonia Hudson. This actually comes from I was watching a wrap up from one of the booktubers I watch, and she just said very positive things about this book. I haven't read it or
Oh,
seen much of the
nice.
description of it, but it was by Newly Nova, who
Yeah,
I enjoy.
Lexi.
Yeah, big big Lexi enthusiasm. It's really funny because sometimes you'll watch a Lexi video and it'll be a really in-depth analysis on a series you love with your whole heart, and the next video will be her torturing herself reading TikTok mafia romantasy reverse
Yeah,
harem.
yeah.
She goes through it for content, and I respect that. Although I will not be participating. Um, But yeah, briefly talking about content warnings. Using the content warnings that a user submitted from Storygraph, the key ones are violence, death, murder, gore, blood, classism, child death, and bullying. There's also some lesser mentions of fire injury, sexual content, and discussion of suicide. This is a newer book and one which has a lower readership on the site than some of the other ones recommended, and so there aren't that many content warnings submitted. I don't know if this is because those appear lightly in the book and aren't heavily impactful, or if it's just because the smaller readership means that there's less people to give information about. But I'm going to read the little description. Um, she might win the throne, she might destroy an empire. Either way, it begins with murder. After 24 years on the throne, it's time for their son, the Bursk, Emperor of Oran, to bring his reign to an end. In the dizzying heat of midsummer, 7 contenders will compete to replace him. Trained in rival monasteries, each contender is inspired by a sacred animal. The fox, the raven, the tiger, the ox, thank you for the head pats, Pesky, the bear, the monkey, and the hound. An 8th, the dragon proxy, will be revealed only once the trials have begun. 8 exceptional warriors, thinkers, strategists, the best of the best. Then one of them is murdered. It falls to the brilliant but idiosyncratic Nima Kra to investigate, but as she hunts for the killer, a darker forces are gathering. If Nima succeeds, she could win the throne, whether she wants it or not. But if she fails, she'll sentence herself to death and set in motion a sequence of events that could doom the empire. This is a book which I have not seen huge amounts of buzz on, but one incredibly positive 5-star review. Um, this is a fantasy mystery book, I suppose. It's not YA, it's aimed at a slightly older audience, just for context on the fantasy scale. Um, so Denya got all the pats and none for Kai. Kai, pat yourself on the head. I'm delegating again.
Pat, pat,
I'll try and set
pat,
up
pat.
a toggle so I can get the pat to play and like line it up over the fugi. I think that's doable. But thank you for the pets, Visky. But yeah, this just comes
Thank you for the
highly
pat.
recommended. I will quickly mention this is part of the series, and the series isn't finished. I believe the first 2 books are out, and it's a trilogy, and it's going to be a few years till the third one comes out.
Oh,
Um, so yeah, I might have told a fib. Yeah, so the first one came out in 2025 towards the start of the year, and the second book has a title but isn't out yet, and it's going to be a trilogy. So you are reading an incredible book one and then going to suffer. But I've heard very good things about the process of suffering, and yeah, it just came highly recommended, and so it had a lot of the kind of tropey things that I enjoy. I really enjoyed the intertwining of mystery and fantasy that we read in a more light-hearted approach earlier in the year with Murder at Spindle Manor, and so mysterious fantasy are positive ones for me. I don't know if you have any notes on this
sounds
one.
cool.
I believe it's also a debut novel by the author, which is always interesting. I feel like we end up reading a lot of debut novels.
Yeah, that is very interesting. We do read a lot of debut novels, now I think about it.
You got any comments, or should we move on to The Impossible Life by Matt Haig?
No, this seems cool. I'm kind of curious.
Mhm. Am
I
I
like reading debut novels.
am I imagining, or is Matt Haig the Midnight Library author?
Matt Haig's The Midnight Library author.
Okay, I was just like, I recognize that name, and I think it's in this, but I don't know if I'm misplacing it. Do you want to jump into the description of The Life Impossible?
Yeah, I'm done.
Did I misimagine? I thought this was one of the ones you submitted. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it is. Okay. Firstly, I'll do trigger warnings again.
Mhm.
Uh, this one has child death, not on page. Grief, death, animal death, mentions of cancer, car accident, colonization, and suicide as like a few themes throughout it. Um, this story is about Grace Winters, who is a widow and a retired math teacher whose life seems to be getting smaller and smaller. She keeps out of the way of people and passes time by watching birds in her garden and doing crossword puzzles. But when a long lost friend dies in a strange circumstance and leaves her a house on the Spanish island of Ibiza, Grace's solitary drastically changes. The Life Impossible is a story of a wild adventure, deep transformation, and a glorious, heartwarming characters. So she goes to this island in Ibiza, and she gets left a house,
What genre is
and
this
stuff
one?
happens from there. Hmm?
What genre is this one?
Fantasy.
Oh, okay.
It's a magical realism contemporary fantasy book.
I wasn't sure from the description at the start. It's interesting.
Yeah, so it's like a science fiction, fantasy, magical realism, like kind of historical fiction type vibe.
Hmm.
Um, why I recommended it is because it's Matt Haig, who wrote in the Midnight Library, which I liked. Um, it seems cool, it seems fun. And two, Danielle, math teacher. She's a math teacher, Danielle, math.
I did try my best to restrain myself from going woo maths. And I succeeded, but I will take my chance now. Woo maths. Hi Sona. I hope
she's
your
a
day's going
she's
well.
a math teacher. She also likes plants and birds and crossword puzzles. But no, this just seems cool. It seems like a cool like discovering some cool fun secrets, um coming to terms with her past, stuff like that.
I also
Just seems like a fun vibe.
I like a book with an older protagonist? Because I don't think we've read any with
No,
older human characters before.
I don't think so either.
They're all youths.
Yeah, we read a lot of books about youth, and this is a retired math teacher.
Yeah.
He's older. I love it.
I know a lot of people who went to be maths teachers were maths teachers for 2 years and then left as soon as they could. So in a sense, I know a lot of young retired maths teachers. But I'm assuming the main character is in the 60s from the description.
I don't actually know. The Life Impossible. How old is the main character? How old is Grace? 72.
Oh yeah, okay, cool. It's always interesting to see different kind of perspectives because the young upstart can be tropey, and so it'll be interesting to see a different perspective.
Yeah. So she's a very older, like, protag. It just seemed fun. And the Midnight Library was good. I enjoyed Matt Haig's writing for the Midnight Library as well. So I'm willing to give him more shots.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Life Impossible.
I don't have any other notes on it other than thinking it's cool to have an older protagonist, because that's not
Yeah,
the trend in fantasy. And that's
it's
normally
really
a good
not.
thing when you see a subversion of an existing trend. Um, Up next is one of the nominations we got, as a little note. The nominations for this month are decided, but if you want to nominate something for next month, it's open for 2.5 weeks until just before next month's book club. We have a slightly shorter window this
Yeah.
month because we had to reschedule this one by 1 week. But yeah, if you would like
Yep.
to nominate a book for next month, use the form above. Woo, books. Um,
Form book. Woo!
Up next is Catarbasis by R.F. Kuang. You may have heard about this because I feel like R.F. Kuang is one of
We talked
the
about it a lot.
most discussed, especially in the online fantasy space, kind of contemporary authors.
Yeah.
So it has
Yes.
a daunting description, but I'm gonna jump into the content warnings first. So the main content warnings are death, suicidal thoughts, animal death, blood and gore. There's also discussion of sexual assault, harassment, misogyny, sexism, emotional abuse, violence, chronic illness, animal cruelty, and let me just check the minor notes. There's also notes for eating disorders. Not
Yeah.
as many as some of the content warnings, but still there in quite high volumes. And there's mentioned, I think, off-page suicide attempt. I haven't read it, so I'm not 100% sure, but that's what it looks like from the tags. I'm not going to read the description as written on Storygraph because I'm going to read the actual description and then complain about the description because it's who I am as a person. The actual description goes, Alice Law has only ever had one goal, to become one of the brightest minds in the field of magic, spelt funkily because fantasy.
Magic.
She has sacrificed
Okay.
everything to make that a reality. Her pride, her health, her love life, and most definitely her sanity. All to work with Professor Jacob Grimes at Cambridge, the greatest magician in the world. That is, until he dies in an accident that could possibly be her fault. Grimes is now in hell, and she is going in after him because his recommendation could hold her very future and is now in corporeal hands, and even death is not going to stop the pursuit of her dreams. Now the fact that her rival, Peter Murdoch, has come to the very same conclusion. Nothing but the tales of Orpheus and Dante to guide them, enough chalk to draw the pentagrams necessary for their spells, and the burning desire to make all the academic trauma mean anything. They set off across hell to save a men they don't even like. And so this is a historical fantasy. It is a campus novel, so it's all set either in Cambridge or hell. It has a lot of kind of commentary on academia, and it
Fancy.
has a romance plot.
Ooh.
the description, which is why I kind of balked when opening the Storygraph page, is Dante's Inferno meets Suzanne Clarke's Piranesi, which is an insane description for a story. I've actually read some of this book, which is why I had opinions on some of the description of it. But R.F. Kuang, very popular author. I like quite a lot of her work. This is a cool submission by someone. I definitely understand why it's submitted. She is very
By someone.
popular
Wait,
author.
did you?
I didn't submit this one. This was a submission.
Oh, wait, we have another Orf Quag fan in here. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, they thought that I was
I'm gonna be real. I
suffering.
thought this was you.
No, they realized I was suffering restraining myself, not nominating Dark Academia Asterix novels, and decided to help me out. But yeah. So R.F. Kuang's latest novel, you heard us
Our brand
mention
now.
Poppy War earlier. We both like quite a lot of her writing. I don't really know how to
I love
contextualize
Orf.
this. It's I believe her first instance of writing romance as a plot theme. It has the fun catchline as the book of To Hell with Love, which I like kitsch sometimes. But yeah, that is Catabasis by R.F. Kuang. Do you have any other statements, sentiments, thoughts, brain cells?
Me.
Mm-hmm.
I want to read this book.
Okay.
R.F. Kuang notices me, senpai. No, I've been curious about this. Me and Danielle have talked about this book a lot.
It does contain maths, which I'm nervous about, but that's a separate tangent. Yeah, but yeah, I'm definitely gonna read this at some point. Yeah, I actually have the
you already
book
started.
on my dresser, and I will read it
And you
by
have the pretty
Christmas.
version.
I do have the pretty version. I have a signed version.
Oh, you have a signed pretty.
Yeah, and I still haven't read it. I got it before it came out. I'm a disaster. In my defense, I was reading all of Red Rising when it came out when I got it, so I was kind of in the middle of it. But yeah.
You were on the Red Rising train, so.
Yeah, I was. I enjoyed it. But do we have any other notes on Catabasis?
No, just that I'm probably gonna read it anyway.
We have actually read
I
another
love
of Kwang's books for book club. We read Babel
Babel.
in February or March, I can't remember which, earlier this year.
I think it was February.
Yeah,
I think
it was one of the early ones. No, it was
or was it
March
January?
because in January we voted on and we read Neuromancer and
I think Neuromancer was
the
after
Seven.
Babel.
I can just check the YouTube videos. Wait, that makes so much more sense. Where's my playlist?
I think because I remember we did Babel and then we did a different one and then we did Blood Over Brighthaven.
Yeah. It was. Oh yeah, you're right. It was Babel and Seven Wonders, and then it was Neuromancer, then it was Priory, then it was Blood Over Brighthaven, then it was Six of Crows, then it was Spindle Manor, then it was Inkblood Sister Scribe, then it was Piranesi. We alternate styles of books quite a lot, excluding when we read Dark Academia books about colonialism.
Hey, maybe we do it again.
We'll do it again. Let's go. Yeah.
It's time for Dark Academia 2.0.
Yeah. This time with Dante.
And apparently Paradesi.
I don't know if I agree with that, having read the first 80 pages, but I'm not gonna get into that. Do you wanna hop in next talking about Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children?
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna be so for it. Oh, trigger warnings. Woo. Uh, death, violence, blood, animal death. There's a war, kinda. Murder, grief, and mental illness. But it's a young adult book, so not graphic, any of that. It's young adult. This is a mystery horror series. Um, that a lot of people might know from the movie. Funny enough, because there's a very good movie from Miss Peregrine's Home
Oh,
for Peculiar Children.
yes, I have seen it recently actually.
Well, it's recently.
There a new film that came out like a year or two ago.
No, it's a very old movie. Uh, it's a 2016 movie that starred Asa Butterfield, Ella Purnell, Eva Green, and Samuel L. Jackson.
Okay, that's the one that I thought came out 2 years ago. I object fundamentally to you describing 2016 as very old.
Okay, the only reason I describe it as very old is because I know Asa Butterfield. I'm a big Asa Butterfield fan, and he looks like a child in it.
I
He looks like a
experienced
baby.
emotional distress you calling a film that came out after Gangnam Style very old.
Okay, you have to also realize it's been 10 years almost.
No.
It's been almost 10 years. Um, I
I
feel the same, but it's been almost 10 years. Uh, but so basically there is so the story, for those that don't know, is on a mysterious island there's an abandoned orphanage. Um and from that there is a set of very curious photos. All with children that are very peculiar. Some of them are like floating, some of them are like a bunch of weird powers, for lack of a better word, for children. We follow a 16-year-old called Jacob. After his grandfather died, um, they go back to the island and he discovers Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children and some dangerous secrets, um, and a underground war with trying to rid people of the peculiar children.
I haven't read this book. I have
I haven't
watched
read
the
the book either.
film, but
I've also watched the movie.
I have heard good things about it. It was one of those books that I wanted to find in a library but couldn't when I was younger. So,
Yeah.
um,
Um, I've also wanted to read the book, but never had the chance to, really.
mhm.
But I like the movie. And I was curious about like how the book is in relation to the movie because I've heard a lot of pretty good things about the book.
Hmm.
Um, specifically the book, I've heard quite a few good things about. So I'm kind of curious. This is also it's uh, as our wardings go, it is a series of books. There's only one movie.
Oh,
Only
does it
one
cover
movie.
multiple books in the movie?
No, it only adapted the first book,
Oh, okay.
from what I know. But it didn't do too well, so it just never actually went further. Uh, Mostly because I think the movie was also very expensive to make because you had Samuel L. Jackson, so
Yeah.
part of the issue. But there's technically 6 books.
Mhm. Okay. Um,
No, there's 6 books,
should
which I yeah,
if
I
it's
want to read. Also, it's semi horror,
mhm. But like YA horror.
young adult horror. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's YA horror, which means technically we could. Ooh, horror movie. Ooh, it's technically a horror movie.
I'll watch the horror movie. Um,
Yeah,
o-
next one. I can't see it.
okay. Shall we skedoodle onto The Left Hand of Darkness?
Next one.
The Left Hand of Darkness is a series. We'll get that mentioned first, but let's briefly go through the content warnings. Key ones: death, confinement, forced institutionalization, torture, grief, xenophobia, misogyny. The main ones, I believe. There's this like not major but off-page reference to incest and suicide as well, and also some discussion of pregnancy and miscarriage are the key ones. It's been a while since I read this book, so I'm using the lookup as a key reference. A lone human ambassador is sent to the icebound planet of Winter, a world without sexual prejudice, where the inhabitants' gender is fluid. His goal is to facilitate Winter's inclusion in a growing intergalactic civilization, but to do so he must bridge the gulf between his own views and those of the strange, intriguing culture he encounters. Embracing the aspects of psychology, society, and human emotion in an alien world, The Left Hand of Darkness stands as a landmark achievement in the annals of intellectual science fiction. This is a kind of LGBTQ sci-fi fiction. It's often described as a classic, which fair enough, but I think it's also good as a science fiction book because those have different readerships. It is the first book or it is within the Hainish cycle of stories. I don't believe they have a strict ordering. I ended up reading them in publication order, but it is an older book which it came out in 1969, so pretty cool to be talking about some of the themes that Ursula K. Le Guin talks about here then. I really like the author's writing. I will take opportunities to talk about how cool I think her work is. So will many other people, but I hadn't actually nominated one of her books in slot 1. I'd only nominated her essays before in slot 2, and so I thought this would be a good one to start with, since it's not her most popular series, without being Earthsea.
Earthsea.
Also good, but I just thought this is more likely one that people haven't encountered before.
Earthsea. I love Earthsea. But Ursula K. Le Guin is great. I also really love The Left Hand of Darkness.
Oh, hi, Sounds.
It's a very good book.
And your pets. Yeah.
Hi, Sounds.
I don't know if I have any other descriptions other than go read some of Ursula K. Le Guin's essays. They're really good.
Yes, do actually go. Actually, do that. That's a good idea.
Also, all of her books.
Essays are amazing.
But yeah, I do like her essays a lot.
Also, I read Earthsea.
Do read Earthsea.
People would like Earthsea.
Agree. I think.
Even if it is old.
Yeah.
I like that we both called the last book old, and my old was 2016 and yours was 1969.
Yeah, old. I'm being unreasonable. But yeah, this is me remembering to nominate sci-fi as well as fantasy. So look at me go. And then last up, I'm actually continuing the trend with an author who I've read another book of, and we actually talked about for book club before, but I encountered one of his books in the wild before realizing the author was, which is Pattern Recognition by William Gibson. I'm gonna go through the content warnings first. These haven't been, these are user submitted but in quite low volumes, so going best of what's described, but may not be a complete description, which is death, panic attack, violence, death of a parent, mental illness, kidnapping, forced institutionalization, and then some minor discussion of bullying and medical content and stalking. As a general theme within a lot of William Gibson's work, there's a lot of discussion of digitalization and the internet age and what that means for privacy and identity and self and permanence throughout his work, and I believe that appears here too. I encountered this book within the context of talking about using images as a form of encryption and storing of hidden information, and the study of that, and how in 2003 William Gibson had actually written a science fiction mystery novel which includes that core point and was where a lot of people knew that that existed as a field. And so that's my context for this. We'd previously read Neuromancer, which was a very foundational novel for science fiction as a genre, but I wasn't the biggest fan of. But I just thought this was really interesting as a kind of another example of him being innovative with themes and topics in science fiction. So I'm gonna read the little description. Case Pollard is a new kind of prophet, a world-renowned cool hunter who predicts the hottest trends. While in London to evaluate the redesign of a famous corporate logo, she's offered a different assignment: find the creative and obscure enigmatic video clips being uploaded to the internet, footage that is generating massive underground buzz worldwide. Still haunted by the memory of her missing father, a Cold War security guru who disappeared in downtown Manhattan on the morning of September 11, 2001, Case is soon traveling through parallel universes of marketing, globalization, and terror, heading always for the still point where the three converge. From London to Tokyo to Moscow, she follows the implications of a secret, disturbing, and compelling as 21st century promises to be. Evidently a description written 2 decades ago. We have less positive things to say about the 21st century now, but
Yep.
I just thought it was interesting. I was also kind of curious to see what William Gibson writing a female protagonist would be like. Um,
Yeah, and a few years out because like this was 2003, so
and
this is almost 20
20
years
years?
after
Yeah.
Neuromancer.
Um, yeah.
Because that was 1984.
hmm I think his writing style is still quite similar in
Yeah,
the praise and
probably.
critiques that people have for it, but yeah, I just thought it was a cool use of evolving technology and science fiction and correctly identifying something that was later to become pretty big. Um, and so I
Yeah,
wanted to mention it. I do a bad job of remembering to nominate sci-fi, and I remembered halfway through writing this month's list.
I'm gonna be real. I just didn't do sci-fi this month.
It's okay. I remembered for this one, so we got it covered. Um, I've made the
I
poll.
do second. I do second last three.
Yeah, I do first for.
Fiction
I forgot
slot
there was 7, so I need
part
to add in
2.
catabasis. But yeah, we have the
Yeah, so
poll.
you go to Catalysis.
If you would like to vote in the poll, we will split the poll into 2 halves because Twitch's poll system is kind of bad, and then we will pick of the ones that win the
Ooh.
2 brackets, and we will do a finale, and then we will read the book that gets the most votes. Democracy. Um,
2 minutes. Don't allow additional votes.
what is your vote for? Since you can't vote on this one whilst your vote is loading, whilst you're holding the
True.
poll. So it is between
Uh,
Haunting Hill, Raven Scholar, Life Impossible, and Catabasis.
that's hard.
Yeah,
I'm torn between 2.
which two?
I think you know which 2. Well, you know which one of the 2. I really want to
Catabasis.
read Catalysis. I really do want to read Catalysis. But I also kind of do want to do Haunting of Hill House.
Oh,
What are you gonna vote?
I I'm tempted to go for Raven Scholar. I know
Oh,
it's a rogue
let's see.
pick. I know it's the first book of a series, but I recently watched a YouTube video of someone just being emphatically enthusiastic, and I like a lot of their recommendations, and so I'm feeling quite compelled. I also kind of want. I feel like it has a lot of the classic aspects of fantasy that would be really good to pick me up from on fairy stories. um,
That's true. Hmm. Put me down for Catalysis. Yeah, put me down
okay.
for Catalysis. I kind of like. I can't not vote for it. I like RF Kwang too much.
You didn't vote for Poppy War the month before last. Thank you for
Oh,
the
that's true, I
pots
did.
and psalms. No, you didn't. You voted for
Yes, I
Pernezi.
did. No, I voted for both of them. I gave 0.5 to both of them. Apparently one.
I forgot about that.
I
Bread,
gave 0.5 to both of them because I refused
carbohydrate.
to choose.
Okay, the voting period has like 30 seconds left. I've started the countdown music prematurely, but it looks like unless there is changes with Kai's vote, it is going to be a tie between the Raven Scholar and Catabasis going on to the final round.
Oh.
Ooh. Okay, and so I really did wrap up too early. There's still another 20 seconds of democracy left.
Somebody vote for Gatsamsis. Quickly, quickly.
It's gonna be in the finale. Yeah, so Ravenskull and Catabasis tied, so they'll both be going through to the second round. Do you want to start up the poll for the last three? So the
Yeah.
last three to pick between is Miss Hogan's Home for Peculiar Children, The Left Hand of Darkness, and Pattern Recognition by William Gibson. I realise I didn't say the authors, so I read them through. Oopsie daisy. I feel like if I try and do it in retrospect associatively, it's going to be confusing. But yeah, you can vote in
This
this
one's also
one,
kind of hard.
can't you? Since
I can. This one's hard though. Okay, y'all don't make it easier. You vote for the two that I wanted to vote for.
I can't believe you're voting based off the existing votes and not based off your own opinion. Making
No,
diplomacy difficult.
no, I do vote on my own opinion, but y'all don't make it easier because you make it like if there was like, okay, y'all, you can't tie it. That's worse.
I've already voted, it's up to you.
Honestly, I kind of like both of these. I will say I need something easier to read, and I really like studying Ursula K. Le Guin. I like reading a lot into Ursula K. Le Guin and seeing how the craft of writing, because I feel like she's a very good author in how she constructs worlds and like things. So I might just vote Miss Peregrine just because it's a YA book that's like easier to read.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, let's see Miss Peregrine.
Oh,
Just because it's easier to read.
okay, it looks like Miss Peregrine is pulling away then. So, I'm gonna start making the finale poll. I'm just typing.
Between The
Between
Raven Scholar by Antonia Hodgson,
Miss.
Catabasis by R.F. Kwong, and Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children by Ransom Riggs. It's a cool name, by the way. That's an
Yeah,
author name right there.
it
Ransom
is.
Riggs.
Okay, slot one finale is up now. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I keep messing up my outfit color by using numbers.
Ooh, wow. This is hard, bruh.
She can change colors. Yeah, it's mapped to numbers, and I can't figure out how to change the mapping. So whenever I have to type a number, I randomize my outfit. Okay, I
It's the Disco Ghost.
Hmm. You see, I haven't voted yet. My conflict is that I will read Catabasis at some point on the basis that I own it and I've
Same.
already started it. But I want to read both the other books, and I don't know if I would read them without it being set as a book club book, at least in the near future.
Yeah.
And I feel like that.
So I also haven't voted, and I'm conflicted on one thing, right? I don't think I would read The Raven Scholar without it being a book club book. Same with Miss Peregrine. My issue is I feel like Miss Peregrine would be fun if we do like a movie night with the movie as well and read the book. And then we could talk on book club about like the differences and talk a bit about adaptation and how adaptation influenced the story. But I don't think I would read The Raven Scholar if it's not a book club book, and I kind of do want to read it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I feel like we can always watch a film that's based off the non-fiction book, or if there just isn't one, we can just let people vote as usual. Or we could
Well,
watch The
okay,
Lord of
so
the Rings.
I know there is one because I nominated a non-fiction book that has a movie based on it
Hmm.
because I did Eat, Pray, Love,
Oh, okay.
and there's a Sarah Jessica Parker movie based on it.
Oh, wow. That wasn't what I was expecting.
Yeah, there's a Sarah Jessica Parker movie based on it. I can't. Okay, I'm gonna put the like vote up to you. I think it would be fun to do like
I
Vesperga, but I
voted.
wouldn't read
Wait,
Raven's Scholar.
who did. I was expecting you to vote for Catabasis.
No, I'm reading Catabasis no matter what.
Okay.
I don't care. I'm reading that book no matter what.
I voted.
The Raven Scholar by Antonio
Yeah.
Hodges.
I feel like, and this is gonna sound a bit silly, but I'm just being biased. I kind of don't want to read YA. I kind of want to dig my teeth into a deeper fantasy setting.
Yeah.
And it is one! Look at me go! I am democracy. I am potato. Um, so we have our first book for next month, which is The Raven Scholar by Antonia Hudson. I'm excited. I hope it's good. I'm gonna need to figure out
Dark
how to acquire
Academia.
this book. It's a longer book as a as a warning. It's
Oh, it's 700
no,
pages.
it's not. It's 600 pages. Um,
It's 670 pages. That's
praise
basically
be
700.
potato. I ooh, Dark Academia.
In 3 weeks.
Oh, I didn't think that far too. I'm excited. I'm gonna order with expedited shipping. Um,
Yeah,
I
you're
cannot.
gonna need to. If you get it in a week, you can't read it.
Okay, let's go on to
You need
picking.
it like tomorrow.
Let's go on to picking the non-fiction book and maybe pick a shorter one. Okay. First up is Eat, Pray, Love by Elizabeth Gilbert. Do you want
Hey,
to?
that's
Yeah.
what I was talking about.
Hey! That's what I'm talking about.
What?
Uh,
I've been cheese taxed by you and your mods. Huh?
did someone try and steal your cheese? Taxes are good.
Texas. It's a hot. That's a hot take. Eat, pray, love. Okay, so there is talk of
Oh wait, really
everyone's not
quickly.
watching. Ah,
Adverts are running,
hmm.
so should we pause, grab a drink, and then we can resume the
Yes,
descriptions
please.
after ads because this
I
would be.
grab drink.
I
I
put
grab
AFK
drink.
Deniers on screen.
I make coffee.
I,
I make coffee.
I just really love infrastructure. Okay, I'll be right back.
I make coffee.
I have returned with snack. I have mini party rings, and they're very mini, and it makes me happy. They're so tiny. I feel like I could fit almost 3 of them across the palm of my hand. Oh, maybe I was overly ambitious. Like 2.5. But they're still very cute. I'm gonna
You
make.
forgot that you are also tiny.
Ah!
4 foot 1.
Not canon. Um.
Very canon. Extremely canon.
You're the one who can be
The canon.
scaled down. I have a set height and it's 5'1". I am tall enough to
No,
ride big roller coasters.
it's 4 foot 1, and yes, I can be scaled, unlike you, which is canonically 4 foot 1.
This is revisionist history.
I don't think so. You know, if you asked everybody around you, I bet they'd all say you're 4 foot 1. Leo, you'd say you're 4 foot 1. Yuto said you're 4 foot 1. Val
Yuto
would
doesn't say
lie
I'm
to you and
four
say
foot
you're
one.
5 foot. No, Yuto does.
No, Yuto occasionally calls me a cat. Yuto doesn't call me short.
No, I think you're just coping.
I
I
think
bet I could
you're
ask him and
hoping.
he'll be like, no, you're 4 foot 1.
I think you would make up evidence.
How?
I don't
If it's
know.
him saying it, I can make up the evidence.
I think you would edit screenshots of Yuto saying Denya is
No,
a
I'll get him
4 foot
to
1
say it on
cat.
stream. I'll get him to say it on stream with his own voice.
No, because Yuto would just be having a good chill time and be oblivious to the fact that you're scheming and just be like, Denya's kind of short, right? And then you would take that as evidence and run with it. But that is in reference to me
No,
being
no, no.
5'1", not 4'1".
Nope. 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 Okay, here's the deal. Here's the deal, right? Here's the deal. In the next few days, while me and Yuta are gonna do a collab probably at some point. And I will send you a clip of him saying you are 4 foot 1.
Okay. I don't think I can stop this
Of his
happening
own
now. I
motion.
think you're gonna kidnap the collab and hold something hostage.
Of his own volition, he will say you are 4 foot 1.
Dubious. Sure.
Because you don't believe me. And he would say it. The only person you can get to not say it is Val, because she would lie to you.
No, Wine would say I'm tall. Lena would say I'm tall.
I don't think Ryan would say you're tall.
No, she would.
Mm,
In
I
extent,
wouldn't be so
in
sure.
exchange for me not calling her French, we would make a
Yeah, but
truce.
that's coercion.
Hi, Azia. Yeah?
That's what you call coercion.
Sorry, I'm too tall. I can't hear you from up here.
Sure, buddy, sure. Totally. Okay, new deal. I'm gonna get Ryan to say you're 4 foot 1 too.
Good luck, Wine's on hiatus.
I forgot about that part.
Okay. Eat, Pray, Love by Elizabeth Gilbert.
Yeah. Okay, so trigger warnings. Okay, actually, okay. So the first thing you need to know is midlife crisis. Ooh, hits hard for Elizabeth Gilbert. Um, uh, but she had a divorce. She had like a bunch of stuff: grief, mental illness, a failed pregnancy, suicidal thoughts and things. And then she decided, you know what? I'm gonna go do some stuff and discover myself. So she just went on a journey for like a year where the whole goal was to eat, pray, and love. Yeah. Uh, she went to, I forgot which country. I think it was 2 countries or 3 countries. I don't remember. I think one was Rome, one was Texas. Oh, and Bali. She went to Bali. Rome, Texas, and Bali. Um, and she just kind of went on this like self-discovery and like self-love journey. And this is a memoir. It's like a travel memoir biography kind of like just vibe where the whole idea is just to also be like, okay, so here's what I learned type vibe. Just like sometimes we are too hard on ourselves type deal. And then, yeah, it seems cool. There's a cool movie with Sarah Jessica Parker. That was also good. Um, and we also talked about we should read more memoirs. So, memoir.
That's fair. Yeah, it's like an
It's also
interesting.
it's
uh,
highly praised
Yeah, I've heard of this
as well.
song quite a bit.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
it's quite.
It's highly praised.
And oh, sorry, I'm opening Dr Pepper. Um, it's an interesting merger of a memoir and a self-help book, kind of, for my
Yeah.
understanding of it. Um, yeah.
Hmm. It is. And we don't read much of either of those two genres. So I thought of like if it's like half and half of each, it might be a good intro to both to see like which we like of what and like yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Um, should we skedoodle on to the next book?
Yeah.
Okay. Up next. Better, is Cultish, The Language of Fanaticism by Amanda Montell. Quickly jumping into the content warnings. There's quite a few for a non-fiction book, so I'm just going to stress these for a second. There's discussion of suicide, gaslighting, emotional abuse, death, murder, violence, toxic relationship, and then lesser discussion of sexual assault, racism, religious bigotry, cultural appropriation, and misuse of religion. I don't know how best to e- express that,
Cult.
but the book follows cults, and so, given the appearance of religious cults, you can see the historical misuse of what is generally the existing religious themes. This is one that I thought was really interesting and came quite highly recommended. It's a relatively recent um, psychology and sociology book about the use of language to control and manipulate and how that really developed in cults in the 19th century and has been broadly adapted in the media age, and it's a discussion on that contents. So the description, um, analyzing the social science of cult influence, how cultish groups from Jonestown and Scientology to Soul Cycle and social media gurus use language as the ultimate form of power. What makes cults so intriguing and frightening? What makes them powerful? The reason why so many of us binge Manson documentaries by the dozen and fall down the rabbit holes researching suburban mums gone QAnon is because we're looking for a satisfying explanation for what causes people to join and more importantly stay in extreme groups. We secretly want to know, could it happen to me? Amanda Mantle's argument is that on some level it already has. Our culture tends to provide pretty flimsy answers to questions of cult influence, mostly having to do with vague talks of brainwashing, but the truth answer has nothing to do with freaky mind control wizardry or Kool-Aid. In Cultish, Montel argues that the key to manufacturing intense ideology, community, and us them attitude all comes down to language, in both positive ways and shadowy ones. Cultish language is something we hear, influence, and are influenced by every single day. Um, I thought this was kind of interesting, both in its specific context of cults, but also as a kind of discussion of divisive language and radicalization to some extent. I've just heard good reviews about it, and so thought this could be a fun one.
Seems kind of cool.
Yeah.
I like cults. But that sounds weird.
Cults are interesting.
That the way that the way I should have worded
They're
that.
good case studies. But yeah, I think it can be helpful to engage in books and media on topics like this to make sure people are being conscious of the media they consume and how it affects them. and so
Hmm.
I'm a big fan of things relating to this and kind of emphasizing discussing them, because there is some amount
Oh,
of
that's kind of sick.
discussion of cults and that sort of thing that maybe not anymore, but 10 years ago was kind of assigned to something the middle-aged mums get tricked into on Facebook, and not something that could so easily happen to media literate youth, but that really isn't the case. And so yeah, I thought this one was interesting.
Wait, I could join a cult?
I think you had the wrong takeaway from that. um, do you have any other points on this one other than wanting to join a cult?
No,
Okay.
I just want to join a cult.
They don't even have cool outfits most of the time.
True,
The comics lied
true.
to us. Okay. Shall we move over to Florography, an illustrated guide to Victorian language of flowers by Jessica Wu?
Yeah. Okay, so okay, hmm. This book is, I don't know how good of a suggestion for book club this book is, but it's interesting and I like it, and it would be a fun book to have and own, and I want it. Basically what it is it is about florography, which is the language of flowers. So if you ever see like what's a flower? Give me a flower. Daniel, say a flower name now.
Hydrangea? Wisteria?
Hydrangea.
Hollyhocks?
Hydrangeas are for boastfulness and heartlessness.
There's quite a lot of them in the library. That doesn't bode well for me.
The hydrangea's negative association with boastfulness and heartlessness comes from its bountiful and round blooms. Large and abundant, these magnificent flowers only produce a few seeds. Um, Supporting the notion that they are also of little substance. Hmm?
Holy
Yeah,
moly!
so this is just about like what flowers mean, what you use them for, and the hidden language of flowers. So this is from an author called Jessica Rue. She has two books for this. One is for flowers, which is florography, which is this one, and then she has one about birds and the hidden meanings behind birds and
Interesting.
where it's from. And it's where it's from, like where the origin of it is, the meaning of it, and kind of where and when you would use it, and what you would prepare it with when you like make bouquets. That's the word, bouquet.
This is really cool because I find the notion of cultural association of flowers very fun and interesting. It is something that I want to read about, and so this is a book that I want to own. Um, I don't know functionally
Yeah,
how having a illustrated guide as a book club book would work logistically for those who primarily read
yeah.
digitally, but it is a very cool book that I would like to know about. Just because I imagine it
That's what I think.
has snippets integrated into stories um, and media that it would be cool to be able to pick up on.
Yeah, I also saw from like a section that I saw about this book is it has like bouquets and their meaning of like bouquets.
Mhm.
So, like, a bouquet for marriage is red roses for true love, ivy for fidelity, myrtle for hope, and dahlia for commitment and eternal love.
Oh, slightly dramatic, but that's marriage.
Yeah, yeah, marriage is commitment and eternal love. Spooky. Um, no, this seems it's an interesting book. I don't know how good of a book club book it is. It's just an interesting book that I want to read.
That's fun. I
And
look.
honestly, it was half a recommendation for you because I know this is a book that you would want to have and own.
Yeah, I did actually look into this one for book club because I saw it and I was like, oh, I want to have that book and read it. Um, One thing which I do quickly want to mention is this is specifically based off the English meaning for flowers. From my
Yes,
reading
the
about this,
Victorian.
the English Victorian meaning for flowers, it differs for other European countries and especially in other areas of the world, and it also differed to some extent over time in England. So this is a snapshot of
Yeah.
time for the UK, but just wanted to add
It,
that in
it'll
as a quick
also not
caveat.
include. It'll also not include any Southeast Asian flowers. So like, don't expect cherry blossoms in there, for example.
Yeah. Historical context of which ones would have been present to develop an association.
Yeah, but it's cool. It seems interesting. Um, seems like a good book to own, and then have on like a coffee table, and then talk to somebody about.
This does feel like the type of book which I want to read a little bit from every time I get back from doing the groceries.
Yeah, like if you're on a walk and you see like a flower, and you can go and like check the illustration and read about that one flower.
Yeah. No, that is very
The
fair.
bird
That's
one
very
seems
cool.
the bird one seems as cool as well. Like if I see a bird, I can be like, "Oh, bird."
I feel like the bird one would be very cool to people who are big fans of classical paintings because it's not something I'm an expert in, but
Oh, true.
I've seen a few examples because they're referenced in books and I wanted to understand the context. But a lot of painters had beef with the people they were painting depending on what birds they put in the background. They were being shady or contextual. There's
Oh,
layers.
I did not. I did not make that connection, but yeah, true. That's cool. That is true. Yeah.
Because I imagine that's the main cultural use of birds as a symbol, obviously in writing, but I
if
think more visibly in paintings, if it's in the Victorian
if
era.
Napoleon made you paint like him and you just hated the dude, you just put like a sparrow behind him and it means like death.
Yeah. Well, there was things like, I forget the name of it, but there's a famous portrait of a woman who, over the course of the painting, the painter had an affair with the woman who had been commissioned by her husband, and he was asking her to run away with him, and she wouldn't, so he painted in a flock of birds that indicated fidelity and lack of trust and vindictiveness behind her in the portrait her husband commissioned. And that's the type of gossip I want to know from the Victorian era. Um, so yeah.
That's fire.
Yeah. Some people are just really good at having beef, and that guy was one of them. Um,
Yeah, that's S tier hating.
yeah. Shall we
Next one.
skedoodle on? So this is not a memoir to a fullest extent, but kind of adjacent. Um, this is topical because she passed away recently, but this is one of Jane Goodall's books. This is The Book of Hope, a survival guide for trying times. I'm going to have a quick look at the content warnings. There's discussion of suicide, animal cruelty, and cancer, as well as minor discussions of animal death, war, death of a parent, the pandemic happening because that was when this book was finished, and then like genocide and international conflict and illness, I believe, are the main ones. There's some minor mentions of sexual assault off page. I'm not entirely sure of the context of it within this book, but I have a lot of respect for Jane Goodall, and so thought this could be a
Hmm.
good nomination. The description is: in a world that seems so troubled, how do we hold on to hope? Looking at the headlines, a global pandemic, the worsening climate crisis, political upheaval, it can feel hard to stay optimistic, and yet hope has never been more desperately needed. In this urgent book, Jane Goodall, the world's most famous living naturalist, and Douglas Abrams, internationally best-selling author, explore through the intimate and thought-provoking dialogue one of the most sought-after and least understood elements of human nature: hope. In the Book of Hope, Jane focuses on 4 reasons for hope: the amazing human intellect, the resilience of nature, the power of young people, and the indomitable human spirit. Told through stories from a remarkable career and fascinating research, the Book of Hope touches on vital questions including how do we stay hopeful when everything seems hopeless? How do we cultivate hope in our children? Filled with engaging dialogue and pictures from Jane's storied career, the Book of Hope is a deeply personal conversation with one of the beloved figures in the world today. And so I know she has a official memoir and biography, but I thought this was a nice one.
I like this.
Also on the
Honestly,
shorter side.
I like this more than an official memoir.
Yeah, I thought.
Kind of the idea of like spreading what she didn't preach but wanted us to know.
Yeah, she has two memoirs, I believe. One which is specifically about her research and campaigning, and the other which is about
Oh.
her life as a whole. And then this, which is. I just thought it might be a nice one to read, especially since there's been such a kind of outpouring of appreciation for her with the announcement of her passing.
I like this pick.
Also,
This is a great nomination.
yeah, also co-written by Doug Abrams, who I've not read a huge amount of, but I believe has written lots of kind of similar
Yeah.
books without sounding silly and vague. Very
Not
good
yeah,
at
yeah.
co-authoring and memoirs, is my understanding, or biographies, is my understanding, autobiographies.
Yeah.
Um,
That's what I know about him too.
uh-huh.
Was he does a bunch of like co-authored biography. Biography.
Biographies. Yeah.
Dude, those terms still confuse the heck out of me.
They confuse
Biography,
me so much.
autobiography,
Memoir?
memoir. Like,
It's my
which one is it?
understanding that a memoir isn't discussing the whole period of life. It could be on a segment of life. And that's what differs it from a biography. But I'm not convinced I know. um, okay. Do you have any other points on this?
Hmm.
Okay. Up next is Ella Minope, which is a literary book in this section. So this is nonfiction litfic.
Oh.
Um, This is about. I'm going to go through the content warnings first, but this is Ella Minope by Mark Dunn. You may notice from how the title is, it sounds like LMNOP, which is indicative of the topic of the book. But there are some pretty substantial content warnings, with the main ones being police brutality, deportation, religious
Oh.
bigotry, death, violence, with like less graphic but minor content warnings in regards to alcoholism, death, suicide attempt, and death of a parent, as well as gun violence. So pretty heavy topics. I believe there are also some racial slurs in the book. Don't know which ones, but I've just seen that written down if that's something people want to avoid. But this is a piece of speculative fiction, literary fiction. It's quite a short book. It follows Ella Minope, who is a girl living happily in a fictional island of Nallop off the coast of South Carolina. Nallop was named after Nevin Nallop, the author of the immortal phrase containing all the letters of the alphabet. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Now Ella finds herself acting to save her friends, family, and fellow citizens from the encroaching totalitarianism of the island's council, which has banned the use of certain letters of the alphabet as they fall from the memorial statue of Nevin Nallop. As the letters progressively fall from the statue, they also disappear from the novel. The result is both a hilarious and moving story of one girl's fight for freedom of expression, as well as a linguistic tour de force sure to delight the world lovers everywhere. So this is one that isn't super easy to read as an audiobook, but has some very cool printings and kind of messes with the idea of readability. I was actually originally I was just like, what if I nominate House of Leaves? And then I remembered that it's a short month, and so I didn't, even though it's kind of Halloween. Um, and I was looking into other books that had unusual printings, and this is one that came up. So it kind of touches on you can kind of guess by the content warnings, but it's regarding the kind of crackdown of these arbitrary rules as the statue ages and letters go missing, and they go missing from the pages of the book. So it does get harder to read over time, but it still remains legible as it concludes its story. And I just thought that was a
Hmm.
cool use of storytelling in text. And I also wanted to nominate a litfic book for the slot because I think I don't remember to very often. Um,
Same.
yeah. Um,
This seems cool.
yeah.
Um, I'm interested. This is the first time I've heard of it.
It's
Also,
it's
Nolip seems like a cool dude.
it's from 2001, I believe. So it's been out a little while. Um,
Well, I'm just missing from non-literary fiction. I don't read literary fiction often.
yeah. I believe Mark Dunn, who's the author, is more primarily known as a playwright than an author. Um,
Ooh.
which is also cool, and I think is indicative of the kind of performance aspect of the writing of the book, which feels like a bit of a
Hmm.
nonsense sentence, but I hope indicates, like, communicates to some extent what I was trying to say. Um,
Hmm.
yeah,
Yeah, that
um,
makes sense.
I thought this was a cool example, and most of the books that I have on my to be read list that are literary fiction are also dystopian sci-fi or historic, tangentially sci-fi or fantasy literary fiction. And so I was kind of struggling to find one that there was not arguably any other topics when I stumbled across this one, so I thought it was fun. Um, Up next is actually me again continuing to talk about economics, which is Money for Nothing by Thomas Leveson, which is. I don't know if there's going to be content warnings for this. So let me double check really quick. Um, Um, It doesn't have any content warnings listed. This is a sweeping story about how the great minds of the scientific revolution applied their new ideas to people, money, and markets, along with the way they invented modern finance. And so this covers things from the creation, origin, intent, and then gradual transformation of stocks, the stock exchange, market, bonds, and the origins of things like shorting and speculative finance, as well as decoupling of currency from gold standards and how that affects countries. So it's like it's economic and business, but it is wrapped in the context of history, so hopefully not too dry. Um, but yeah, it's also pretty informative on the origins of those related topics. And
Hmm.
I just thought it was pretty cool. Um, it's one I've been wanting to read for a little while and thought might be good for book club since, to my slight surprise, everyone else also enjoyed the Barbarians at the Gate. I thought this could be a cool one. But
Yeah,
it
honestly, it kind of sounds in that same vein.
yeah.
Finance.
I think it runs from the start of the 18th century. I don't know if it covers the Mississippi Company and France, but it covers a lot of early financial evolution in the West, and
Hmm.
how it was skewed from its original intent and to whose benefit. So yeah, cool book.
Yeah, it sounds sick.
Um,
Also, I said finance, and I can't unhear that meme. Do you know the one I'm talking about?
I'm
I'm
looking
looking
for a
for a
man
man named
in
Finance.
finance. I only know the first line. I haven't heard the original. But I'm going to read out the full title for the book. I didn't write it here because it's kind of one of those book titles with a paragraph. But just in case someone goes, I don't want to read a book about by an economist about the US, the past US gold standard. The full title is Money for Nothing. The scientists, fraudsters, and corrupt politicians who reinvented money, panicked a nation, and made the world rich. And so don't go in expecting a glowing review of the current financial system, just because I know a lot of the books in business and economics can be assumed to be positive about the current state of things, not necessarily in like a political alignment way, but in terms of the infrastructure. So
Yeah.
I think the full title gives a bit of context on the perspective.
Yeah. Honestly, it seems cool. I'm kind of interested.
It also has a very cool cover, which we don't talk about this very much, but the cover has the text in plain writing, and you know, in Newton's Cradle, it's got one of
Yeah.
those with coins from different eras in history. So the different
Oh, that's kind
British
of cool.
currencies, one after another, and I just think it's fun. So yeah, I yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Do you have any shenanigans to say about this one? Denya's making me read about maths and finance again. Boo. Except it was one of my favourite books for
No.
the first half of this year, so yay. Um,
No, because the next book that I recommended is about math.
woo! Math!
Not
Okay,
finance, but math.
what's up next?
Next is Why Machines Learn: The Elegant Math Behind Modern AI by Anil Anashwamy. I think
Hmm.
that's right. That seems right.
Believed I love
Huh?
chicken nuggets. Sorry, I was just reading a chat message about chicken
Anathashwamy.
nuggets. I got distracted by the nuggets. Chicken?
Anil Anathashwamy. No, Anath. Whatever. Anil. Anil, man. So basically, this book, trigger warning is none. Except if you don't like AI. Trigger warning, AI.
Is this. I'm assuming from the. Is it. I don't know how to ask this without sounding silly, but is this by like an AI bro or an AI dealer or a neutral technological perspective?
It's raw. Okay, so what this book is, um, so I'll just read the description. Machine learning systems are making life-altering decisions for us, approving mortgage loans, determining whether a tumor is cancerous, deciding if someone gets bail. They now influence developments and discoveries in chemistry, biology, and physics. The study of genomes, extrasolar planets, even the intrinsics of quantum systems. And all this before large language models such as ChatGPT came on the scene. We are living through a revolution in machine learning powered AI that shows no signs of slowing down. This technology is based on relatively simple mathematic ideas, some of which go back centuries, including linear algebra and calculus, the stuff of 17th and 18th century mathematics. It took the birth and advancements of computer science and the killing of 1990s computer chips designed for video games to ignite the explosion of AI that we see today. In this book, Anil Anathashwamy explains the fundamental math behind machine learning while suggesting intriguing links between artificial and natural intelligence. Might the same math underpin them both? As Anil residently concludes, to make safe and effective use of artificial intelligence, we need to understand its profound capabilities and its limitations, and the clues which lie in the math that makes the machine learning possible. So, what this is it's less about like, from what I could tell, is it is less about like a AI bro or like somebody that's like talking about like AI as the future to a degree,
Mhm.
and somebody that's saying to understand what AI is and how it works and what it does for us, we need to understand how AI functions and why it makes decisions it makes, but also how does it make decisions the same way that we make decisions? Um, and the fundamental understanding of like where the intelligence of artificial intelligence comes from. Um, Specifically looking at it from a perspective of like the math used in it and the logic used behind how large learning models construct it, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about this. I feel that I am going to be. I want to read this and talk about it because I find this side to topic interesting. I do worry that I could be insufferable talking about this because I think I
This might be a
probably
book we
have.
talk about for a few hours.
Yeah, I also probably have more of a background in both halves of this book than I intend the audience to have.
Yeah. You
Given.
know way more about this than I do from a baseline.
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised they didn't mention Markov. Obviously, it relies on linear algebra and calculus, but I feel, yeah, I don't know. I'm
I, I
biased.
think I think he didn't want to scare people off.
Big up Andrew Markov. He's very cool. Love a good Markov chain text composer. Um, yeah, that sounds interesting. I'm always going to be excited about books about maths. Um, yeah. I have a lot of opinions about AI, so I'm just gonna be quiet and I'm not gonna insult any CEOs and I'm gonna be so polite. Yeah.
We'll talk about if this book gets chosen. No, we'll talk about AI. We'll
Oh,
have a nice we'll have a nice talk.
I hope it
But yeah, it
doesn't.
seems cool.
Yeah, it sounds interesting. I hope it talks about AI other than LLMs because they're the least interesting ones to me. Um,
Oh,
uh,
I think baseline. I think this is almost the least focused on LLMs because at the start when he's introducing like what machine learning is, he talks about all the other things and then he says just like as a little like side note where he's like, that's even before LLMs became a thing. So I think he is more focused on like AI machine learning as like
mhm.
a whole and specifically where it influences very important decisions um, and fundamental understanding we have of stuff like chemistry, biology, physics, and how it is like linked to that now to a large degree. So I actually think this is going to be a really interesting book, it seems, on like really getting in on AI.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, okay, so I just saw, sorry, I'm eating something. He talks about support vector machines, neural networks, principal components analysis, and a few other things, including a bunch of other things on how AI algorithms work. So yes,
Yeah, I'm glad it goes into some detail. I don't know. I have a lot of pessimism about how AI is discussed in media, and so this sounds like it's doing it right to a broad extent.
um, I can give you a quote that can soothe you.
Oh,
A quote that he has in this book is, "We cannot leave decisions about how AI will be built and deployed solely to its practitioners. If we are to effectively regulate this extremely useful but disruptive and potentially threatening technology, another layer of society, educators, politicians, policymakers, science communicators, and interested consumers of AI must come to grips with how it works and why it is dangerous." So no, he's not an apologist. In fact, he's like, no, 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 you need to stop. It's already too far. Honestly, this book seems cool for like how it approaches AI.
this sounds interesting.
But yeah, I saw it and I instantly thought of like it's two things that you know a lot about and talk about sometimes. And I am extremely curious about. So
Very fair, very fair. Oh, is that the last book?
yeah.
That's the last book.
Paul.
I need to make the poll. I'm behind.
I forgot about that part.
Oh, my brain's sleepy. Okay,
Okay, so you're doing
I'll do
Eat,
the
Pray, Love,
first.
Cultish, Flowers, Hope.
Yeah,
I'll do Ella, Minnow,
I keep calling cultish
Tea.
cuttlefish. Oh, I'm doing a really good job of typing.
Why Machines Learn. Um,
Okay, let
what's the
us
other one?
start with the first one. Money for nothing.
Money for Nothing. It's behind my head.
You obstructed it. Oh, I've accidentally changed my outfit colors again. I guess I am email that for now.
Emo Bat.
Email that. Oh,
Money for Nothing.
took me a while. I really don't understand the number mapping for this outfit, because at first I thought it was back and forwards, but it's not. I thought it was just rotational, like left right, but
What are you voting for in the first set? I think I know what I'm voting for.
I don't know. I really like the idea of reading the book on florography, but I feel like it would require everyone to have
Same.
a physical copy to engage with it,
Probably.
which
Because it's illustrated.
yeah, which makes me like a bit nervous just about the practicalities, especially with a short time window. Um,
Yeah.
I I quite want to read Cultish just because I do think it's helpful to
It's
read
interesting.
books about the like adoption of language manipulation and things relating to that. Um, and then I'll be quite
It
emo
can tell
about
me
it.
how to join. Can tell me how to join a cult.
Yes, that is what the book will do. And I'll be emo about it, but
Vote probably
it'd
for
be
Eat,
nice
Pray,
to read
Love.
a book about Jane Goodall. Oh, are you voting for Eat, Pray, Love for the first one?
Yeah, I think so.
So, okay,
Yeah.
I'll count.
Then we can watch the Sarah Jessica Parker movie.
I'm gonna sound so silly. Is Sarah Jessica Parker the actor that's also in Sex and the City?
Yes.
Okay. Can you
Yeah.
tell I don't know about films and television?
You're better than who is that was bad? It's Yuto, I think. Yuto's not great at actor names. It's kind of funny, I'll be real.
I know a few people if they became famous prior to 2015.
Oh, so you don't know Sabrina Carpenter?
I know musicians.
Okay. It's more actors and actresses.
Yeah, I know Jenna Ortega.
Jenna Ortega.
Um,
Do you know Ella Purnell?
oh, oh, it looks like cultish on the first half. Interesting. So
Oh,
it
fun.
is going to be cultish versus the winners of the second half. So starting now with the discussion, with the voting for Ella Minopi, Money for Nothing, and Why Machines Learn.
The Elegant Math Behind Modern AI. By Ali Anash. Anna.
Anashwami?
Anna. No. An. An. Sashwami. 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 I don't know. His name confuses the hell out of me.
If it gets picked, I'll have to look up an interview where the author says the name. Um,
Have you voted?
I haven't. Yeah, I can't decide.
Well, I'm gonna make it harder for you.
Okay. I voted for Why Machines Learn for this one.
I think it's a very interesting topic to talk about.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Um, I haven't read.
Also, it gives us an excuse to like output all of your I want to talk about math instincts. And we just give you one day where you can just talk about all the math you
I
want.
fear this will
Just all of it.
output all of my I have beef with Sam Altman instincts, and I'm so grumpy that I had email notifications for his blog in 2015.
this oh, this might actually be like the perfect like intersection between like mad Denya because AI, but like really interested Denya because of math.
It's AI had the potential to be so cool, and it's not being done in the cool way. And as a planet that needs energy.
This might actually be a rare. This might be the rare like
Okay, let me
it's the
start the
intersection
finale.
between like barbarians at the gate and like modern man in search of a soul, where it's like on half of on like barbarians at the gate you were the most hype ever, and then modern man of a soul you were the maddest at the author ever, and this is the intersection. This is just
I
like
don't think I'm gonna be grumpy with the author at the end of this one by the sound of it.
no, but
But
you'll be mad at like AI
yeah.
and
Yeah.
AI grifters.
Okay, it is the finale, either Why Machines Learn or Cultish. Starting now, 3 minutes on the little timer thingamabob.
I'm be surreal. I would love to read Cultish. I want to see mad interested Denya, like math mad at AI Denya.
I fear
It just sounds
you're
fun.
just gonna get me going talking about maths
Hmm.
communication, which, like, I'm happy to talk about maths communication. I just don't know if anyone wants to listen.
No, I'm gonna. I'm in. I'm down. I want that. I need that.
Oh, I am sleepy. Okay, okay. I need to rejuvenate myself so I can talk about the spoiler sections of the two books. Oh dear. We need to consider starting book club earlier in the day.
Probably. We might. Yeah.
I've been
Honestly, you
going to
know what?
bed
We
by
might.
midnight recently. I'm not cut out for this. I'm old.
What might. What might function better is if we start book club, like the non-spoiler section, and choosing earlier, and then we take a break for like dinner, and then we do a spoiler stream right after, just to like because we need to break it up or like do something because like we start at 8 and we get out of here at like 3 a.m.
Yeah, that's gonna be slightly brutal for me when I gotta wake up for Pilates at 9:30 tomorrow.
Yeah, it is. It's gonna be
Ah,
6 hours and you have to go do Pilates.
yeah.
A good 6 hours of sleep.
Because I famously end stream and instantly go to bed for sure, for sure.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
I'm gonna be honest. I hadn't
Surely.
realized the 5 hours passed. I don't know where they went. Um,
Yeah. That's why I think we might need to talk about like doing book club in like earlier or
we
in
could
two parts.
we could always split it into two book clubs that are 2 weeks apart. I think is the most
That
natural
might be not a
split,
bad idea.
especially because
That
that
might actually
means
be a good idea.
that we don't have to crunch books at the same time. But we shall see. It does mean that we have to stick to the schedule more closely because we can't shuffle weeks back and forth as easily.
Yeah, because if we offset it, we get cut into the next book club
Yeah.
of like the non-fiction book club. Ooh, yeah.
It also means I need to make a new logo, and logo difficult.
I can make logos.
Ooh, logo. Okay, it looks like Why Machine Lens by Anil Shrami is going to be winning.
Yes.
So you're going to hear me talk about maths and probably
And
insult
AI.
a lot of shareholders and stakeholders. I have no opinions about overvaluation of big seven companies. I'm going to be very neutral on this topic. Data
I'm
scientist
actually
says
so
AI
happy
is
that one
bad.
won. I'm actually so happy this one. This is such a you book. I saw this and I instantly thought of you, and I thought you would have a great time with this book.
Yeah, I'm interested to see it. I'm always kind of interested in pop math, but I don't engage with it too often. But I think this could be interesting because I've not really read much about AI from this perspective.
Same.
I mostly just read research papers and patch releases, and then I shout at governments for the fact that they're so far behind. Um, legislation is
Yeah,
important. But yes,
extremely.
we have our book club books for this month. We have da, 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 um, The Raven Scholar by Antonia Hudson and The Why Machines Learn, The Elegant Math Behind the Modern AI by Anil Ananthaswamy is this month's book club books, and we will be meeting on the 15th of November at 7 p.m. asterisks. We might move this forwards depending on what time we end today. Just
Yeah,
because I am trying to have a good sleep schedule.
we
It's
might.
it's not going well, but I'm
Yeah,
trying. Um, but yeah, it'll be on the 15th.
we might. Yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it in the
We'll talk
Discord
about it. Yeah,
specifically. We'll keep you updated.
for sure, for sure. And
But
now,
it'll definitely be on the 15th.
yeah, and now I do my little spoiler dance. It's
Woo!
spoiler time. Look at me wobble. Spoiler. Dun dun dun.
Also, yes, Dust.
Then
We
entering
get
insult
insulting Dunya.
mode. I don't go.
We get to Dunya that insults.
I just question the intelligence of many people involved with with AI decision making. Did you see that one Sam Altman quote, which I'm paraphrasing, which is, "There's a significant chance that AI could lead to the elimination of life on Earth, but there's an opportunity to make a lot of money in the process."
Yeah, I did. Yikes.
Ah!
Yikes.
And that's assuming your AI is competent enough to wipe out humanity, which I'm not even convinced of. I just think they're going to take up all the energy. Yeah. Anyway,
That's
I'm gonna
insane.
get so heated. I'm gonna get so grumpy. Hopefully, I
Yeah,
talk
we're
about
already there
maths.
and we haven't even read about AI.
Oh,
Oh, I'm
okay.
so excited.
Why do you all want to see me angry? This is strange. People are like, "Oh yeah, we like your streams. It's cozy and relaxing. I watch them to fall asleep." Um, some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Literally. Ah. I swear that when we got comic book villain CEOs, they were supposed to be charismatic speakers. I don't know what's happening. We're getting scammed out of the good speeches. Like,
Yeah.
if the world's
Where's
gonna
my like
end,
handsome Jack? Where's handsome Jack, bruh?
how are we having ominous, like, dystopian, near future business calls and th- this not even good presentation? I'm so grumpy. We gotta like,
Huh.
we can't even get any of
In
the good
times like
things.
this, I think we should listen to Megamind. The difference between like a villain and a supervillain is like presentation. Come on. Step up to your plate. Come on. Present a bit.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
If you want to be a billionaire, at least make it charismatic.
Gosh, I'm.
If you're gonna say we're gonna make AI models the future of all technology, at least do it power sliding across a stage with flying guitar. Come on,
At least, like,
get better.
commit to a cool polo neck jumper if you're gonna be a visionary CEO. Do something interesting.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm just roasting them. How are you doing? Um, I'm trying to comment on like small silly things about major players in AI because otherwise I will not shut up. But talking of things that I have lots to say about, Raybearer by Jordan Ifueko.
Mm,
I really like this book. There's a few key
same.
themes and points that I want to talk about. I
Mm,
I don't know if you have a lot to say. I feel like as I've lost energy, you've gained energy because your sleep schedule is diabolical. Apologies if I am roasting you.
That is a little bit of a roast, but no, the coffee has been kicking in.
The coffee be kicking. Um, if you want to be your average villain and just have a bad day, then make sure to destroy everyone in your way. Oh, I'm not the biggest fan of destruction. I like infrastructure projects. Love a good public transport network. Um, so with Waybearer, I have about 10 quotes which I want to just sit there and go, that's cool. And then I
I
also
also have
have
a few cards.
um, a few key points that I'd like to talk about. Do we want to start with quotes or character development first? I feel like it might make more sense if we do quotes last because we have more context of the story to discuss
Yeah,
them with. Oh, hey,
I
Nemec.
agree.
How you doing? I hope your day is going well.
Dynamic. Yeah, I agree. I think maybe doing like character stuff and like maybe touching on a few of the themes we couldn't touch on fully, um, might help with quotes.
Yeah.
So that there's some context.
So, one of the characters who I wanted to talk about first, I'm gonna do my best to describe things well, but my notes are not as extensive on this book as the other. I actually got my
Same.
commonplace journal like 3 days after I finished Waybearer, and so um, I wrote all my notes down as I finished rather than as I was reading, which is to my own
Mm.
hindrance, but I'm good. Just woke up. Oh heck, time zone. I hope you slept well. um, but yeah, so I think that the woman is such an incredible character. Um, the the way which her title and absence of a name establishes her and others her and creates a kind of mythology around her in the abnormality of how she's addressed is such a cool narrative tool. Big fan of that. It's the type of thing which can't be overused by an author, but when it's well done, very effective, and this is an incredible instance. Her story, and as you move through the book and you find out more and more of why she planned this, if as the person spectating Sarazai is entirely sympathetic to her mother at the end. Doesn't agree with what she's
Yeah.
done, but she understands why she's reached that point. And it makes it so much more heartbreaking because you understand especially why Sarazai in particular has reached that point. And it's just devastating. Um for context for those who have not read the book, this is the spoiler section. You are about to be spoiled, but
Spoilers, spoilers, spoilers.
the woman is the younger sister of the king, and in the area which I alluded to with how over time mythology and law gets distorted, it was originally said that the siblings should rule on the throne with two joint councils and they should discuss and reflect on matters together. And they were said to be the two ray bearers who held power. But over time, one of the kings removed, I think, was it a generation where there was only one son? I can't remember what the specific triggered action,
Yes.
but the medallion, I forget the term that's used internally, but the talisman that represents the way bearing and is used to facilitate the essential immortality of the monarch once they have the council of the queen is lost, and the culture accepts that there was only ever a king, and there being a very noteworthy female raybearer was an anomaly for the founding of the nation, and it's all kind of glossed over. And I think it's a brilliant example of world building, of the presence of structural decay over time in infrastructure manipulation over time. And it's just so heartbreaking, especially because the woman didn't want to be queen to begin with.
Nope.
She just wanted to spend time with her brother, who and to see how he felt threatened by her and cast her out to the street as a child with no support, no nothing, no recognition of her name and title, and she was then just hunted with the assumption that she would be killed if caught because she is a threat to the throne. It's devastating. You understand why she's gone a bit evil. It's a really compelling story. Naturally, she does a lot of things which you don't agree with within the books and within the like context of what's happened leading up to the book. But it's such an interesting villain story, and it's such a human one. Um,
Yeah, villain story. I hesitate to call her a villain, honestly. Antagonist, absolutely, but like honestly, she's vilified in the story. But honestly, I kind of get it, bruh. I kind
oh
of get
yeah, like I get it, but I
it.
feel like the answer to that is that the king and the hidden queen, which is the king and the woman are both villains, is my take on it. But
I could see that.
especially if you look at the context of what she did to the 12th kingdom, and
Yeah,
to
I could see that.
oh, what's his name?
Like, I'm not gonna be able to help you.
I'm searching. I had a site which I hadn't written down before.
My brain with names is gone.
Da, 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 da. Um, there is. Da, 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 da. Um, where is it? Oh, I think this website's using an AI summary because its characters are wrong. Um, oh, um, oh,
For the new silver ash and skins, my prime is not safe.
oh,
Wait,
I
silver ash got
haven't
a new
seen the
skin?
new Silverlash skin. It, this
I
is
haven't seen the new silver
this
ash
is gonna
skin.
sound silly, but is he wearing clothes this time?
It's a valid question.
He doesn't
Hopefully not. No, I'm
always.
joking.
Uh, da, 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 da,
It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. Okay, I make a joke. I
da,
make
da.
funny.
It is joke and in no way sincere from your perspective at all. Um,
Silver ash isn't the guy I would want shirtless. I'm a bit real.
I cannot find the name of the character, and I
Oh,
borrowed
he
this book
looks
from a library.
sick. Dude, he looks cool. Oh, oh. Wait, is it? It's an LTD skin.
Oh, is it? Oh, sick.
I
Sorry.
think so. It looks like it. I can't. It's not translated yet fully, um, because it's only out on. It got viewed on Bilibili, for like the Chinese server, so I can't actually see because it's all still in Chinese.
Uh-huh.
It's called Silver Ash the Rainfrost, but it looks like a live 2D skin. The splash for it looks like how the Live 2D splashes still look usually. It looks cool. There's also a Praminix altar.
Okay, I was
New Snake
thinking.
Woman, Limited Vanguard. Ooh.
I was thinking of Jihan. I think I don't know how best to say the
Okay.
name. The Prince of Songland.
Hmm.
Who?
I shared the Reddit post to you, by the way, if you want to watch later.
Oh, for the
If you want
skin.
to see here. Yeah,
Okay, I'll
if
have
you
a
want to
little
see him.
look-sees. But yeah, I thought the way that I my brain isn't clicking with that name. I hope I've got the right one. But the way that the lady betrayed him was heartbreaking, especially
Hmm.
how he ultimately led to her death inadvertently. Um,
Hmm.
Although he was my favorite character in the story until, for some reason, he's in a relationship with one of the other members of Dio's council with Kira, which
Hmm.
this is the weird age gap relationship which I talked about at the start.
Yep.
Although it's inferred that he is the youngest member of the ladies' council, he is old enough to supervise um eight I think it's 7 or 8 year old, sorry, when being brought to the council. He is at least 12 because he was sent into the demon pit, escaped, and has been around since then. It assumed
Yeah.
like minimum 13 or 14. No concrete ages are given, so you don't know. Sari addresses him as if he was an adult, which realistically from a child could be like a 15-year-old. So maybe it's that. So he is like minimum 7 years older, and that's not the end of the world until the time skip where the relationship is established. He has spent the last like 12 years following Sarasai on the command of the lady. So he's essentially just
Hmm.
watched Kira and Sarasai and the rest of the council members grow up. So for him to end up in a relationship with Kira is weird to me. And I know it's addressed in text and it's like, oh, he's younger than your older brother. And that's like the line that's used to brush it off. But it's like, that was still very strange to me. That didn't add anything to the story.
Yeah.
I didn't like that. That's my one sincere criticism of the book. Um, I realize that because the timing of it is ambiguous, it could be the case that he's only like 4 years older, and like that's not a big difference in age. That's fine and chill, but it's the
Yeah.
ambiguity of the framing and the fact that he watched them grow up whilst being old enough that they thought he was an adult when they were little kids. And like
Yeah.
little kids don't know very much, but it still it didn't sit right to me. It made me kind of uncomfortable. Um, and I was just so confused because everything else in the book was handled so well. And so maybe I misunderstood or misinterpreted, but I think you've expressed discomfort at it as well. Because he was oh, my brain's being smooth. Is it Wuin is the name I'm thinking of rather than I really wish there was better documentation for this. It was a library book, so I don't have a physical copy anymore. Um,
I need to reread the book so that I can remember the names.
yeah, I'm
I read this before I read the Tolkien book, and the Tolkien book
the
took all my
Tolkien
brain
book
space.
used all of my brain space.
What I budgeted brain space for like the month all got taken by that. Honestly, for the next half of the year.
Yeah, I got nothing. um, yeah, it's Wuin who I was talking about. Sorry, I don't know where I got the previous name from. Um, But Songland is really interesting because it's the one nation that didn't join to be part of the Arit Empire, and it is the nation that's kind of the call to action for the plot in the second book, with the conflict with the Redemptors and the demons and general problems. Um, it's also kind of cool because I haven't looked this up, but I believe that Songland was meant to be a depiction of a lot of the East Asian nations that were in contact with West Africa,
Hmm.
historically. So that's like a cool little side thing.
A lot of that stuff is really cool in this book. The like
200. I'll get her one day. I'll find my wife. Sorry. Um, I just got distracted by Neil. You know how it is.
Yeah. No, I get it. I get it. Before I had my wife, I was the same. I don't know if I ever told you the story of how I missed Spectre Altar on her banner.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I missed Spectre Altar on banner.
Were you there when Spectre
Didn't get
jump
her.
scared me and I sulked?
I did. I was. My Jenny
Everyone
is
was so
good.
angry at me. I was just like, no, I wanted Viviana. And they were like, stop it. Except the lady. Sorry.
No, I was on banner. I pulled for her because I love the Abyssal Hunters and I love Spectre. Like you might know. Uh, didn't get her. And then I random pulled on the next banner, I think. Or I random pulled on a like limited banner and I got her.
Let's go.
She came home. She knew I was sad. And she was like, here, I'll come home now. She costed me so many pulls though.
Oh
Bitch.
no. Oi.
Bitch.
Oh, good morning, Vodka. I hope you slept well. But yeah, I think to me, Wuin and the lady are the two most interesting characters in the story. I do really like
Yeah,
Dio, but he isn't that central.
he doesn't do that much.
I think his
Bro gets
depiction.
stabbed. That's his story.
Bro, Bro is optimistic about the future,
Me. That's
and
me. Yeah, I am over exaggerating, but he doesn't do that much.
I will say I do like the asexual representation in this book because that's the LGBTQ theme. Dio has a few moments of influence, then one moment of outright discussion where he establishes that Sarah's either he's only interested in platonic relationships.
Hmm.
And he's just like, oh, because I felt a deep connection to you for a long time, I assumed that as I got older, I'd developed this, but it was never the case. And I think that I like don't want that with anyone, and I'm complete without it. And that was really well handled. But it's strange to me how heavily this book is marketed as being LGBTQ book when that is like at most 2 pages of content throughout the book. And
Yeah,
if there were lots of others like supporting queer characters, or if some of the mythology tied into ambiguous gender, then maybe I'd kind of understand. But there isn't any other real discussion of any queer identities throughout the book. Um, except like the vague inference the king has relationships with all of the council members, some of which are men. But like other than that, I don't think, and that's not even ever really directly alluded to. And all the examples of that given are like with male female couples, and so it's still not there. So I was a bit confused. Part of me was expecting, I don't know, just another couple to appear because I feel like it was a pretty predominant part of how it was described, and it was good. It was a good but very brief and not particularly direct depiction of asexuals, especially within the context of he was talking to his sister. And so it's like, yeah, I'm glad you two didn't get together. You are siblings. Oh, sorry, no, you are
what's
niece
a
and
bit of
nephew.
incest? What's a bit of incest between the royalty?
Yeah. Look, we can hold royals to a higher standard. They cannot get in relationships with their cousins. But yeah, I I think that segment in the
Right?
depiction was really good, but I was a bit surprised, given how prominent it was in the marketing, that it wasn't a bigger part of the story.
Yeah,
Um,
honestly, I will be real. I kind of forgot that that was part of the marketing because it wasn't in the book. Not really,
yeah,
at all. It was there
it's
for
it's
like two
really just that
sentences.
one thing. Yeah, there's like vague comments where when discussing relationships there isn't heteronormative language used, which is good and nice to see. But outside of establishing that it's a world without like any infrastructure mention of like any homophobia or transphobia, etc., that's the only real address of it. And so maybe I missed something, but yeah.
No, I don't remember anything. Oh, I didn't. I kind of forgot that it was marketed as an LGBT book.
Um, yeah. But again, good asexual depiction, which can be
Yeah,
quite
true.
difficult in
Mm.
books. So good to see. Big happy. Um, the lady's story made me so sad, especially how she died and how that affected Wooten and the time of her in the prison. Those guards are not doing their job, but still, it was.
Yeah.
Um, yeah.
Yeah, that whole storyline made me quite sad too.
I also suffered significant emotional damage after discovering the lady grew up in the same institute as Sarasai, staying one room over, watching her constantly when Sarasai thought she was away for months or years on end because she was too afraid to see her because of the whole wish mechanic.
Yep.
That hurt.
Yeah.
um, that hurt, yeah. Um, in terms of characters, I also thought, what is the name? Uh, Sarasai's father, the non-human person,
It starts with an A.
Alonto? No.
Uh-uh. Uh, uh, and on all, I don't remember. I think it starts with an A. I think.
Oh, Melu?
Oh, it's with an M. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
then the name, the Al Alaba Algabatos might be what you're thinking of as the
Yeah.
class of kind of mythical fantasy creature that
Yeah,
he
that's the
is.
thing they are.
Yeah. I
The
think he
thing.
was really cool as a kind of character,
Mm.
both in terms of execution function and world building. Um,
Yeah.
the like switch up from him being like, no, just do what the lady wants to, you know what, actually I'll help out, was a
Yeah.
smidgen
Mm.
sudden, but I given the length of the book, I don't really have significant
Yeah.
complaints. I wouldn't mind if that was more fleshed out, or if he was
Same.
more willing but maybe scared to help from the start, or a kind of different
Yeah,
depiction of
you
his
either need
change
to
in
set it up
minds.
earlier. You need to set it up earlier and make it like from the start he is more like hesitant to help but willing to help, or you need to do more time at the end to do it. But the way it's now, it kind of just like happens. It's like not a good mix of either, in my opinion. Where it's
Yeah,
like at the start he was just like no, and then at the end he is just like yes. Where you needed like a
you needed an
at the
in-between
start.
phase of a pivotal moment
Yeah,
for him and not for
yeah,
Sarasai. One thing which I thought was interesting, which didn't happen, but you know when you make an assumption and then go back and go, oh, I was wrong. I assumed that one of the lady's wishes was that he would not interfere or try and do anything to stop her. and that's
Yeah.
why he couldn't help Sarasai. And the fact that Sarasai was able to resist and go against the instructions that the woman gave her, and compelled her to fulfill as someone who is part Alabetos, I thought would be an interesting demonstration of the kind of motif of growing from intergenerational trauma and being better than those who came before you. Would have been a good example of how you could have a benevolent character who wants to help and is only a victim of circumstance, and yet that is still a perspective that you can learn from and grow from. And I just projected that narrative onto the story, and it didn't happen. Um, but,
Yeah.
but yeah,
That would be cool.
it made a lot more sense to me when I'd given myself the assumption that he was forbidden from helping. But I went back and looked, and he wasn't, and I was like, oh, I made that up.
Nope.
Oopsies. Um, so this is what I get for reading whilst on the bus. Oh, Eru is
I
the name
put
I was
in
thinking of.
narratives that make it. I
Um,
put in a narrative that's better that I would like to have in it. Also, I should start doing that with books. If I get mad at a book or annoyed, I just headcanon it and then just start reading it
AO3,
like
here
that
I
is true.
come. um,
Next time I want to DNF a book like Priory, I just start headcanoning it myself.
you didn't want to DNF Priory, you just didn't want to read 400 pages in 2 weeks of slow moving talking about that one doctor.
I really did not. I really did not.
He was a really
I
interesting
did not have that
character, but
in
I
me.
was not rooting for him at any point. Um,
I did not have that in me.
I really liked. I'm not going to be able to remember their names, but the trading family who they meet when returning to Swana to speak to Melu, who
Ah,
come
yeah.
back. I just thought that was like a really nice random characters
That
being
was
brought
really
into the
nice.
story, and also it avoided the kind of everyone is a chosen son or daughter who has an impact on the story view that you could have been
Yeah.
getting towards with Wuin and Sarazai and Dio. And so I thought that was nice. Yeah. Um
I agree.
Honestly, the biggest villain in the book felt like the judge character.
Yeah.
um but I realise that's just because he was more present than the Emperor. Um or the King, I forget which language is used.
I think
Um
it's Emperor?
Yeah, I think so. But I think yeah, he was the one who I was grumpiest at, and then I paused and I was like, oh, it's just because I've not seen the Emperor in a few hundred pages. I probably have more beef with
Yeah.
him. Um, but yeah, I thought that was quite interesting. Um, it made a lot of sense that they were siblings. I did kind of half expect it. Especially when Sarasai asked the question about if there's ever been a female Waybearer, I was like, oh, oh.
Yep.
But I've read too many books, and it's YA fantasy, so there being foreshadowing that
Yeah.
can't be identified isn't an issue at all. It's kind of nice, if
No.
anything. Um,
I like the what's the word? Foreshadowing on that and the little if you ever look back at the book, you can see the little notes and hints that led there. I like it a lot.
yeah. The only thing that isn't hinted at is the fact that she cared about Sarasai all along and watched her grow up.
Yeah. Yeah. That kinda comes out of nowhere.
Emotional damage. Emotional damage. Um, but yeah. It's kind of interesting in the story because you almost forgive the lady for everything she's done, and then you hear about what she's done to Ruin, and I was like, oh,
Yeah.
no, I'm
Yeah.
grumpy again. Because you're just like, I understand wanting to fight the Emperor, but why hurt Dio? And you're sitting there just kind of like, that's what she believes to be necessary. She wants the both of the Waybearers to be on the throne again. She feels it to be necessary. Oh, never mind, she's lying. That was heartbreaking. Um,
Yeah. Yeah. It was.
I yeah, I think it was interesting. Who doesn't love going to a cave and seeing a prophecy? It felt earned.
Me.
Um, you don't love it?
No. No, I'm joking.
Who doesn't want to go into a secret tunnel and see a vision from a god? Me, probably that sounds like it would give me a headache.
Me. I mean, that sounds not great. I don't want that.
I will say, the members of the council, outside of Kira, Jeet, and Dio, and Sarazai naturally, weren't really characters. There was the one girl who wanted to make out with everyone, and I think that was it. None of the others really got much of a description. Which
Hmm.
felt a smidgen strange, but there was a lot of things going on. I understand why. But yeah,
Yeah, I could see that.
I don't. I feel like I have other thoughts, but I am lacking the awakeness. And so, if you have any key points or themes, we can yap about them, and if not, meander over to quotes.
Mm, not that I can think of.
Okay.
I might think of one if we said quotes, but not that I can think of now that we haven't talked about.
First quote, and this is the one which I saw when promoting the book, which
Mm,
is uniformity is not unity, silence is not peace.
yeah,
Just goes
I
hard.
like that one.
It just goes
That one
hard.
goes hard.
um,
I do like that quote a lot.
one. I
Uniformity.
think my favorite one that I wrote down is one from Melu, which is
Yeah.
stories are meant to be shared. Melu said gently, but no one was made for another person. Sarasai.
Mhm.
I thought that was
I
nice
love
and
that
good.
quote.
I felt very positively about it. Um, Another one was I hope you never win the pride of a monster. It's worse than their contempt.
Hmm.
We're being grumpy with parents for good reasons. Um,
I had one.
oh, which one? Which one?
Uh, I think deep down we're afraid that things could get better,
Mm,
afraid to ding out all of the evil, all the suffering we ignore, could have been prevented if only we had cared enough to try.
yeah, that one is very good.
Ooh. Ooh.
Ooh. um, yeah. Oh, that's good. Oh, one thing which I was going to talk about, which was a small piece, but I thought
Hmm.
the discussion of hair and using it as a metaphor for constriction and control was cool.
Hmm.
Um,
That was really cool.
Especially within the kind of like social cultural context of how a lot of black women's hair has been treated in like broad and Western spaces, which obviously isn't the framing for every piece of media, but I just thought it added layers to it, you know. Um,
True. Honestly, it's really cool. I do like it.
oh, this isn't a plot point, but I like the random grumpy woman who is friends with the fairies and they just kind of live in her house.
Yeah,
She was just neat.
she was neat.
um,
Partly. Hmm.
I think I have general positive feelings about this book. I fear I am quite sleepy and cannot address things concisely or helpfully. Um, but
Fair.
I think that I have
Very valid.
exhausted my raybearer thoughts. I kind of wish I could come back to it when I am more awake, but I suppose that's what an end of year book club wrap up is for. Um,
Yeah.
do you have any
Ooh,
other?
I got two more cards.
Oh, okay, go for it, go for it.
Only one thing is more powerful than a wish, and that is a purpose.
Wait, my microphone isn't picking things up. Yeah, sorry.
That's a great card. And then the last one. Where is it? I know I wrote it down. Oh, the place closest to your soul isn't your heart, Kira explained. It is your stomach. Anger, love, and sorrow simmer together there, like bubbles in a cauldron.
Yeah,
I just think it's cute. I just love that.
I thought that was cute. I also thought it was interesting because I I obviously not universally true, but the association of the soul being by the heart and lungs isn't a global one in across
No.
different cultures, and it's more often found in the stomach or the mind or the sole of the feet. And so I just thought it was nice and cool. Um, if we are both
Uh,
running out of, oh, sorry, did you have one last one? Oh, you said you had two.
I'm reading this one. But our greatest good is the ones we can't. But our greatest good is the ones we can't contain: compassion, loyalty, softness, and fierceness. The ability to win hearts or recognize beauty, or weather a storm. Our gift could be anything, really, and when we use our greatest good for something beyond ourselves, that is our best desire, our purpose.
I will say
I don't know why I wrote that one down.
the one
I like it.
that's reminded me of something which I don't think this was like significantly detrimental to the book, but the discussion of like one true purpose I don't think was executed as well as some of the other aspects of the book.
Yeah.
And I've just remembered that that was a plot point. Because it didn't really resonate with me in the way that the other pivotal points in the book did.
Yeah.
But
No, I kind of agree. Honestly, I like this book.
yeah, I like it. I feel positively about it.
No, it's like it's on the upper side of like this year's fantasy for me.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think.
our end of your wrap up is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I'm nervous.
Ooh, yeah, I'm kind of curious about what mine's going to be,
Um,
especially when we get big boys like Katab- Katabas's recommended.
well, Piranesi is going to be first for me, so that makes everything
Ooh,
easy.
yeah, Paradise. I Paradise has to be first for me as well,
Yeah,
unless we get like a Brando Sender, but we won't get any Brando Sender that I think competes with Paradise. I think.
yeah. I
Because I think the only book that Brandon Sanderson has written that competes with it is the second Stormlight.
I was going to say, is this going to be the third Stormlight, but the second one? Um, but yeah. Should we, if we are wrapping up on Raybearer, skedoodle over to on fairy stories?
On Fairy Story is the thing that's actually in my mind the whole time.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel the need to apologize for not going into this one in too much depth, but we are. It is 1 a.m. for us. It is 2 a.m. for Kai time zones. Um,
Yeah.
and I have been up since 8 a.m. this morning, and I am not caffeinated. I should get caffeine. So I'm afraid I
I'm
may not be
fine,
able to
Mika.
illustrate all of my points quite as well as I'd hoped. But I'm gonna start off with two quotes. Um,
Mm.
the first of all isn't one that necessarily is a huge point of plot within the story, and is just incredible writing. Um, is da 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 da. Um, da 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 da. Lost my page. I have it written down, but I don't think it's verbatim, and so I want to get the exact quote. Um, okay, here's another quote which I really liked. This is one regarding the discussion of fairy stories being childlike. Um,
Oh, okay.
Far more often than asking the question, "Is it true?" they, the children, have asked me, "Was he good? Was he wicked?" That is, they were far more concerned to get the right side and the wrong side clear, for that is a question equally important in history and fairy. And then the second component relating to that is Ba, 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 ba. Da, 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 da. I swear this was at the bottom of the page, around page 40. Oh, we got to talk about the soup of stories at some point.
Yeah.
I can't find the exact quote, but the general description of when children ask if a story is real, they also mean, am I safe? Oh, okay. Is it true, is the great question children ask, Lang said. They do ask that question, I know, and that's one to not be rashly or idly answered, but that question is hardly evidence of unblunted belief, or even the desire for it. Most often it proceeds from the child's desire to know which kind of literature he is faced with. Slight grumbling at the gendering of that, but children's knowledge of the world is often so small they cannot judge offhand without help between fantastic, strange, nonsensical, and the merely grown up. But they recognize the different classes and may like all of them at times. And then skedoodling down a little bit is the concluding point of never mind, I can't find the sentence. But yeah, I really liked the way that children were respected whilst discussing the fairy stories on solely for them. The quote which I think you mentioned, I don't know if you mentioned this earlier, or if it was because I was reading a blog of someone talking about this book, but the quote, "For children," he says, "are innocent and love justice, while most of us are wicked and naturally prefer mercy."
Mm.
Oh,
I love
oh,
that card.
yeah. Um, but yeah, there's so many good quotes in this book. Tolkien is good at words. A great world builder, storyteller, and wordsmith. It's just impressive. Logistically, how are you good at all of them? Um,
You say good words, funny man. But no, he is. He is fantastic at it. He is really, really good at like what's the word? Like formulating words into sentences that are good. I like fantasy remains a human right. We in our measure and in our derivative mode because we are made. And not only made, but made in the image and the likeness of a maker.
yeah. I will say one thing which. Oh, hi, Az. How's the stream? It's going good. I'm very sleepy, but we're talking about books. It is my natural state of being. I hope your
Oh,
day's been going.
sorry.
Oh?
Fairy stories are more than true, not because they tell us that dragons exist, but because they tell us that dragons can be beaten.
Yeah.
Ah,
Ah. There are a lot of really good quotes in this book.
I just saw that one. That one, I wrote that one down. I wrote that one down in like an actual. So I have a bag where I keep my daily things in, right? My wallet, stuff like that. I recently grabbed a like little, the field notes like Adam Savage has,
Yeah.
just like a little, basically a 5-page little book. And I wrote quotes in that, and I wrote that quote in this book. I remember I wrote it down in here. It's just like daily quotes I love. If I ever see a quote somewhere, I just write it in here. And I remember writing that exact quote in here.
Um. Ba, 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 ba. I'm trying to decipher my own handwriting. Um. Oh, the long alchemic process of time was a description I was a big fan of in discussing how
Yeah,
meaning and intention and context and even just the subject itself warp through time. Um,
I like that too. I enjoy that a lot.
I will say one thing which I was a little bit surprised by is I think there's an interesting conversation. I'm going to talk about religion for a quick second here. Um, I
Hmm.
think there's an
Well, he
interesting,
touches on it, so yeah.
yeah, there's an interesting discussion about religion that Tolkien didn't have because of his own faith. Um,
Yeah,
and like he talks about it to some extent, but he elevates his own faith and the stories that accompany it in a way that he
yeah,
doesn't address the elevation of. Um, Especially when you look into the context that a lot of the Norse mythology that's introduced, there's like tied to faith, and the same for many other mythologies. It's just not his faith that they're tied to. And so I kind of wish that that had some inflection on, but I understand why, as an author, he wasn't going to write that. Um,
yeah,
but yeah, the
yeah. I see where you're coming from, but yeah, I don't think it would ever have happened. But like, I like it. I wish it was there.
yeah, I will say
Um,
on page 20 of the book, I wrote Tolkien does not write brief or particularly digestible sentences, or am I dumb? Um, as an indicator for how
does
reading
not.
this book feels, and I think I stand by it. I really enjoyed
Yeah,
it.
he does not.
Um, One thing which I found quite interesting was note 40. I realized partway through that I could use the notes
Yeah,
to refer to them,
yeah, you can.
which is the discussion of uh, I think this is the right one. Yeah, the discussion of adapting media for children under the social assumption that fairy stories are now for children. Um,
Yeah,
I was kind of surprised by his takeaway because in the earlier segments he had acknowledged and addressed the value of the fact that stories, especially oral stories, change with time and are shaped by the culture that tells them. But then he dismissed the adaptation of stories to make them presentable to children as an invalid form of change. But surely that's a reflection on the current cultural outlook, and so although it is a loss if the original version is lost, it is another like cultural anthropological level of the story. And so I was a bit bamboozled by the swapping between those points. Although I do agree that losing original versions of stories is bad.
yeah.
Yeah.
But no, this it is very interesting how that is constructed. Dude, I'm just thinking of all of the like stuff he wrote and like how some of it is so complicated and like, dude,
There are senten-
there's one.
there are single sentences that are like 7 or 8 lines long, and these are not short
Yeah,
lines. This man
no, they're
loves
not.
the semicolon.
He really does. I think
um,
it's paragraph 78 where it talks about like fantasy, but how it's not the like. Wait, let me grab it. I'm pretty sure I wrote it down.
Fantasy is a natural human activity. It certainly does not destroy or
Yeah,
even insult reason. It does not either blunt the appetite for nor obscure the perception of scientific variety. That the
yeah,
bit?
something verity. On the contrary,
Verity.
the keener and the cleaner is the reason, and the better fancy it will make. If man were ever in a state in which they do not want to know or could not perceive the truth, facts or evidence, then fantasy would languish until they were cured. If they ever get into that state, it would not seem all that impossible. At all impossible, fantasy will perish and become morbid delusion.
I do think,
Interesting idea.
yeah, I think it's quite interesting because what Tolkien refers to as fairy story or fantasy is essentially, and I'm putting a big asterisk here, but hard world building, because he disregards any kind of nonsense or absurdist fantasy, as discussed with the
Yeah.
Lewis Carroll stories. Anything in a Dream, which we've all read things that were in a dream. I was about to spoil a popular TV show there. Um, I'm still so mad about that. Um, but that was kind of interesting to me because it's definitely mirrored the evolution of parts of the genre, but I don't think
Yeah.
it's true for all of fantasy, and I don't think it's something that necessarily needed defining. But I suppose I just have a skewed cultural outlook because I am surrounded by an abundance of fantasy, and that wasn't the case at the time of writing. Um,
Yeah.
One quick thing which I fear made me put the book down for a week and then left me with not much time to finish it was the discussion on how it is a different activity to read versus study a book. Um,
Yeah.
and it made me worry that I haven't read a book in a long time because I think I study books, not read them.
Mm.
Unless I'm reading like a trashy romance book, I'm studying it, and even then, sometimes I can get invested. I probably won't have a great review, but I can get invested. But I thought that was interesting, and it made me wonder
You're reading Neuromancer.
if I should adapt my reading style to read it first and then study it. But I realized that I don't know if I can separate out the investigation of a piece of media from its consumption. I think they're
Yeah.
interlinked for me, and so that was
Yeah.
interesting.
It is a very interesting idea. I also thought about that for a while. I remember also reading that and thinking about that for a while of like, do I when is the last time I like read a book versus the last time I studied a book? And have I read a book in quite a while? Or am I studying books? Um that's why I try and read a book twice, usually.
Yeah.
When I do a book club book or if I'm reading a book that I actually think I want to read. Um, that's why I really like, well, really like rereading. That was so hard to say. Really like rereading, um, Brando Sando. Um, because I feel like every time I do it, I try and approach it from a different perspective and a different place, and try and find more out of the book
Also,
than
to
just like,
artificially inflate the number of pages you read each year. This is a joke. Um,
nah, it does help.
it doesn't help if you want numbers of books. You're signing yourself up for three
No,
books
it
for the
doesn't.
price of one. Um,
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah. Ooh, yeah.
One, I fear that I'm sprinting through things, but I don't think I have the wakefulness to make points in extended detail. But I will be
Yeah.
bringing up to my co-workers the parallel that being a fan of a sporting team is a form of subcreation and world, in that you feel
Yep.
like this is a thing of consequence and social impact, and that by rooting for it you can change the outcome, and that by observing it you understand in keen detail the emotion and the procedure. It's kind of an early address of how celebrity is a form of subcreation fantasy,
Yep,
and
it is.
I just thought that was very interesting, especially in the modern context. But I will be roasting my coworkers about it next time they try and talk to me about football and a morning stand up. um
Not the coworker roasting. That's
like,
not what Tolkien would have wanted. Well,
yes it
I
is.
think he would have done it. I think he would have been the one to do it.
Yeah. um
That sounds like something Tolkien would do. From
oh,
reading this, that sounds like something he would do.
something that, when the universe like gut punches you with coincidence. um
Yeah.
Segment 55, I think this is a briefer one. That was a lie, this one's 2 pages long. um this is one of the areas where he calls Lang. He suggests strongly that he misremembers. But I'm gonna try and find a summary statement from this section.
The way you worded that and the way he talks about it and words it as well. Oh god, it's
The
so
way he
fucking
words
funny.
it. And as for children of the present day, Lang's description does not fit my own memories or my experience with children or the recollections of others. Lang may not have been mistaken about the children he knew, but if he was not, then at any rate, children differ considerably even within the narrow borders of Britain, and such generalize which treat them as a class are delusory. Sick
Yeah,
burn! um, but
I love him.
I would hate to be someone who tried to write a critical review of Tolkien, because
Same.
what if he replies? Like, imagine doing that whilst he was an active author. Imagine if Tolkien
Oh,
existed in a time where he could reply to people on Twitter. You would not stand a
oh,
chance. Um,
no, no, you would not. Oh,
so,
yes,
oh,
I would quit. I would stop. I would stop.
I would leave those reviews in my diary and not in the world. Um, but the
Yeah.
Section 55 is one of those cases where it's well illustrated, but it's not brief by any means, and it's not particularly concise. But there's a discussion about um, the imagination and the adoration of dragons, but not wanting to be present. Um, and there's
Yeah.
a brief quote in it which I think is really good, which is, "I desired dragons with a profound desire. Of course, I in my timid body did not wish to have them in the neighbourhood, introducing my relatively safe world, in which it was, for instance, possible to read stories in peace of mind, free from fear. But the world that contained even the imagination of fanfare was richer and more beautiful, at whatever cost of peril." And the kind of discussion of the presence of that world, even if not the connection to it being valuable, as part of the larger idea of
Mm.
children want fascinating stories, not necessarily to be in them. And their questions of, is it real? Is he good? Is more so, is it a threat to me, given their lack of context? I thought were really cool. I happened to, in relation to this part, and while they were discussing children wanting to know if things are real, um, when it comes to fantasy, or is it true, I coincidentally watched, like, just before I sat down to read that segment, the recent Hank Green video, I Want to Know, Not Believe. Um,
Oh, yeah.
and I just
I
got,
love that
like,
video.
punched with overlap. Um,
Yeah,
which that is a cool video as well.
it's a great video.
Yeah. I have a quote written down. It's a bit
Yeah.
ominous when I was just like, I don't want to write all of this down, but the last four sentences of section 89, and I'm like, oh boy, how long is this one? Um, um, that's 98. I'm dyslexic. Previous section. Um, oh yeah. Um, the escapist is not so subservient to the whims of the effervescent fashion as these opponents. He does not make things which it might be quite rational to regard as bad his masters or his gods by worshipping them as inevitable or even inexorable. And his opponents, so easily contemptuous, have no guarantee that he will stop there. He might rouse men to pull down the street lamps. Escapism has another and even wickeder face, reaction, in regards to partially dissing technological development as a form of inspiration, but also in division of emotive responsive fantasy,
Yeah.
which I just thought was a fun and interesting quote. And people could be convinced it's dead head on street lamps. Grumble, grumble.
Yeah. I like that quote.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of
I didn't
this.
write that one down, but I like that quote.
I'm trying to think of a silly way to spell street lamp so the letters A and I are capitalized, but I'm dyslexic and I don't think they're in there, so we'll just continue. Um,
A is in there, I is not.
I can misspell it, and maybe that's the thing. There was a
And
really.
Apple,
Oh.
An O can kind of look like an I.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. There was a bit where he was just really excited about verbs, which was a beautiful quote that I am struggling to find. Um, got it. Never mind, I don't.
Yeah,
Never mind, I don't.
never mind.
Ah, I have it written down, but my handwriting when I write on a moving bus is not very good. Um, and so
I would be impressed
one or
if it
two.
was good.
Every now and then an old person says they like my handwriting, and I can't tell if it's sincere because I write in cursive or because I'm just writing in pen and paper and they think that's cool because I'm not on my phone, or if it's just kind of mocking because it's illegible. Um
I love
ah
I love the bridge to platform 4 is to me less interesting than the Bifrost Guard by Hamden and the Galler Horde.
yeah,
Because same.
he was so grumpy with technology, which I don't know, I didn't expect
Yeah, it is not
necessarily.
like technology. Which is interesting.
Yeah. Imagine Tolkien reacting to sci-fi as a genre. I don't think the answer would be very good.
Imagine him reacting to AI.
Oh, dangerous time to be a shareholder. Um,
He would write anonymous letters that were not very anonymous.
he would sign and date them. Um, oh, I
He
enjoyed
would.
where at the start of the essay he said he would pass lightly over certain topics and then proceeded to make a sentence without a full stop for around 40 words. Um, I
Yeah.
resonated with that part. Um, swear it must be around her. Um, one thing which isn't a quote per se, but something that I found compelling, and we touched on briefly, is the pot of story, um, as a kind of discussion of the accumulation of culture, which
Yeah.
was interesting. Um, I also like the point of talking about him getting the chance to roast AI, the value of a writer in curating which aspects of the pot of culture or the pot of story is pulled from when creating.
Yeah.
I thought that was good and cool. I like that metaphor. I will use it in the future. Um,
Same. I really like that as well. Honestly, that whole metaphor and idea is such a cool idea.
yeah. I also found it interesting how he had such beef with the idea of fairies being small. Because that came up at several points. He was just like, why are they diminutive now?
Yeah, that was kind of funny.
I think he wouldn't enjoy urban fantasy. I'm projecting a little bit, but that's kind of the idea I got. Because any of the discussions of why fantasy creatures were nocturnal or in the ocean are small because they needed to exist in the now thoroughly explored land. Um,
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't know if there was an address in text, or at least I didn't pick up on it as to why he didn't think the kind of obfuscation of the fantasy as it possibly existing in the present real and tangible world was interesting fairy story, other than perhaps the address that with it just being set in the present day, there isn't the active curation of the pot of story for the other structural elements that would happen otherwise with any intention that comes to building a setting, which I can kind of see, but it's not addressed to that extent, so I might be putting words in his mouth. Um,
That would be an interesting thing to see. Sadly, the fact that he was never around for that to develop is kind of sad because I would like to have seen what he thought.
yeah, yeah, for sure. I do think
I'm trying to
the
see if I wrote anything else down.
I wrote so many things down, but I'm gonna try and oh oh, I think I've got enough words to Google to find my quote.
Oh, nice.
I don't know how I haven't been able to find it up until now. Um, oh yeah, here it is. But how powerful, how stimulating to the very faculty that produced it was the invention of the adjective. No spell or incantation of fairy is more potent. When discussing the origin of the word spell is to describe something, and the notion that by writing and saying something that isn't here, that is an innate form of magic that other animals with communication show no evidence of having, and that is uniquely human and magical in our capability to be hypothetical. Um, I was a big fan of that sentence. It's on one of the first few
Yeah,
pages, and I was just like, oh,
I
we're
love
gonna
that.
get some writing.
I love that. Yeah, that's a really good quote.
I just like it when people get super hype about adjectives.
I'm just an adjective fan. I
Adjective
stand adjectives.
enthusiasm. We do stand adjectives. Um, uh,
Mm.
I'm looking through my notes. I onto page 3. Um, Okay, I think I am towards the end of my notes and my brain cells. Which is kind of a shame because I feel like if I was awake, I'd have a lot more to say about this book, but I simply am not. Um,
To be fair, I think this book is one. We talked about it a bit, but this book is one that's gonna stay with us for a while.
yeah, I
Um,
I would be happy to do a retrospective on this book in 6 months' time when I'm
same.
more awake.
Probably when I reread it slower, that would be awesome.
Yeah. One thing which I do think is quite interesting is how in the book as a historic document changes its writing and changes its reading,
Hmm.
because there's a lot of address of the cultural change, but as I kind of noted with the fact that I was going away and having to research things, a lot of the points casually mentioned in an academic context, because that was the framing of this original writing, but very casually mentioned, aren't widely available, or aren't widely recognized, at least from my background, as someone with quite an interest in mythology and books. And so I do think it was interesting how it demonstrated how far the plot of stories has changed, since this was written in a relatively short period of time. If we're talking about the span of something like since Poetic Edda and the early mythology.
Honestly, yeah, that's like one of the big things is like how much. Honestly, for me, an impressive thing with this book is how much changed in like context and like how much, but also how much stuff stayed the same and how much he got right to a large degree.
Yeah,
It's a very interesting idea on how much change happened and how some of it kind of got forgotten or like how much different some things are now.
I will also say, I maybe it is obfuscated by the writing of the time or the academic context. I didn't realize Tolkien was so kind of critical and had beef with people as much until I read this book. He has beef with Shakespeare. He has beef with the guy who he's doing
Grumpy
lectures
man.
in honor of. He doesn't like drama as an industry. He's like middlingly unimpressed by like physical art. Um, yeah, grumpy man, but it's very interesting.
Grumpy grandpa. It's okay, Grandpa Tolkien.
Oh gosh. I'm just reflecting on if you were to somehow show Tolkien the top selling books of different time periods, and you'd have to show him probably Fourth Winger actor for the last few years.
Yeah, you need to show him like romantasy.
Where does that sit on the fairy story chart, do you think? I would argue that it's not a wholly cohesive subworld most of the time, but
Nope. Oh, I would pay to watch him try and like talk through um what's the word? Um
analyze?
Something like Akatar or stuff. I would love to watch him analyze. Yeah, that's the right word. To like analyze stuff like that. It would be so funny. He would have so much beef with it. He doesn't like live theater. What is he gonna say when it's like Akatar?
I feel like he'd like AO3. We're just doing headcanons now. We're too sleepy. Okay. Um,
I could see him liking AO3 though.
I'm very confused. I was having a quick look through reviews on Storygraph whilst I was getting ready to wrap up, and I'm losing my mind a little bit at the person who said brief but no less insightful, and I'm just like, what do you mean brief? This took all my brain cells and hasn't given them back.
What? What do you mean brief?
Do you think he read they read the version without any of the notes and the edits, the like 20-page manuscript rather than the 300 one?
Maybe.
Oh,
Honestly, maybe. And maybe he just like quickly read it, not even like actually reading it.
I feel like it would be difficult to digest unless you're very familiar with historical literary fiction if you read it
Yeah.
quickly. But maybe I'm just arguing the average understanding based off my lack of reading of that genre.
I don't get brief.
Yeah, I don't get brief. Okay, do you have any closing thoughts?
Nope, not really.
All our thoughts are used up.
Just brain empty. I like book. Book good. Tolkien cool.
I like book. I wish I read it in a slightly different structure.
Yeah, I wish I didn't read it in a month.
Yeah. I wish I read it with the amendments and not just the page footnotes, instead of going away and having to try and research the reference things when they were just there 20 pages later. I'm gonna laugh at
Yeah.
myself in the future for that one and suffer endlessly, but it's okay. It happens sometimes. Reading is hard. That was
Yeah.
pretty cool and good. Okay.
Honestly, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I
I
enjoyed
liked
it.
it a lot.
Yeah, as we
I like the book.
wrap up, we'll be meeting next time on Saturday the 15th of November. We'll probably catch up on the exact format because I like doing the more in-depth discussion, but I just think feasibly we
Same.
can't do it for 2 books starting at 7 p.m. And so there probably will be some shift to the format. We'll have a little look-see on what way suits best, but there will be a book club of some kind on the 17th, so keep an eye out. Stay excited about books.
15th.
15th. I'm very good at words.
15th of November.
What did
I'm
I
getting
say?
confused. Whoever's in chat. 50th.
Oh, did I?
We're not doing it Monday, the 17th.
Yes, I was telling fibs.
That said, if you're gonna read this month's book club books,
we gotta
better
get
start
started.
reading, boys.
Wait.
we chose a 700-page book for like
How
the
long
3-week book club.
is the learning of the machine mind thingamabob?
Oh damn! I didn't even look at that. Storygraph. Storygraph. Uh, why machines learn. 480 pages.
Okay, so we've got 1,000 pages of reading.
No, we got 1,200 basically.
Good luck.
Enjoy.
Enjoy. I'm gonna enjoy
And
it.
one of them is a math book.
That'll be fine for me. That'll be more chill. I can
For you.
power through math
For
books.
you.
Yeah, for me. I've used up all my brain cells. Okay.
Same.
Let us get ready to rumble. I believe Rosie. I hope it's not late. I think they're doing the debut today, and so that'll be nice to stop by if like to be excited about that. Oh hi Tundra! I almost forgot to grab my book. Oh thank goodness. Speedy book acquiring.
Grab it.
Here are the little raid messages. I'm afraid I do not have anything particularly poetic to say. Because I crave unconsciousness.
Go, Raiders. Bye, Raiders. Bye.
Okay, a little bit more of a goodbye than that. I will see you all next week. There will be the film night tomorrow in Discord. Make sure to check that out. We're watching The Hobbit. Tolkien cool, we're watching The Hobbit. All of the couplets are hanging on Kai because they know that they're going to be the one who's streaming it. But the schedule for next week will be up tomorrow. Quick mention that after next week, I won't be having a fixed schedule for a little while whilst I settle into my new job. So please be patient with me around that. And yeah, take care. Have a good day. See you later. Bye. Bye.
Meh.